Dedication of the Carolinian, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amy of New Zealand. The Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. Frontispiece. To J.E. Harold Terry, my dear Harold, some few years ago you and I, labouring jointly, delved into the romantic soil of Carolinian history for certain elements from which to construct a play of the American War of Independence. Out of these same elements I have now fashioned this book, and in dedicating it to you I do so not merely as a pledge of the warm esteem in which I hold you, but as an acknowledgment that is due. Believe me, my dear Harold, your friend Rafael Sabatini, London, November 1924. End of frontispiece. Chapter 1. The Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. 2 Letters. With compressed lips and an upright line of pain between his brows, Mr. Harry Latimer sat down to write a letter. He had taken, as he was presently to express it, his first wound in the cause of liberty, which cause he had lately embraced. This wound, deep, grievous, and apparently irreparable, had been dealt him by the communication in the sheets which hung now from his limp fingers. It had reached him here at Savannah, where he was engaged at the time, not only on behalf of the Carolinian Sons of Liberty, of which seditious body he was an active, if secret member, but on behalf of the entire colonial party, in stirring the Georgians out of their apathy and into cooperation with their northern brethren to resist the harsh measures of King George's government. This letter, addressed to him at his Charlestown residence, had been forwarded thence by his factor, who was among the few whom in those days he kept informed of his rather furtive movements. It was written by the daughter of his sometime guardian, Sir Andrew Carey, the lady whom it had been Mr. Latimer's most fervent hope presently to marry. Of that hope the letter made a definite end, and from its folds Mr. Latimer had withdrawn the pledge of his betrothal, the ring which once had belonged to his mother. Myrtle Carey, whose lines informed him, had become aware of the treasonable activities which were responsible for her lover's long absences from Charlestown. She was shocked and grieved beyond expression by any words at her command to discover this sudden and terrible change in his opinions. More deeply still was she shocked to learn that it was not only in heart and mind that he was guilty of disloyalty, but that he had already gone so far as to engage in acts of open rebellion. And, at full length, with many plaints and upbraidings, she had displayed her knowledge of one of these acts. She had learnt that the raid upon the Royal Armoury at Charlestown in April last had been undertaken at his instigation and under his personal direction, and this at a time when, in common with all save his fellow traitors, she believed him to be in Boston, engaged in the transaction of personal affairs. She deplored, and this cut him perhaps more keenly than all the rest, the deceit which he had employed. But it no longer had power to surprise her, since deceit and dissimulation were to be looked for as natural in one so lost to all sense of duty to his king. The letter concluded with the pained assertion that, whatever might have been her feelings for him in the past, and whatever tenderness for him might still linger in her heart, she could never bring herself to marry a man guilty of the abominable disloyalty and rebellion by which Harry Latimer had disgraced himself for ever. She would pray God that he might yet be restored to sane and honourable views, and that thus he might avoid the terrible fate which the royal government could not fail sooner or later to visit upon him, should he continue in his present perverse and wicked course. 3 times Mr. Latimer had read that letter, and long had he pondered it between readings, and of each time his pain increased, his surprise lessened. After all, it was no more than he should have expected, just as he had expected and been prepared for furious recriminations from his sometime guardian when knowledge of his defection should reach Sir Andrew. For than Sir Andrew Carey there was no more intolerant or bigoted Tory in all America. Loyalty with him amounted to a religion, and just as religious feeling becomes intensified in the devout under persecution or opposition, so had the loyalty of Sir Andrew Carey burnt with a fiercer, whiter flame than ever from the moment that he perceived the signs of smouldering rebellion about him. To Harry Latimer, when his generous, impulsive young heart had first been touched 4 months ago in Massachusetts by the oppression under which he found the province labouring, this uncompromising monocolatry of Sir Andrew's had been the one consideration to give him pause, before ranging himself under the banner of freedom. He had been reared from boyhood by the baronet, and he owed him a deep debt of love and other things. That his secession from Toryism would deeply wound Sir Andrew, that sooner or later it must lead to a breach between himself and the man who had been almost as a father to him, was the reflection ever present in his mind to embitter the zest with which he embraced the task thrust upon him by conscience and his sense of right. What he does not appear to have realized until that letter came to make it clear was that to Myrtle, reared in an atmosphere of passionate, unquestioning devotion to the king, loyalty had become as much a religion, a sacrosanctity, as it was to the father who preached it. At the first reading, the letter had made him bitterly angry. He resented her presumption in criticizing in such terms a conduct in him that was obviously a matter of passionate conviction. Upon reflection, however, he took a more tolerant view. Compromise in such a matter was as impossible to her as it was to him. He would do much to win her. There was, he thought, no sacrifice from which he would have shrunk, or no sacrifice could have been so great as that which he was now called upon to make in relinquishing her. But the duty he had taken up and the cause he had vowed to serve were not things that could be set in the balance against purely personal considerations. The man who would yield up his conscience to win her would, by the very act, render himself unworthy of her. Lovelace had given the world a phrase that should stand for all time to serve such cases as his own. I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honour more. There was no choice. He took up the quill and wrote quickly, too quickly perhaps, for a little of the abiding bitterness crept despite him into his words. You are intolerant, and therefore it follows that your actions are cruel and unjust. For cruelty and injustice are the only fruits ever yielded by intolerance. You will never again be able to do anything more cruel and unjust than you have now done, for never again will you find a heart as fond as mine, and therefore as susceptible to pain at your hands. This pain I accept as the first wound taken in the service of the cause which I have embraced. Accept it I must, since I cannot be false to my conscience, my duty, and my sense of right, even to be true to you. Thus he double-bolted the door which she herself had slammed, a door which was to stand as an impenetrable barrier between two loving, aching, obstinate, conscience-ridden hearts. He folded, tied, and sealed the letter, then rang for Johnson, his valet, the tall, active young negro who shared his wanderings, and bade him see it dispatched. A while thereafter he sat there, lost in thought, that line of pain deeply furrowed between his brows. Then he stirred and sighed, and took up from the writing-table another letter that had reached him that same morning, a letter whose seals were still unbroken. The superscription was in the familiar hand of his friend Tom Izzard, whose sister was married to Lord William Campbell, the royal governor of the province of South Carolina. The letter would contain news of society doings in Charlestown, but Charlestown society at the moment was without interest for Harry Latimer. He dropped the letter, still unopened, pushed back his chair, and wearily rose. He paced away to the window and stood there looking out upon the sunshine with vacant eyes. He was, at the time, in his 25th year, and still preserved in his tall, well-knit figure something of a stripling grace. He was dressed with quiet patrician elegance, and he wore his own hair, which was thick, lustrous, and auburn in colour. His face was of that clear, healthy pallor so often found with just such hair. It was an engaging face, lean and very square in the chin, with a thin, rather tip-tilted nose and a firm yet humorous mouth. His eyes were full, without prominence, of a brilliant blue that in certain lights was almost green. Habitually they were invested with a slightly quizzical regard, but this had now given place to the dull vacancy that accompanies acute mental suffering. Standing there, he pondered his case yet again, until at last there was a quickening of his glance. He stretched himself with a suggestion of relief in the action. The thing is evil indeed, out of which no good may come, which is utterly without compensation. And the compensation here was that at least there was an end to secrecy. The thing was out. Sir Andrew knew, and however hardly Sir Andrew may have taken it, at least the menace of discovery was at an end. This, Mr. Latimer reflected, was something gained. There was an end to his tormenting consciousness of practising by secrecy a passive deceit upon Sir Andrew, and from the consideration of that secrecy his mind leapt suddenly to ask, how came the thing discovered? That they should know vaguely and generally of his defection was not perhaps so startling, but how came they informed in such detail of the exact part he had played in that raid upon the arsenal last April? His very presence in Charlestown had been known to none except the members of the General Committee of the Provincial Congress. Then he reflected that those members were very numerous, and that a secret is rarely kept when shared by many. Someone here had been grievously indiscreet, so indiscreet indeed that if the royal governor knew that Harry Latimer was the author of the raid, a raid which fell nothing short of robbery and sedition, and amounted almost to an act of war, there was a rope round his neck, and round the neck of every one of his 20 associates in that rebellious enterprise. Here was something to engage his thoughts. If his activities were known in Sir Andrew's household, it followed almost certainly that they would be known also in the governor's. He was sufficiently acquainted with Sir Andrew to be sure that in spite of everything that lay between Sir Andrew and himself, the baronet would be the first to bear the information to Lord William. And then he realized that this was no mere indiscretion. Indiscretion might have betrayed some general circumstances, but it could never have betrayed all these details of which Myrtle was possessed. Above all, it could never have betrayed so vital and dangerous a secret. He was assailed by the conviction that active, deliberate treachery was at work, and he perceived that he must communicate at once with his friends in Charlestown to put them on their guard. He would write to Moultrie, his friend, and one of the staunchest patriots in South Carolina. Upon that thought he returned to the writing-table and sat down. There Tom Izzard's letter once more confronted him. Possibly Tom's gossip might yield some clue. He broke the seals, unfolded and spread the sheets, to find in them far more than he had expected. "My dear Harry," wrote the garrulous man of fashion, "wherever you may be, and whatever the activities that are now engaging you, I advise you to suspend them and to return and pay attention to your own concerns, which are urgently requiring your presence. Though, on your return, you should call me out for daring even to hint at the possibility of disloyalty in Myrtle, I cannot leave you in ignorance of what is happening at Fairgrove. You know, I think, that soon after the fight at Lexington last April, Captain Mandeville was sent down here by General Gage from Boston, against the need to stiffen the Lieutenant Governor into a proper performance of his duty by the King. Captain Mandeville has remained here ever since, and in these past 2 months has acquired such a grasp of provincial affairs in the South Carolina that he continues as the guide and mentor of my brother-in-law, Lord William, who arrived from England a fortnight since. Mandeville, who has now been appointed equerry to his lordship, is become the power behind the throne, the real ruler of South Carolina, insofar, of course, as South Carolina is still ruled by the royal government. In all this there may be nothing that is new to you, but it will be new, I am sure, that a kinship, real or pretended, exists between this fellow and your old guardian, Sir Andrew Carey. That stiff-necked old Tory has taken this pillar of royal authority to his broad bosom. The gallant captain is constantly at Fairgrove, whenever his duties do not keep him in Charlestown. Let me add, on the score of Mandeville, who is undeniably a man of parts, and finds great favour with the ladies, the following information obtained from a sure source. He is a notorious fortune-hunter, reduced in circumstances, and it is well known in England that he accepted service in the colonies with the avowed intention of making a rich marriage. His assets are not only a fine figure and the most agreeable manners, but the fact that he is next heir to his uncle, the Earl of Chalfont, from whom I understand that he is at present estranged. I do not myself imagine that a man of his aims and talents would be so very diligent at Fairgrove, unless, in Carey's household, he saw a reasonable prospect of finding what he seeks. You will be very angry with me, I know, but I should not be your friend did I not risk your anger, and I would sooner risk that now than your reproaches later for not having given you timely warning. There followed a postscriptum. If your engagements are such that it is impossible for you to return and attend to your own concerns, shall I pick a quarrel with the captain and have him out? I would have done so out of love for you before this, but that my brother-in-law would never forgive me, and Sally would be furious. Poor Lord William would be helpless without his equerry, and he finds things devilish difficult as it is. Besides, I understand that, as commonly happens with such rascals, this Mandeville is a dead shot, and plaguey nimble with a small sword. At another time the postscriptum might have drawn a smile from Latimer. Now his face remained grave and his lips tight. A definite conclusion leapt at him from those pages. It was not a question of Sir Andrew's having informed the governor of Harry Latimer's seditious practices. What had happened was the reverse of that. The information had been conveyed to Sir Andrew by this fellow Mandeville, of whom he had heard once or twice before of late. If Mandeville's intentions were at all as Tom Izzard represented them, it would clearly be in the captain's interest to effect an estrangement between Latimer and the Careys, and this was what had taken place. But how had Mandeville obtained the information? One only answer was possible: by means of a spy placed in the very bosom of the councils of the colonial party. Upon that Mr. Latimer took an instant decision. He would not write. He would go in person. He would set out at once for Charlestown to discover this enemy agent who was placing in jeopardy the cause of freedom and the lives of those who served it. His work in Georgia was of very secondary importance by comparison with that. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. The Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Cheney. William Moultrie of Northampton on the Cooper River, who had just been appointed colonel of the 2nd Provincial Regiment of South Carolina, under a certificate issued by a provincial congress which was not yet sufficiently sure of itself to grant commissions, was aroused from slumber in the early hours of a June morning by a half-dressed negro servant who proffered him a folded slip of paper. The colonel reared a great night-capped head from his pillow and displayed a broad, rugged face, the bone structures of which were massive and well defined. From under beetling brows two small eyes, normally of a kindly expression, peered out, to screw themselves up again when smitten by the light of the candle which the negro carried. What's o'clock?" quoth the colonel confusedly. "Close on 5 o'clock, massa." Five o'clock! Moultrie wakened on that and sat up. "What the devil, Tom?" Tom brought the slip of paper more definitely to his master's notice. Puzzled, the colonel took it, unfolded it, dusted his eyes with his knuckles, and read. Then he flung back the bedclothes, thrust out a hairy leg, his foot groping for the floor, and commanded Tom to give him a bedgown, draw the curtains, and bring up this visitor. And so, a few minutes later, Harry Latimer was ushered into the presence of the colonel, who stood in the pale light of early day, in bedgown, slippers, and a nightcap, to receive him. "Odds bud, Harry, what's this? What's brought you back?" They shook hands firmly like old friends, whilst the gimlet eyes of Moultrie observed the young man's dusty boots and travel-stained riding clothes, as well as the haggard lines in his face. "When you've heard, you may say I've come back to be hanged, but it's a slight risk at present, and had to be taken." "What's that?" The colonel's voice was very sharp. Latimer delivered the burden of his news. "The governor is informed of the part I played in the raid last April." "Oons!" said Moultrie, startled. "How d'ye know?" "Read these letters, they'll make it plain. They reached me 3 days ago at Savannah." The colonel took the papers Latimer proffered and crossed to the window to peruse them. He was a stockily built man of middle height, 20 years older than his visitor, whom he'd known from infancy. For Moultrie had been one of the closest friends of Latimer's father and his brother-in-arms in Grant's campaign against the Cherokees, in which the elder Latimer had prematurely lost his life. And there you have the reason why Harry sought him now, in the first instance, rather than Charles Pinckney, the President of Provincial Congress, which the royal government did not recognize, or Henry Lawrence, the President of the Committee of Safety, which the royal government recognized still less. The offices held by these two should have designated one or the other of them as the first recipient of this weighty confidence. But to either, Latimer had taken it upon himself to prefer the man who was in such close personal relations with himself. While still reading, Moultrie swore softly once or twice. When he had done, he came slowly back, his brow rumpled in thought. Silently he handed back the papers to the waiting Latimer, who had meanwhile taken a chair near the table in mid-apartment. Then, still in silence, the colonel took up one from a bundle of pipes on that same table, and slowly filled it with leaf from a pewter box. "Faith," he grumbled at last, "you don't lack evidence for your assumption. Nobody outside of the committee so much as suspected that you were here in April. God knows the place is crawling with spies. There was a fellow named Kirkland serving in the militia, whom we suspect of acting as Lord William's agent with the back country Tories. We dursn't touch him, until he was so imprudent as to desert and come down to Charlestown with another rogue named Cheney. But before ever we could lay hands on him, Lord William had put him safely aboard a man-of-war out there in the roads. Cheney was less lucky. We've got him, though, gad's life, I don't know what we're to do with him, for unfortunately he isn't a deserter, but that he's a spy only a fool could doubt. Yes, Latimer was impatient, but that kind of spy is of small account compared with this one, and he tapped the papers vehemently. Moultrie looked at him, pausing in the act of applying to his pipe the flame of the candle which the servant had left burning. Latimer answered the inquiry of the glance. "This man is inside our councils. He is one of us, and unless we find him and deal with him, God alone knows what havoc he may work. As it is, there are some 20 of us whose lives are in jeopardy. For you cannot suppose that if he has betrayed me to the governor, he hasn't at the same time betrayed the others who were with me, whether they actually bore a hand or merely shared the responsibility." Moultrie lighted his pipe and pulled at it thoughtfully. He did not permit himself to share the excitement that was setting his visitor aquiver. He came and placed a hand affectionately on Harry's shoulder. "I'm not vastly exercised by any threat to your life, lad, at least not at present. Neither the governor nor his pilot, Captain Mandeville, want another Lexington here in South Carolina, and that's what would happen if they tried any hangings. But as far as the rest goes, you're right. We've to find this fellow. He's among the 90 members of the General Committee. Faith, the job will be singularly like looking for a needle in a bottle of hay." He paused, shaking his head, then asked a question. "I suppose you've not thought of how to go about discovering him?" "I've thought of nothing else, all the way from Savannah here, but I haven't found the answer." "We shall have to seek help," said Moultrie. "And after all, it's your duty to Pinckney and Lawrence, and to one or two others to let them know of this. The fewer we tell, the better." Of course. A half-dozen at most, and those men that are well above suspicion." Later on, in the course of that day, 6 gentlemen of prominence in the colonial party repaired to Colonel Moultrie's house on Broad Street in response to his urgent summons. In addition to Lawrence and Pinckney, there was Christopher Gadsden, long and lean and tough in the blue uniform of the newly established 1st Provincial Regiment, to the command of which he had just been appointed. A veteran firebrand president of the South Carolina Sons of Liberty, he was among the very few who at this early date were prepared to go the length of demanding American independence. With him came the elegant, accomplished William Henry Drayton of Drayton Hall, who, like Latimer, was a recent convert to the party of liberty, and who brought to it all the enthusiasm and intolerance commonly found in converts. His position as president of the secret committee entitled him to be present. The others making up this extemporaneous committee were the 2 delegates to Continental Congress, the Irish lawyer John Rutledge, a man of 35 who had been prominent in the Stamp Act Congress 10 years ago and famous ever since, and his younger brother Edward. Assembled about the table in Moultrie's library, these 6, with Moultrie himself presiding, listened attentively to the reasons advanced by Mr. Latimer in support of his assertion that they were being betrayed by someone within their ranks. "Some 20 of us," he concluded, "lie already at the mercy of the royal government. Lord William is in possession of evidence upon which to hang us if the occasion serves him. That in itself is grave enough. But there may be worse to follow unless we take our measures to discover and remove, by whatever means you may consider fit, this traitor from our midst." There followed upon that a deal of talk that was little to the point. They discussed this thing. They pressed Latimer for details which he would have preferred to have withheld, as to the exact channel through which this information had reached him, and they were very vehement and angry in their vituperation of the unknown traitor, very full of threats of what should be done to him when found. Several talked at once, and in the alarm and excitement the meeting degenerated for a while into a babel. Drayton took the opportunity wrathfully to renew a demand, which had already once been rejected by the General Committee, that the governor should be taken into custody. Moultrie answered him that the measure was not practical, and Gadsden, supporting Drayton, furiously demanded to know why the devil it should not be. Then, at last, John Rutledge, who hitherto had sat as silent and inscrutable as a granite sphinx, coldly interposed. "Practical or not, this is not the place to debate it, nor is it the matter under consideration." Almost contemptuously he added, "Shall we keep to the point?" It was his manner rather than his words that momentarily quieted their vapourings. His cold detachment and his obvious command of himself gave him command of others. And there was, too, something arresting and prepossessing in his appearance. He was, in his way, a handsome man, with good features that were softly rounded, and wide-set, slow-moving, observant eyes. There was the least suggestion of portliness about his figure, or, rather than actual portliness, the promise of it to come with advancing years. His dress was of a scrupulous and quiet elegance, and if the grey wig he wore was clubbed to an almost excessive extent, yet it was redeemed from all suspicion of foppishness by the formal severity of its set. There was a moment's utter silence after he had spoken. Then Drayton, feeling that the rebuke had been particularly aimed at himself, gave Rutledge sneer for sneer. "By all means, let us keep to the point. After long consideration you may reach the conclusion that it's easier to discover the treason than the traitor, and that will be profitable as was the arrest of Cheney by a committee too timid to commit anything." That sent them off again on another bypass. "Yes, by God," burst from the leathery lungs of Gadsden, who had been preaching sedition to the working people of Charlestown for the last 10 years, ever since the Stamp Act troubles. "There's the whole truth of the matter. That's why we make no progress. The committee's just a useless and impotent debating society, and it'll go on debating until the redcoats are at our throats. We daren't even hang a rascal like Cheney. Oons, if the wretch had known us better, he might have spared himself his terrors." "His terrors?" The question came sharply from Latimer, so sharply that it stilled the general murmurs as they began to arise again. At the mention of Cheney's name, he remembered what Moultrie had said about the fellow. An idea, vague as yet, was stirring in his mind. "Do you say that this man Cheney is afraid of what might happen to him?" Gadsden loosed a splutter of contemptuous laughter. "Afraid? Scared to death very near, because he doesn't realize that the only thing we can do is talk. He already smells the tar and feels the feathers tickling him." Rutledge addressed himself scrupulously to the chair. "May I venture to inquire, sir, how this is relevant?" Leaning forward now, a certain excitement in his face, Latimer impatiently brushed him aside. "By your leave, Mr. Rutledge, it may be more relevant than you think." He addressed himself to Moultrie. "Tell me this, pray. What does the committee propose to do with Cheney?" Moultrie referred the question to the genial, elderly Lawrence, who was president of the committee concerned. Lawrence shrugged helplessly. "We have decided to let him go. There is no charge upon which we can prosecute him." Gadsden snorted his fierce contempt. "No charge, and the man a notorious spy! "A moment, Colonel." Latimer restrained him and turned again to Lawrence. "Does Cheney know? Does he suspect your intentions?" "Not yet." Latimer sank back in his chair again, brooding. "And he's afraid, you say?" "Terrified," Lawrence assured him. "I believe he would betray anybody or anything to save his dirty skin." That brought Latimer suddenly to his feet in some excitement. "It is what I desired to know. Sir, if your committee will give me this man, let me have my way with him. It is possible that through him I may be able to discover what we require." They looked at him in wonder and some doubt. That doubt Lawrence presently expressed. "But if he doesn't know, and why should you suppose that he does?" "Sir, I said through him, not from him. Let me have my way in this. Give me 24 hours. Give me until tomorrow evening at latest, and it is possible that I may have a fuller tale to tell you." There was a long pause of indecision. Then, very coldly, almost contemptuously in its lack of expression, came a question from Rutledge. "And if you fail?" Latimer looked at him, and the lines of his mouth grew humorous. "Then you may try your hand, sir." And Gadsden uttered a laugh that must have annoyed any man but Rutledge. Of course, that was not yet the end of the matter. Latimer was pressed with questions touching his intentions, but he fenced them off. He demanded their trust and confidence, and in the end they gave it, Lawrence taking it upon himself, in view of the urgency of the case, to act for the committee over which he presided. The immediate sequel was that some 2 or 3 hours later Mr. Harry Latimer was ushered into the cell in the town jail where Cheney languished. But it was a Mr. Latimer very unlike his usual modish, elegant self. He went dressed in a shabby brown coatee and breeches, with coarse woolen stockings and rough shoes, and his abundant hair hung loose about his neck. "I am sent by the Committee of Safety," he announced to the miserable wretch who cowered on a stool in a corner and glared at him with frightened eyes. On that he paused. Then, seeing that Cheney made no shift to speak, he continued, "You can hardly be such a fool as not to know what is coming to you. You know what you've done, and you know what usually happens to your kind when they're caught." He saw the rascally, pear-shaped face before him turn a sickly grey. The man moistened his lips, then cried out in a quavering voice, "They can prove naught against me, naught!" "Where there is certain knowledge, proof doesn't matter." "It matters, it does matter." Cheney rose. He snarled like a frightened animal. "They dursn't hurt me without cause, good cause, legal cause, and they knows it. What have they against me? What's the charge? I've been twice before the committee, but there never were no charge. No charge they durst bring in a court." "I know," said Latimer quietly, "and that's why I've been sent, to tell you that tomorrow morning the committee will set you at liberty." The coarse mouth, about which a thick stubble of beard had sprouted during the spy's detention, fell open in amazement. Breathing heavily, he leaned on the coarse deal table for support, staring at his visitor. Hoarsely at last came his voice. "They'll set me at liberty?" And then his currish demeanour changed. Now that he saw deliverance assured, a certain truculence invested him. He laughed, slobbering like a drunkard. "I knowed it! I knowed they dursn't hurt me. If they did, they'd be hurt theirselves. They'd have to answer to the governor for it. You can't hurt a man without bringing a charge and proving it." "That," Mr. Latimer agreed suavely, "is what the committee realizes. And that is why it's letting you go. But don't assume too much. Don't be so rash as to suppose that you're to get off scot-free." "What?" Out went the truculence. Back came the terror. I'll tell you. When you are released tomorrow morning, you'll find me waiting for you outside the jail, and with me there'll be at least 100 lads of the town, all of them sons of liberty, who'll have had word of the committee's intention, and don't mean to let you go back to your dirty spying. What the committee dare not do, they'll never boggle over, for the governor can't prosecute a mob. You guess what'll happen? The grey face with its shifty eyes and open mouth was fixed in speechless terror. "Tar and feathers," said Mr. Latimer, to remove the last doubt in that palsied mind. "God!" shrieked the creature. His knees were loosened, and he sank down again upon his stool. "God!" On the other hand, Mr. Latimer resumed quite placidly, "it may happen that there will be no mob, that I shall be alone to see you safely out of Charlestown, but that will depend upon yourself, upon your willingness to undo as far as you are able some of the mischief you have done." "What do you mean? In God's name, what do you mean? Don't torture a poor devil." "You don't know who I am," said Mr. Latimer. "I'll tell you. My name is Dick Williams, and I was sergeant to Kirkland." "That you never was!" Cheney cried out. Mr. Latimer smiled upon him with quiet significance. "It is necessary that you should believe it if you are to avoid the tar and feathers. I beg you then to persuade yourself that my name is Dick Williams, and that I was sergeant to Kirkland. And you and I are going together to pay the governor a visit tomorrow morning. There you will do as I shall tell you. If you don't, you'll find my lads waiting for you when you leave his lordship's." He entered into further details, to which the other listened like a creature fascinated. "It is now for you to say what you will do," said Mr. Latimer amiably in conclusion. "I do not wish to coerce you, or even to over-persuade you. I have offered you the alternatives. I leave you a free choice." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Governor of South Carolina. Mr. Selwyn Innes, who was Lord William Campbell's secretary during his lordship's tenure of the office of Governor of the province of South Carolina, conducted with a lady in Oxfordshire a correspondence which on his part was as full and detailed as it was indiscreet. The letters, which have fortunately survived, give so intimate a relation of the day-to-day development of certain transactions under his immediate notice that they would be worthy to rank as memoirs pour servir, were it not that history must confine itself more or less to the broad outlines of movements and events, and can be concerned only with the main actors in its human drama. In one of these garrulous letters there occurs the phrase, "We are sitting on a volcano, which at any moment may belch fire and brimstone, and my lord taking no thought for anything but the mode of dressing his hair, the set of his coat, ogling the ladies at the St. Cecilia concerts, and attending every race meeting that is held." From that and abundant other similar indications throughout the secretary's letters, we gather that his opinion of the amiable, rather ingenuous, entirely unfortunate young nobleman, whom he had the honour to serve, was not very exalted. A secretary, after all, is a sort of valet, an intellectual valet, and to their valets we know few men can succeed in being heroes. But with the broader outlook which distance lends us, we know now that Mr. Innes did his lordship less than justice. After all, no man may bear a burden beyond his strength, and the burden imposed upon the young colonial governor in that time of crisis by a headstrong, blundering government at home was one that he could not even lift. Therefore, like a wise man, in spite of Mr. Innes, he contemplated it with rueful humour and temporized as best he could, whilst awaiting events that should either lessen that burden or increase his own capacity. There is also the fact that whilst, like a dutiful servant of the Crown, he was quite ready, where possible, to afford an obedience that should be unquestioning, it was beyond nature that this obedience should be enthusiastic. He had examined for himself the lamentable question that was agitating the Empire, and the fact that he was married to a colonial lady may have served to counteract the bias of his official position, leading him to adopt in secret the view of the majority, not merely in the colonies, but also at home, that disaster must attend the policy of the ministry, driven by a wilful, despotic monarch, who understood the cultivation of turnips better than the husbandry of an empire. He cannot have avoided the reflection that the government he served was determined to reap the crop that Grenville had sown with the Stamp Act, determined to pursue the obstinate policy which, the phrase is Pitt's, I think, must trail the ermine of the British king in the blood of British subjects. Lord William perceived, indeed it required no very acute perception, how oppression was provoking resistance, and how resistance was accepted as provocation for further oppression. Therefore he remained as far as possible supine, thankful perhaps in his secret heart that he was without the means to execute the harsh orders reaching him from home, and obstinately hoping that conciliatory measures might yet be adopted to restore harmony between the parent company and the children overseas whom she had irritated into insubordination. Towards this he may have thought that he could best contribute by bearing himself with careless affability, as an appreciative guest of the colony he was sent to govern. He showed himself freely with his colonial wife at race meetings, balls, and other diversions, as Mr. Innes records, and he affected an amiable blindness to anything that bore the semblance of sedition. In the end, as we can trace, Mr. Innes came to perceive something of this, and I suspect that he began to make the discovery on a certain Tuesday morning in June of that fateful year 1775, when Captain Mandeville, His Excellency's equerry, waited upon Lord William at the early hour of 8. Captain Mandeville, who was himself lodged in the governor's residence in Meeting Street, came unannounced into the pleasant, spacious room above stairs that was Lord William's study. The equerry found His Excellency in a quilted bedgown of mulberry satin, reclining on a long chair, whilst his aproned valet, Dumerge, was performing with comb and tongs and pomade his morning duties upon the luxuriant chestnut hair that adorned the young governor's handsome head. In mid-apartment, at a writing-table that was a superb specimen of the French art of cabinet-making, with nobly arching legs and choicely carved ormolu incrustations, Mr. Innes was at work. Lord William looked up languidly to greet his equerry. His lordship had been dancing at his father-in-law's, old Ralph Izzard, until a late hour last night, so that the air of fatigue he wore was natural enough. "Ah, Mandeville, good morning. You're devilish early astir." "Not without occasion." The captain's manner was grim, almost curt. It was obviously as an afterthought that he bowed and added a shade less curtly, "Good morning." Lord William observed him with quickened interest. He knew no man who commanded himself more completely than Robert Mandeville, who more fully conformed with that first canon of good breeding which demanded that a gentleman should at all times, in all places and circumstances, control his person and subdue his feelings. Yet here was Mandeville, this paragon of deportment, not only excited, but actually permitting himself to betray the fact. And it was not only his voice that betrayed it. There was a touch of heightened colour in the captain's clear-cut, clear-skinned, rather arrogant countenance, whilst in his clubbed blonde hair there was more than a vestige of last night's powder to advertise the fact that the captain, usually so irreproachable in these matters, had made a hurried toilet. "Why, what is it?" quoth his lordship. Captain Mandeville looked at Innes, disregarding the secretary's nod of greeting, then at the valet, busy with his lordship's hair. "It will keep until Dumerge has finished." His tone was now more normal. He sauntered across to the broad window, standing open to a balcony wide and deep and pillared like a loggia. It overlooked the luxuriant garden and the broad creek at the end of it, whose waters, sparkling in the morning sunshine, showed here and there through the great magnolias that spread a canopy above them. His lordship's glance followed the officer's tall, graceful figure in its coat of vivid scarlet, with golden shoulder knots, and the sword thrust through the pocket, in compliance rather with the latest decree of fashion than with military regulations. His curiosity was aroused, and with it the uneasiness that invariably pervaded him where colonial matters were concerned. "Innes," he said, "let Captain Mandeville read Lord Hillsborough's letter while he waits." And he added the information that it had just arrived by the war sloop Cherokee, and had been brought ashore an hour ago by her captain. Dumerge interrupted him at that point by thrusting a mirror into his lordship's hand, whilst holding up a second one behind his lordship's head. "Voyez, my lord," he invited, "les boucs un peu plus serrés qu'à l'ordinaire." He waited, eyebrows raised, head on one side, his glance intensely anxious. In the hand glass his lordship calmly surveyed the back of his head as reflected from the second mirror. He nodded. "Yes, I like that better. Very good, Dumerge." Audibly, Dumerge resumed his suspended breathing. He set down his mirror and became busy with a broad ribbon of black silk. Lord William lowered his own glass to meet the eyes of Captain Mandeville, observing him across the document which the equerry had now read. "Well, Mandeville, what do you think of it?" "I think it is very opportune." "Opportune? Good God, Innes, he thinks it's opportune." Mr. Innes, a sleek young gentleman, smiled and ventured even a slight shrug. That was to be looked for in Captain Mandeville. His voice was gentle, almost timid. He is a consistent advocate of strong measures. His lordship sniffed. "Strong measures are for the strong, and to do as Lord Hillsborough commands us." He broke off. Captain Mandeville was holding up the hand that held the letter. "When your Excellency's toilet is finished." "Oh, very well," his lordship agreed. "Make haste, Dumerge." Scandalized by the command, Dumerge began a protest. "Oh, my lord, une chevelure pareille, une coiffure si belle." "Make haste," his lordship was unusually peremptory. Dumerge sighed and cut short his ministrations. With a final touch he perfected the set of the ribbon in which the queue was confined. Then he gathered towel, scissors, comb, curling tongs, and pomade into a capacious basin, made his bow, and retired with wounded dignity. "Now, Mandeville." His lordship sat up, swinging his legs round. They were shapely legs in pearl grey silk. He considered them complacently. They were among the few things whose contemplation afforded his lordship unalloyed satisfaction. But Captain Mandeville required his lordship to pay attention to very different matters. "Lord Hillsborough is quite definite in his instructions. It's so devilish easy for a politician to be definite in London," grumbled his lordship. Captain Mandeville paid no heed to the comment. He lowered his eyes to the sheet he held and read. The government is resolved to make an end, a speedy end, of the ungrateful and unfeeling insubordination of the American colonies, which is occasioning so much pain to His Majesty's ministers." "Oh, damn their pain," said their South Carolina representative. The equerry read on. "The excessive leniency hitherto observed must now be definitely abandoned, and coercion must at once be employed to subdue these mutinous spirits. Therefore I desire your Excellency to act without delay, seizing all arms and munitions belonging to the province, raising provincial troops if possible, and making ready to receive the British regulars that will be embarked with the least possible delay." His lordship laughed, not without humour, Mandeville, of the unconscious kind that so often has a tragic flavour. "I am to raise provincial troops. Gad's my life! As if the provincial troops were not raising themselves, whilst I look on, acquiescing in the damned comedy, pretending not to know the purpose for which they are being raised, regarding them as the ordinary militia which they scarcely trouble to pretend to be. They swarm in the streets until the place looks like a garrison town. They parade and march and drill under my very nose. Indeed, I marvel that I am not asked to sign their officers' commissions. If I were, I suppose I should have to do it. And Lord Hillsborough, snugly at home in England, writes ordering me to raise provincial troops. My God!" He rose at the end of his bitterly humorous tirade, a tall, handsome, almost boyish figure. "And you, Mandeville, think this letter opportune?" "It is opportune with the business that brings me," said the equerry. "You are forgetting the back country. Charlestown itself may be a hotbed of rebellion, but up there beyond the broad river they are loyal and Tory, and they'll fight." "But who wants to fight?" Lord William was almost impatient. "I am sent out from home with orders to play a conciliatory part, which is the only part I have the means to play, the only part that I believe it is sane to play. Other orders follow. I am to coerce, I am to arm, I am to prepare to receive British troops. The latter I can do, but the rest—" "That too, if you have the will," said Mandeville. "How can I have the will? Who could have the will whilst there is the faintest chance of conciliation? And why should there not be?" "Because these people have determined otherwise. Lexington showed us that clearly enough up there in Massachusetts. Yes, but this isn't Massachusetts. The enactments which have weighed heavily on the northern provinces haven't touched the people in South Carolina." "They have touched their sympathies," Captain Mandeville reminded him, "and there are enough dangerous spirits here to keep those sympathies at fever point, and more who are urged by self-interest to remain quiet. It's not for us to stir them up. Yet their provincial congress and its very active committees exist. The Society of the Carolinian Sons of Liberty exists, and between them these illegal bodies rule the province. They rule you." "Rule me?" Lord William stiffened. "I don't recognize their existence," he declared. "That is not to abolish them. They exist in spite of you. They come to you with their seditious demands wrapped in constitutional language, and force their measures down your throat, making a mock of your authority. But they are as unwilling to come to blows as I am. And since they have the force, and I have not, it says much for their fundamental loyalty that they are as anxious for conciliation as I am." "I believe that in my heart." "Nay, I know it. Haven't I close relatives among those you would call rebels?" What does your lordship call them? Lord William looked at him and flushed. He was annoyed, and yet he curbed the expression of it. He recognised that Mandeville, who had already spent 2 months in Charlestown, was infinitely better acquainted with Carolinian affairs than himself, who had arrived there only a fortnight ago. And he was completely dependent upon Mandeville in his struggle with the Constitutional Commons House of Assembly, unconstitutionally transforming itself into Provincial Congress and operating through equally unlawful subordinate committees. Therefore, he suffered in the equerry certain liberties which in another would never have been tolerated. What else indeed can you call them? Mandeville insisted after a moment on another tone. Then his manner became more brisk. But I've something else for your Excellency this morning. Cheney is here. The governor looked up in sharp surprise. Cheney? He has been set at liberty. The young face lighted suddenly. There! You see, that's a proof of their disposition. But no explanation is offered of his arrest. Much less regret, as he will tell you if you'll see him. Oh, of course I'll see him. He has a friend with him, another back-country settler, an intelligent-looking fellow who was sergeant to Kirkland. Bring them in, both of them. Mandeville handed Lord Hillsborough's letter back to Innes and left the room. The governor paced across to the window and stood there looking out, pensive, his chin in his hand. The news of Cheney's release brought relief to Lord William, who had seen his authority in peril of being openly defied. It was perhaps as a result of this that his reception of the man was more than ordinarily cordial when presently Captain Mandeville ushered him in, together with his companion Dick Williams. He was a sergeant to Kirkland, Mandeville repeated as he presented the latter. And before that, his lordship inquired, simply out of the interest inspired in him by this young man, so personable and attractive despite his shabbiness. A tobacco planter in a small way, said Williams. I have some land held by the King's bounty between the Saluda and the Broad. Haven't I, Cheney? Aye, that's a fact, said Cheney, who wore a hangdog look. His lordship thought that he understood the fellow's loyalty. And therefore you are properly grateful, sir. That is very well. I would all were as dutiful in the back-country settlements. But what of you, Cheney? What grounds did the committee give for your arrest? Just that I came down with Kirkland, as did Dick here. Lucky for him, though, he weren't seen in Kirkland's company. But they couldn't hurt you for being with Kirkland. They might have done if I hadn't denied it. I swore their spy was mistook when he said I came as a lifeguard to Kirkland. I said Kirkland and me had met on the Indian trail, beyond the town, that we did happen to come in together, but that I knew naught of him being a deserter from the provincial army. I held to that tale, though they tried plaguey hard to shake me out of it. And when they found they couldn't, why, they just let me go. But I ain't safe in Charlestown, my lord. Why not, since they've let you go? Aye, but they may find out something about me yet. And if they take me up again, he broke off, distress on his dull face. What then? Williams answered for him. They may tar and feather, he said casually. His lordship made a sharp gesture of abhorrence. Why, because he's a king's man? That's a bugbear. Why don't they tar and feather me? There was a half-smile on the lean face of the false Dick Williams. Your lordship is a great man, protected by your station. We are small fry, whom no one would miss. We play this game with our lives on the board, and if we are put to death, he shrugged and laughed, no more notice will be taken of it. Nay, there you are wrong. I should see them punished. That would vindicate your authority, but hardly profit us. They daren't do it. They daren't. Lord William was emphatic. "They'll do it to Kirkland if they get him, and they want him, Cheney?" "Aye, it's a fact," said Cheney. "The committee made no secret of it. They'll put Kirkland to death if they lay hands on him and any other spy." "So they hold that against him, do they, that he's a spy?" "Aye, and if they'd had grounds enough to hold it against me, I shouldn't be standing here now. If your lordship don't protect me, I'll go in fear of my life." Lord William turned to his silent, observant equerry. "What's to be done, Mandeville?" "Send them both to join Kirkland," said Mandeville shortly. Aye, but where's Kirkland going?" quoth Williams boldly. "There's nothing yet decided," Lord William answered him. "Meanwhile he's safe aboard the Tamar." From Kirkland's pretended sergeant came a frank, pleasant laugh that held a note of recklessness. "Your lordship may send Cheney there, if he's a mind to go, but I don't strike my colours yet. I've come to serve the king and myself too at the same time. There's a fellow named Harry Fitzroy Latimer, with whom I've an old account to settle." At the mention of that name, Captain Mandeville very obviously awoke to keener interest in Dick Williams. His eyes, dark eyes that seemed infested with a singular penetration from being set in so fair a face, levelled a very searching glance upon him. "Latimer!" he cried sharply, and added after a breathless pause, "What is there between you and Latimer?" Williams hesitated, as if the sharp tone had intimidated him. "Does your honour know him?" "I asked you a question," said the captain stiffly. Williams smiled with a touch of deprecation. "My answer might offend you, Captain. Maybe he's a friend of yours." "A friend of mine?" It was the captain's turn to laugh, and his laugh was not pleasant. "Do you think I have friends among the rebels?" "Oh, but this one—" Williams turned to his lordship. "Mr. Latimer is one of the richest planters in the province, in all the 13 colonies maybe, and he has a mort of friends among the Tories. Why, there's Sir Andrew Carey of Fairgrove barony, as red-hot a Tory as any man in America, and Latimer to marry his daughter." Mandeville looked at him contemptuously. The fellow was not so well informed after all. "That may have been the case. It is so no longer. Sir Andrew is my friend, my kinsman, and I have it from himself that this scoundrel Latimer shall never darken his doorway again. I'll add that I do not know him, that I have never seen him, though his deeds are well enough known to me as they are to Lord William." "Aye," grumbled His Excellency, "the fellow's a nasty thorn in our flesh. If the province were rid of him and that firebrand Gadsden, there'd be more hope of a settlement. So speak your mind freely about him," the equerry invited. "What is there between you?" "Just a matter of some 50 acres the grasping scoundrel has filched from my bounty lands by artful shifting of boundaries." Williams's voice quivered with scorn. "There's a noble gentleman for you. A man as rich as Dives, and not above thieving land from a Lazarus like myself. But that's the spirit of these rebels. They're all alike. Where there's no loyalty to the king, there's no fear of God, nor virtue of any kind." "But there's a law to which you can appeal," Lord William reminded him, shocked by this revelation of turpitude. "A law?" Dick Williams laughed outright. "The law's dispensed by such men as Mr. Latimer in South Carolina. The province is ruled by these wealthy planters, and they'll never legislate against one another." "We shall alter all that, Williams, when these troubles are settled." "That's my hope, my lord, that's my faith." Enthusiasm kindled in the blue eyes. A flush crept into that lean, pale face. "And that's why I'm ready to spend my life in the king's service, so that in the end we may have justice of such nabobs as this Mr. Latimer. He keeps the state of a prince out of his plunderings. A kite-hearted scoundrel." "You'll have justice, don't doubt it," said Captain Mandeville slowly. "The fellow is weaving a rope for his neck. Egad, he's woven it already." "You don't say, Captain!" Williams was suddenly very eager. "Oh, but I do," Mandeville answered him, and snapped his lips together on that subject. Williams showed a desire to pursue it. At least he hesitated now, twirling his shabby hat in hands that were none too clean. Then Lord William diverted the channel of their talk, or rather brought it back from that digression. "What have you in mind to do, Williams? Where do you propose to go?" "I? Why, back whence I came. Back beyond the Broad. So if your lordship has any messages or letters for Fletchell, or the Cunninghams, or the Browns, or any other of the loyal folk up yonder, I'm the man to carry them." "Letters," said Lord William, and he smiled. "Yet if it were known that you came with Kirkland—" No. Besides, I have no letters for them." "If you had, you'd find me as safe as the others that have carried for your lordship." "For me?" His lordship looked surprised. "Nay, I have sent no letters. Who says I have?" "It's what I'm supposing, your lordship. For how else should you correspond?" "Certainly not by letters," said his lordship, with the air of a man who knows his business. "By word of mouth, then. There, I'm your man. You'll have some message for them." "Why, nothing but to bid them keep the men in good order." "But you do not yet sanction them to take up arms?" "Not yet. Not without they have ammunition in plenty, and think they're strong enough." The comely young face of Williams lengthened. "They're not strong enough, nor have they ammunition in plenty. That I know. Besides, Drayton has been up there preaching sedition to them, and that has thinned their ranks." "Stale news," put in Captain Mandeville. "Aye, I suppose it is," Williams agreed, and sighed. "If they could depend upon His Majesty's government for arms—" "Bid them be patient," Lord William answered him, "and should it become necessary, which God send it may not, the arms shall presently be forthcoming." Again the face lighted eagerly. "How, your lordship?" he asked breathlessly. The young governor sauntered over to the writing table. "I could not have told you yesterday, but today I have a letter here from the Secretary of State." He held it up a moment, and Williams observed that his face was gloomy, his eyes sad. "His Majesty is resolved to enforce submission from one end of the continent to the other. Tell them that in the back country." "It will rejoice their hearts as it rejoices mine, my lord. Does your lordship mean that soldiers will be sent from England?" "That is what I mean, here to Charlestown." There was no exultation in his voice. "Unless the rebels bend their stubborn necks, this place will shortly be a seat of war." "Now that's good hearing, on my life." The young man glowed with satisfaction, until Captain Mandeville and even the silent Secretary Innes smiled to see so much enthusiasm. Lord William alone remained grave. "There's only one piece of news would gladden me more than that," Williams added after a moment, "and that would be really to know, to be sure, that Latimer was as safe to be hanged as your honour seemed to promise. If you've these journeys of his in mind to Boston and elsewhere, I doubt if there's much in that you can act on. He's not done as much as Drayton's been doing, and others that you know of. And if you can't proceed against those, what can you do against Latimer?" "We've something more than that against him," said Lord William.
If it's anything about which you're still lacking evidence, it would be a joy for me to get it for your lordship."
"Nay," said his lordship affably, "I think the evidence is complete. You're a good fellow, Williams. I'll show you something that'll make you certain of the recovery of your land, with perhaps a few of Mr. Latimer's acres added to them by way of interest. Something that'll encourage you to continue to serve your king as stoutly as you have been serving him." He turned to his secretary. "Innes, give me that April list." Mandeville moved across to his lordship's side. "Is it quite prudent?" he asked. Lord William frowned. It seemed to him that Captain Mandeville was permitting himself a liberty greater than usual. "Prudent? And where is the imprudence? What do I betray that may not be published in Charlestown?" Mandeville pursed his lips. "Provided that the source of the information is not divulged, that is too precious to be risked in any way. Your talent, Mandeville, is for pointing out the obvious." "That is because the obvious sometimes eludes your lordship," Mandeville answered him with that quiet, smiling insolence that he was rather prone to use. "Be damned to you for your good opinion of me. Let it quiet your timid heart that the obvious does not escape me now." He took the document that Innes proffered and unfolded it. He held it out so that Williams could read it. "What name do you find there at the very top?" Dick Williams was studying the document as if with effort. I do not read easily," he said. Mandeville's dark eyes flashed upon him with a sudden look of suspicion. "Yet your speech, sir, he said, "is hardly of one who does not read." "Oh, I read," said Williams, no whit perturbed. "I read printed books. Indeed, I'm a great reader of printed books, but I have no great experience of handwriting." All the while his eyes were on that written sheet. "And this is a cursedly crabbed hand. Whatever rogue writ that should be sent back to school to learn his pothooks. Ah, I have it at last. Egad, I should have guessed it. Why, the name is Harry Latimer." "Harry Latimer it is," said his lordship, refolding the document and restoring it to his secretary. "It's at the head of the list, and the list is that of the men who were concerned in the raid on the King's armoury here 2 months ago, in Lieutenant Governor Bull's time. Latimer was the ringleader. Robbery and high treason both in one. That will be the indictment he will have to answer one of these fine days." Dick Williams was staring at his lordship, a bewildered look in his eyes. "But I thought he was away in Boston then." "So did a good many others, but he wasn't. He was here in Charlestown for 3 days, and that was one of the things he did." Dick Williams looked gravely at his lordship. "The man who wrote that list will testify, of course?" "When the time comes." "Then why don't you arrest Latimer?" "Arrest him?" "He's here in Charlestown," said Williams, whereupon Captain Mandeville interjected with unusual violence the question, "How do you know? We saw him this morning in Broad Street as we were on our way here, didn't we, Cheney?" Cheney woke with a start from the uneasy dejection in which he had been standing. "It's a fact," he stolidly attested. Mandeville mused aloud as it seemed. "So he's come back, has he?" "He has. This is your chance, since you can bring forward your witness." Lord William laughed a little bitterly. "My good fellow, even if the sheriff's officers would execute my warrant, which I doubt, to bring forward my witness is not yet desirable. The matter must wait, but it will lose nothing by waiting, be sure of that." "I see," said Williams. "To disclose the witness would be to lose the services of your spy in the enemy's camp. I understand." He fetched a sigh.
"Oh, well, I'll be patient, my lord, and meanwhile we may pile up the score against our gentleman." His manner became brisk. "I'll bear your messages to the back country. I shall be setting out at once. There's nothing to be gained by stopping in Charlestown. If your lordship has any further word—" "No, I think not. If you'll bear those I have given you, and report to me when you are next here, I shall be obliged. And now there's still to settle about you, Cheney." "May it please your lordship," said Cheney. But the mercurial Dick Williams settled it for him breezily. "You come back with me, Cheney. You'll be safe enough beyond the Broad, and it's as easy to get out of Charlestown that way as by the way of the wharves. Beside, up there with a musket in your hand you'll be more use to your king than stowed away aboard a man-o'-war." "Faith, I don't much care where I goes, so long as I doesn't stay in Charlestown." "You ride with me, my lad." Aye, we'd best be going," said Cheney, who seemed to have no mind of his own. "Indeed, I think that's best," agreed his lordship. He turned to his secretary. "Innes, let them have 10 guineas apiece." But Williams recoiled. "My lord!" There was deep injury in his tone. "Why, what the devil?" His lordship stared at him. "I'm a spy, my lord. I don't mince words. I'm a spy, and I glory in it. But I don't take money for it. I do it as a duty and for the sake of the entertainment it affords me." Looking into those humorous daredevil blue eyes of his, Lord William found no difficulty in believing the preposterous statement. "Egad, Mr. Williams," said Captain Mandeville, "you've an odd sense of humour." "I have, haven't I, Cheney?" "It's a fact," said Cheney, who was opening a receptive palm to the gold Mr. Innes poured into it. Thereupon they took their leave, and Lord William wearily resumed his place on the couch. "An interesting, attractive fellow that," he said, feeling for his snuff-box. "It's the first time I've found it possible to talk to a spy without feeling nauseated. But then he's not really a spy. He had very little to tell us after all." "He was very interesting on the subject of Harry Latimer," said Mandeville, who was brooding by the window. "Interesting, perhaps, but hardly useful. If he had been before the committee instead of that oaf Cheney, we might have had something from him." "Perhaps you might have had something out of Cheney if you'd questioned him." His lordship yawned. "I forgot," he said, "and that fellow Williams talked so much. No matter. What use is information when you can't act upon it? And I thank God I can't. That way lies hope." He took snuff gloomily. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Fairgrove. In an upper room of his handsome house on the bay, Mr. Harry Latimer was at his toilet with the assistance of Johnson. He was exchanging the clothes and the grime proper to Dick Williams for garments more suited to his real station. But when Johnson respectfully asked his honour what he would wear, his honour bade him lay out a riding suit, and meanwhile give him a bedgown. Wrapped in this, he sat there listless and dejected before his toilet table, what time his valet busied himself with the clothes Mr. Latimer was presently to don. When all was ready, instead of proceeding to dress, he dismissed the valet and continued sunk in thought. Thus Julius the butler found him when he came a quarter of an hour later with a silver chocolate service, which he set down at his master's elbow. Julius, a short, slight, elderly negro, in a sky-blue livery, and with a head of crisply curling white hair that looked like a wig, poured a cup of the steaming brew, and then, in obedience to a curt dismissal, withdrew again. Mr. Latimer sat on, alone with his thoughts. He had succeeded in his aims that morning beyond anything that you may yet suspect. Once he had seen that list which Lord William had shown him, there had been no need for any further questions. He had learnt all that he sought to know. And yet his success, far from bringing him elation, had plunged him into a dejection deeper than any he had yet experienced. For that list was in a hand that he knew as well as he knew his own. It was the hand of a man of his own age, a man named Gabriel Featherstone, who was the son of Sir Andrew Carey's factor at Fairgrove. This factor had been in Sir Andrew's service for 30 years, and not only himself but also his son were held by Sir Andrew in warm affection. So much had this been the case that at one time when, as a boy, Latimer had been given a tutor, Gabriel Featherstone had been sent to share his lessons. For 2 years, until Latimer had gone to England to complete his studies, Gabriel and he had worked side by side at their schoolbooks, and for some time afterwards they had corresponded. It was no wonder, then, that he knew the hand so well. The discovery that it was Gabriel Featherstone who had supplied that list to Lord William, and who was, therefore, the traitor in their ranks, had led Latimer straight to certain very definite and irresistible conclusions. And he was left wondering now at his own dullness in never having suspected these things, which were suddenly rendered so appallingly clear. From the moment that Gabriel Featherstone joined the Carolinian Sons of Liberty and procured his election to the General Committee of Provincial Congress, Latimer should have considered the possibility of some such purpose as he now perceived. Perhaps his own sudden conversion to the cause had made him take the conversion of Featherstone too much for granted. Yet he should have known that self-interest must have restrained a man who, through his own father, was largely dependent upon Sir Andrew. He should have known that Sir Andrew's bigotry would have dictated the instant dismissal of a man who was the father of a rebel. Since this had not happened, it followed that he was a party to what had taken place. Possibly, indeed probably, it was at Sir Andrew's own instigation that Gabriel had been sent to act as a spy upon the doings of Provincial Congress. And now Latimer found himself face to face with the clear duty to announce his discovery. The extemporaneous secret committee by which he had been empowered to make his investigation was to assemble again that evening at 6 o'clock at the house of Henry Lawrence to receive his report. Make it he must, at whatever cost. Of that there was no doubt in his mind, but the cost was heavy indeed. It was not that he pitied or sympathized with Featherstone. Whatever tenderness he might have had for him was eclipsed by the fact that in spite of the past, Featherstone had never hesitated to place a rope round Latimer's neck. The fellow was revealed to him for a venal scoundrel, upon whom only a fool would waste his pity. But there was Sir Andrew. There was the breach already existing between himself and the man who had been his guardian and dearest friend, and who was Myrtle's father. That breach, the hope of healing which had been strong until this moment, must now be rendered utterly irreparable. For if he denounced Featherstone, there could be no doubt of what must follow. Whatever the feelings and hesitations of the others, Gadsden would see to it that the man be dealt with by mob law. And if, through Latimer's denunciation, Featherstone should lose his life as a punishment for activities in which Sir Andrew himself had engaged him, it would be idle for Harry Latimer to hope that his adopted father would ever forgive him. Myrtle would then, indeed, be lost to him irrevocably. Yet denounce Featherstone he must. There you have the two horns of the terrible dilemma upon which, as a result of his success, Mr. Latimer now found himself. and it was a long time before there dawned upon him the possibility of a middle course, which, by removing Featherstone and thus putting a term to his espionage, might yet spare his life. A man of quick decisions and of rather sanguine temperament, he decided to act at once upon the idea. Indeed, if it was to be acted upon at all, there was no time to lose. He rose at last and rang for his valet. When the man came, he bade him send a messenger to ask Mr. Izzard to step round to see him, and then return to assist him to dress. Now, at just about the time Mr. Latimer was beginning to make his toilet, which would be somewhere in the neighbourhood of noon, Captain Mandeville was setting out from Meeting Street with the intent to ride to Fairgrove, the imposing seat of Sir Andrew Carey on the Back River. Seen on his tall black horse, in his scarlet gold-laced coat, white buckskins and lacquered riding boots, the captain was a figure calculated to gladden the eyes of any maid that might happen to peep through one or another of the green jalousies failing the windows under which he passed. Charlestown had been planned by Culpeper 100 years ago, at a time and in a place that admitted of generous spaces and regular lines, such as were not to be found in the old world. Meeting Street in the European eyes of the governor's equerry was a pleasant avenue, fringed with elms, and deriving a sense of width from the garden spaces between the houses on either side. Some of these, and mainly the more recent ones, of mellowing red brick, clothed in vine and honeysuckle, jasmine and glossy cherokee, were half concealed amid the luxuriance of their gardens. Others, of wood but very solidly built, mainly of the timber of the black cypress, stood sideways to the thoroughfare, presenting to it no more than a gabled end, whilst the long fronts with their wide, deep piazzas faced inwards upon the gardens, which were enclosed behind high brick walls. The scent of late flowering bulbs, which early Dutch settlers had procured from Holland, mingled with the heavier perfume of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the pungent fragrance which the sun was drawing from the pines. The captain turned off into Broad Street and rode past the church of St. Michael, with its lofty steeple, so reminiscent of the work of Wren, and so greatly resembling St. Martin's in the Fields. He crossed to the open space in the corner, presided over by the statue of Pitt, which had been enthusiastically erected there 5 years ago to mark the province's appreciation of the great commoner who had championed the course of the colonies in the Stamp Act troubles. And here the bustle of life and traffic was such that the captain found it in the main impossible to proceed at more than a walking pace. There were groups of seafaring men of all degrees, from the ships in the harbour, standing to gape upon the sights of the town. Now it was a party of negro field servants in brightly coloured cottons, shepherded by a swarthy overseer, that claimed their attention. Now it was a file of 3 Catawba Indians, feather-crowned and mantled in gaudy blankets, each leading a pack-horse laden with the merchandise against which they had traded the pelts from their distant settlements beyond Camden. More than once Captain Mandeville was compelled to draw rein altogether to give passage to the lumbering mahogany coach of some wealthy planter, the tall phaeton, driven by a young colonial macaroni, with his liveried negro groom sitting like a statue of bronze behind, or the sedan chair slung between its black porters bearing a lady of fashion on her shopping excursions. For of all the towns in North America, this was the one in which the luxury and refinements of the old world were combined in the highest degree with the wealth and abundance of the new. And, as was natural, their Sabbatism governed their politics. There were, of course, firebrands, Republican extremists such as Christopher Gadsden, and this new convert to Republicanism, Mr. Harry Latimer, and there was an unruly mob of mechanics and artisans and the like, who, with little to stake, were ready enough for adventure. But in the main, the wealthy oligarchy of planters and merchants, which had so long held undisputed sway in South Carolina, whilst sympathizing with the grievances of the North and the opposers of the oppressive royal rule, was restrained from overt action by self-interest. The security of person and property which they now enjoyed might be lost to them in an upheaval, and the same incubus of passivity sat upon the spirit of the avowed Tories. In their ranks, too, there were extremists, like Sir Andrew Carey and the Fletchels, who left everything but a fanatical duty to the king out of their calculations. But in the main they were as anxious as those on the other side to avoid an open rupture. Thus it was the destiny of the Carolinians to follow, since follow they must, but never to lead in this conflict with authority. News of the skirmish at Lexington last April had rudely shaken them, but things had settled down again. Congress had met to frame a petition to the king, and the hope that all would yet be adjusted and that a reconciliation would be effected was held as stoutly as men hold the hopes of things they desperately desire. Captain Mandeville's views on colonial matters were pessimistic, and it also happened that he loved antitheses as well as any man with a sense of irony. Therefore it was with mildly amused detachment that he returned the salutes of some of these ubiquitous blue-coated officers of the provincial militia, a body more or less constitutionally brought together against the need for unconstitutional emergencies, who doffed their black cockaded hats to him as he rode by. He reflected that despite their superficial friendliness, they regarded his scarlet coat much as a bull might regard it. And, notwithstanding their friendly smiles of greeting, for many of them were men with whom he gamed and hunted, and laid wagers on a main of cocks or a horse race, they might very possibly be cutting his throat before the week was out. To Mandeville it was all in the day's work. He had come out to the colonies in the service of his king, like the poor devil of a younger son, as he was wont, more affectedly than accurately, to describe himself. He was, in reality, the younger son of a younger son. He had run through the considerable fortune inherited from his mother, his father having married a wealthy heiress, in accordance with the best traditions of the younger sons of noble houses, and he was now in the position of dependency upon the state peculiar to British cadets, with the possible expectations that commonly delude them. His uncle, the present Earl of Chalfont, had no issue, and Captain Mandeville was next in the succession. But as his uncle, now in his 55th year, was of a rudely vigorous constitution, and the Mandevilles were a long-lived race, the captain was not disposed to build upon expectations which might not be realized until his own youth was spent. Therefore, in coming out to the colonies to serve his king, Captain Mandeville had it also in mind to serve himself in the manner not unusual among his kind, the manner of which his own father had set him the example, and the manner in which Lord William Campbell, also a younger son, had served himself when he married Sally Izard, and a dowry of £50,000. The colonies offered a fruitful hunting ground, and colonial heiresses afforded covetable prizes for younger sons who knew how to make the best of family glamour. Apart from this, however, Captain Mandeville came out persuaded that in his own case the hunt need not be carried very far afield. Sir Andrew Carey, that wealthy and influential South Carolina Tory, descended on the distaff side from that Mandeville who had been one of the original Lords Proprietors, was a remote kinsman of the captain's, and so passionately proud of his descent from so ancient and distinguished a stock as to be disposed to regard the kinship as much closer than it actually was. And Sir Andrew had a daughter, an only child. What, then, more natural than this widower, with no son of his own to succeed him, should perceive in Mandeville the son-in-law of his dreams? The only thing omitted from the captain's shrewd calculations was the existence of Mr. Henry Fitzroy Latimer of Santee Broads, and of the Latimer barony on the Saluda, and this omission might entirely have wrecked those same calculations but for the dispensation of Providence, by which Latimer was guided into the paths of rebellion. The outraged Sir Andrew let it be understood that he saw repeated between himself and Latimer the fable of the woodsman and the snake, and he swore that he would play out the woodsman's part. When Captain Mandeville's eyes, which missed few things, observed thereafter the disappearance from Myrtle's finger of a certain brilliant studded hoop of gold, he accounted the battle almost over. Nor did he permit himself to be unduly concerned by the pallid listlessness that descended upon Myrtle in those spring days. If he curbed himself, using a masterly restraint at present, while her grief endured, yet he envisaged the future confidently. He knew his world, and he knew humanity. He knew that there is no wound of the heart which time cannot heal. It was for him to contain himself until he was sure that the healing process should be well advanced. The rest should follow naturally and easily. There was no coxcombry in his persuasion. That he was agreeable to Myrtle she rendered evident, and in the quest for sympathy and affection which is natural to those who have been hurt, as she had been, it was inevitable that her relations with her kinsman Mandeville should be strengthened in their intimacy. Add to this that he had now the assurance of Sir Andrew's entire favour and support. Sir Andrew had done more than hint it to him. There was an end to any thought of marriage between his child and the renegade Latimer, this ungrateful scoundrel to whom his house was closed, which the captain assumed, and not without justification, to mean that the way to his own suit lay open. That suit he now cautiously pursued, and it was in the pursuit of it that he was riding to Fairgrove, bearing a choice item of news which the interview that morning with Dick Williams had supplied him. He turned up King Street, where the traffic was less brisk, and pushed on at a better pace towards the town gate. On a sandy waste beyond the unfinished fortification works, undertaken some 20 years before, but subsequently abandoned, he saw a considerable party of militia at drill. It was composed largely of young men of the working classes, the least responsible and therefore the most inflammable material in the province. The sight of Mandeville's red coat provoked certain ribaldries, which they shouted after him, but more or less in a spirit of good humour. Paying little heed to them, he rode amain along the old Indian trail across the pine barrens, a desolate landscape of shallow dunes unrelieved by any vegetation beyond the clumps of pine trees that reared themselves black and fragrant in the sunshine. Anon, as he drew nearer to the back river, that branch of the Cooper on which Fairgrove had been built by the present Carey's grandfather, the road led across a swamp, at the end of which, at last, the country assumed a more fertile aspect. It would be something after 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Mandeville brought his now foam-flecked horse to the tall wrought-iron gates of Fairgrove, and the broad avenue bordered with live oaks nearly a mile long, which clothed the parklands about the stately home of Andrew Carey. This house of Fairgrove was a noble 4-square mansion of Queen Anne design, with very tall white-sashed windows equipped with white slatted jalousies. It had been built 50 years or so ago of brick, now mellowed by age and weather, brought out as ballast for either ships from England. Emerging from the avenue onto a wide semicircular sweep of gravel, you might have conceived yourself confronting an English country house of Kent or Surrey. Wide lawns were spread on either hand, under the shade of massive cedars, whilst a flight of terraces on the northern side broke the harsh slope by which the land fell away sharply to the river. A negro groom led away the captain's horse. Remus, the negro butler, ushered him into the house, and into the long, cool dining room, where Sir Andrew, who had just come in from the plantation, was refreshing himself with a morning punch. He was in riding boots, and his gloves and long silver-mounted switch lay on the table where he had flung them a moment since. His daughter was ministering to him, but mechanically and listlessly. She had that morning received Harry's letter from Savannah, and so different was it from what she had hoped and expected that it left her with a feeling that life was at an end. Sir Andrew, a big, bluff man, looking in his grey riding frock and buckskins like a typical English squire, heaved himself up to greet his visitor. "Robert, my boy, we're favoured. Remus, a punch for Captain Mandeville." The words were naught. The cordiality of the welcome lay in the ringing voice, the beaming countenance, the outstretched hand. And Myrtle, slim, tall, and ethereal, in a hooped gown of lilac, a dark curl coiling on her milk-white neck, gave him, as he bowed to kiss her fingertips, a greeting that was as frank and friendly as her listlessness permitted. Whereafter she sought to busy herself with Remus at the great mahogany sideboard in the preparation of the captain's punch. "Time hangs on your hands," Sir Andrew rallied him, "and it's plain the governor and his council don't overwork you." "They may be doing so before long, Sir Andrew, and faith, the sooner the better." He paused to receive the punch, which old Remus proffered on a salver, and gracefully to thank Miss Carey for her part in its preparation. "Confusion to all rebels," he said lightly, as he raised the glass to his lips. "Amen to that, amen," boomed solemnly the voice of Sir Andrew, whilst Myrtle looked on with a face that was white and drawn. They sat down, the captain and his host, facing each other across the dark, glossy board, on which glass and silver seemed to float, reflected as in a pool. Myrtle on a window seat, perhaps instinctively placing her back to the light, that her troubled countenance might escape notice. Sir Andrew filled himself a long pipe from a silver box, and Remus attended him with a lighted taper. "No use to offer you a pipe, I know," the baronet mumbled, the stem between his teeth, and the fastidious Mandeville, who loathed the stench of tobacco smoke, smilingly agreed. "You miss a deal, Bob, you do so, and this is fine leaf of that scoundrel Latimer's own growing." His face was momentarily darkened. He fetched a sigh. "The fellow learnt the trick of curing it in Virginia, but he kept the secret to himself. A secretive dog in that, as in other things. You should try a pipe, man. It's a great soother." But the captain merely smiled again and shook his head. "And what's the news in Charlestown? We're out of the world up here. You'd be at old Izzard's ball last night. I'd have been there myself, but Myrtle wouldn't go, moping over the black ingratitude of a damned scoundrel who isn't worth a thought." "You must bring her to Mrs. Bruton's ball on Thursday." "Aye, to be sure." "I don't think," Myrtle was beginning in hesitation, when the captain gently interrupted her. "Nay, now, my dear Myrtle, it is a duty, no less. The ball is being given in the governor's honour. It becomes an official function. In these sad times, Lord William requires the support of every loyal man and woman." "Indeed, Sir Andrew, he desires me to say that he deplores your absence from Charlestown just now, and that he would be the better for your presence." Sir Andrew swore roundly and emphatically that in that case he would return to town at once, however much the stench of treason in it might turn his stomach. It was not, indeed, usual for him to be on his plantation at this time of year, and he would certainly not have remained there since Lord William's coming, but for the circumstances of his last departure from Charlestown, and the oath he had then sworn that he would not return until the vile place was purged of its rebellious spirit. He had fled from it in a rage in the middle of last February, on the day following that 17th, appointed by Provincial Congress to be a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer before Almighty God, devoutly to petition him to inspire the king with true wisdom to defend the people of North America in their just title to freedom and avert the calamities of civil war. To Sir Andrew it seemed impossible that anything more blasphemous than this lay within the possibility of human utterance. But when he heard tell that every place of worship in Charlestown was crowded with wicked fools who went to offer up that seditious prayer, when with his own eyes he beheld the members of the Provincial Congress going in solemn procession to St. Philip's, with Lowndes, the Speaker of the Commons House, at their head in his purple robes and full-bottomed wig, the silver mace borne in state before him, Sir Andrew's indignation forbade him to remain in a place upon which he hourly expected some such visitation as that which overtook Sodom and Gomorrah. He raged in impotent loyalty, and raged the more because there was little else that he could do to signify his execration of the event. That little, however, he performed. He made his protest, and it took the shape of closing his residence in Trad Street and shaking the rebellious dust of that place of treason from his loyal feet. On his plantation he had since remained, and there he would have continued, but for this vice-regal summons, which he pronounced it his sacred duty unquestionably to obey. "We'll be there by tomorrow, Bob, dead or alive, to swell the muster of the king's friends." Dismissing the matter upon that, he craved for news. He received from Mandeville, whose face was grave to the point of sadness, an account of the morning's interview with Cheney and Dick Williams, and the latter's accusation against Latimer of turpitude in his dealings with less powerful neighbours. Sir Andrew's brows were scowling, but he thrust out a doubting nether lip. "That is not like Harry Latimer," he said slowly, and Myrtle rose abruptly from her window seat. "It isn't true," she said with heat. "I scarcely could believe it myself," Mandeville agreed smoothly. "Men are not often dishonest without motive, and what motive could there be for such petty pilferings on the part of the wealthy Mr. Latimer? And yet—" He paused a moment, a man hesitating between thoughts. "And yet, when a man practices the dishonesty of being false to his duty to his king—" He left it there. "Aye, assented Sir Andrew, on a deep growl. "Oh, you are wrong, his daughter insisted. "There is all the world between the two deeds. Whatever Harry may be, he is not a thief, and no one will make me believe it." Captain Mandeville deplored to observe that time had not yet begun to do the work which he had been content to leave to it. "No one could have made you believe him a traitor," her father answered her. "No one could have made you believe him secretive and furtive, a fellow that comes and goes by stealth like a thief in the night." "Which reminds me," said Captain Mandeville, "that he is in Charlestown at present." Their startled glances questioned him. "I had it from the same fellow Williams. He told me he had seen him this morning." "Then why, in God's name, don't you arrest him?" "Don't, father." Myrtle laid a restraining hand upon his shoulder. "My girl, the fellow's no longer anything to you." Captain Mandeville wished he could share the opinion. Meanwhile he answered Sir Andrew's fierce question. "Lord William would have signed the warrant already, but that—" He checked. "Well, but that what?" "I persuaded him not to do so." "You persuaded him?" Sir Andrew showed his amazement. "Why?" "For one thing, it would not be politic. We want to avoid strife, and any act that may lead to strife. Mr. Latimer is something of a hero with the mob, and we do not wish to provoke the mob into acts that might call for reprisals." "It's what they need, by God!" "Maybe, and yet it has its dangers. Lord William saw that. Also, Sir Andrew, I had other reasons. This Mr. Latimer, after all, in spite of what he has done, has thrust certain roots into your heart. I've torn them out, Sir Andrew protested vehemently. And then there is Myrtle. The captain sighed. How good you are, Myrtle rewarded him, her eyes shining moistily. Good, growled the baronet, good to neglect his clear duty. I doubt if I should ever do my duty at the cost of hurting either of you, however slightly. You have become so very dear to me in the months I have been in this exile that I could never leave your feelings out of consideration in anything I did. And then, before either of them could find the right words in which to answer that pledge of affection, Remus opened the door to make the dramatic announcement. Massa Harry, Sir Andrew. It had never occurred to the old butler that there could be any doubt of admitting Master Harry, and so he had conducted him straight to the dining room where Sir Andrew sat. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Rebel. Mr. Harry Latimer, stepping briskly, his three-cornered hat and a heavy riding crop tucked under his arm, and drawing off his gloves as he came, advanced with a composure which Sir Andrew afterwards described as impudent. Remus closed the heavy mahogany door, and silence reigned thereafter for some moments in that room. Sir Andrew, Captain Mandeville, and Miss Carey remained at gaze, three petrified figures, the two men seated, the girl, her breathing quickened, standing just behind her father's chair, her right hand resting upon the summit of its tall back. You conceive, perhaps, the various emotions conflicting in the mind of each, and you certainly conceive that for the moment these emotions were dominated by sheer amazement. Deep as it was in all three, it was deepest in Captain Mandeville. He was not merely amazed, he was bewildered. For the tall, slim young gentleman who had entered, and who was standing now by the head of the table, was no stranger to him. He had seen and talked with him somewhere before, and the captain raked his wits to discover when and where that might have been, but only for a moment. Gradually the eyes of his mind metamorphosed the figure which the eyes of his body were devouring. The well-fitting, modish, long riding coat of bottle green gave place to a shabby brown coatee. The fine, delicate hand that was being withdrawn from its glove became soiled and grimy. The rippling bronze hair, so neatly queued in its moire ribbon, hung loose and unkempt about that lean, pale face with its keen blue eyes and humorous mouth. The captain's fist crashed down upon the mahogany so that the glass and silver rattled. He half rose from his chair, momentarily moved out of his self-control in a manner foreign to him even at times of greatest provocation. "Dick Williams!" he cried, and added, "By God!" Mr. Latimer bowed to him, his smile ironical. "Captain Mandeville, your humble obedient. I can understand your feelings." Mandeville made him no answer. His thoughts were racing over the ground covered that morning by the interview between Dick Williams and the governor. He sought to recall how much had been disclosed to this audacious spy, who, thanks to the assistance of Cheney, whose unaccountable treachery was now also made clear, had so completely bubbled them. Meanwhile, Sir Andrew, too obsessed by his own feelings to give heed to the unintelligible exchange of words between Mandeville and this unwelcome visitor, was raging furiously. "My God, have you the impudence to show your face here, now that the mask is off it? Now that we know you for what you are?" "You do not know me, sir, for anything of which I am ashamed." "Because you are shameless," Sir Andrew choked, impatiently shaking off the trembling hand that Myrtle set on his shoulder to restrain him. Mr. Latimer looked at him wistfully. Sir Andrew, he said very gently, must there be war between us because we do not see eye to eye on matters of policy and justice? There is no man in all this world whom I love more deeply than yourself. You may spare me that, the baronet broke in. When I find a more ungrateful, treacherous scoundrel than you are, I may hate him more, but I don't believe that such a man lives. Latimer's pallor deepened. Shadows formed themselves under his brilliant eyes. In what am I ungrateful? He quietly asked. Must you be told? Could any father have done more for you than I have done? For years, whilst you were a boy, whilst you were away in England on your education, I husbanded your estates, watched over them to the neglect of my own. Your father left you wealthy, but under my care your wealth has been trebled until today you are the richest man in Carolina, perhaps the richest man in America, and you squander the wealth I raised for you in attempting to pull down everything that I hold good and sacred, the very altars at which I worship. And if I could prove to you that those altars enshrine false gods? False gods? You abominable... Sir Andrew, Latimer held out a hand in appeal. Give me leave at least to justify myself. Justify yourself? What justification can there be for what you have done, for what you are doing? He would have added more, but Myrtle came to Latimer's assistance. Father, it is only just to hear him. Her plea sprang from a desire deep down in her heart to hear him herself. She hoped to find in his words something to mitigate the judgment she had passed upon him in a letter which had failed so miserably of its true aim to recall him from his rebellious course. Mandeville, inwardly alarmed at the memory of all that had been said that morning in the governor's study, and quite undecided as to how to bear himself now, so that he might reconcile and serve conflicting interests, sat still and watchful, a player who waits until opportunity shall show him what line of play to follow. Sir Andrew, Latimer was saying, you who live sheltered here in a province upon which the hand of the royal government rests lightly, can have no more conception than I had until I went there 4 months ago, of what is happening in the north. But Sir Andrew did not mean to listen to a political harangue. Can I not? Contemptuous laughter brought the words out in a croak. Can I not? There's treason happening in the north. That's what's happening. And that's what you've borne a hand in, plotting God knows what devilries against your king. That, said Mr. Latimer, is hardly true. Do you think your seditious actions have not been reported to us? Reported? Latimer almost smiled as his keen eyes wandered to Captain Mandeville. He bowed a little to the captain. I become important, it seems. I am honoured, sir, to be the subject of your reports. As equerry to His Excellency the Governor, certain duties devolve upon me, Mandeville answered smoothly. Perhaps, Mr. Latimer, you are overlooking that. Oh, no. There was a gleam of that sedate amusement, so natural to Latimer, and as irritating now to Captain Mandeville, as it had been to many another who imagined himself to be the object of Mr. Latimer's covert mirth. I gratified this morning my curiosity on the score of your activities. The captain flushed despite himself. But your reports, or at least the inferences you have drawn from them, have not been quite accurate. Inference, I believe, is not the strength of the official mind. He turned again to Sir Andrew, who was containing himself with difficulty, and who only half understood what was passing between Latimer and the equerry. I have been plotting, perhaps, but certainly nothing against the king, by which I mean that I am not of those extremists who already utter the word independence. On the contrary, I am of those who are labouring to preserve the peace in spite of every provocation, to support constitutionalism against all the endeavours to cast it aside for coercive violence. The baronet restrained himself to sneer. "It was out of your concern for peace, I suppose, that you planned the raid on the armoury last April?" Latimer's eyes flashed upon Mandeville again. "Your reports have been very full, Captain Mandeville." This time the captain gave him back jibe for jibe. "Inference, you see, Mr. Latimer, is not always the weakness of the official mind." But Latimer's counter whipped the weapon from his hand. "That was not inference, Captain, it was information. It is one of the things I ascertained this morning, one of the things I went to ascertain. For the rest," and without giving the captain time to answer him, he swung again to Sir Andrew, "we desired to avoid here what was done in Boston. British subjects shot down by British troops. Si vis pacem, para bellum. It's sound philosophy."
Since England, or rather England's king, acting through a too pliant ministry, chooses to treat this Britain overseas as enemy country, what choice is left us?
"We prepare for war that we may avert it, that we may prevail upon a ministry at home to receive our petitions, consider our grievances, and redress our wrongs, instead of brutally compelling us by force to submit ourselves to injustice." "My God, you're mad! That's it, mad!" Captain Mandeville interpolated gently. "Did not Boston bring down upon itself this trouble by its insubordination?" "Aye, answer that!" Sir Andrew challenged. "Insubordination?" Mr. Latimer shrugged a little. "To what should Boston have been subordinated? The subjection of a free people to the executive authority of government is no more than a compliance with the laws they have themselves enacted." "You are quoting Dr. Franklin, I suppose," said the captain with the least suspicion of a sneer.
"I am quoting from one of the letters of Junius."
"Captain Mandeville, one of the letters addressed to a king and a ministry who are so reckless as to threaten the liberties of Englishmen in England as well as in the colonies." Sir Andrew's indignation blazed. "Is that a thing to say of his gracious majesty?" "That there should be occasion to say it is deplorable, but the occasion itself is not to be denied." "Not to be denied!" Sir Andrew almost barked. "I deny it for one, as I deny every word of your trumped-up pretext of rebellion." "The damnable gospel of these sons of liberty!" "Sons of liberty," he snorted. "Sons of riff-raff." The tone stung Latimer to a momentary resentment. "It was an Englishman, a member of the House of Commons, who gave us that name at which you sneer, speaking in admiring terms for our stand for liberty." "I nothing doubt it. There are rebels in England just as there are loyal men in America." "Yes, and as time goes on there may be more of the former and fewer of the latter. For this, sir, I say again, is no quarrel between England and America. That independency by which the North American colonies may be lost to Britain, desired at present by so few of us, may yet come to be the only issue. If it should come to pass, it will be the achievement of a besotted king who, although he glories in the name of Britain," but he got no further. Sir Andrew, on his feet, livid with passion, furiously interrupted him. "You infamous traitor! My God, you'd utter such words in my house, would you? You heard, Robert? You have a duty, surely."
Captain Mandeville, too, had risen, and was obviously ill at ease.
"Robert!" It was a cry from Myrtle in her distress, for she well understood her father's invitation to him. The ceremonious term of cousin was omitted.
Both Mandeville and Latimer remarked it,
intent though they might be upon a graver issue, and both were thrilled, though each after a different fashion. "Pray have no fear, dear Myrtle," the captain reassured her, and he swung to Latimer, who was watching him. "Here, under Sir Andrew's roof, I cannot take heed of the words you have used." The tilt of Mr. Latimer's nose seemed to become more marked. "If you imply regret, sir, of that circumstance, I shall be happy to repeat my words in any place and time your convenience would prefer." Again Myrtle distractedly intervened, yet never beginning to suspect that she herself, rather than any political consideration, was disposing these two in such ready hostility. "Harry, are you mad? Robert, please don't heed what he says." "I do not," said Mandeville. He bowed a little to Latimer, his manner entirely disarming. "I do not wish you to misapprehend me, sir. All I offer is an explanation of conduct in one who wears His Majesty's uniform." "It did not occur to me, sir, that you would offer more." Sir Andrew turned upon him, his face now as purple as a mulberry. "Leave my house, sir, at once. I had never thought to see you here again, but that you should come to offend my ears with your abominable doctrines of rebellion." Latimer interrupted him. "That, sir, was not my intent. I came solely that I might do you a service." "I desire no service of you. Go, or I will have you thrown out." Myrtle stood behind Sir Andrew, white and distressed, passionately impelled to intervene, to seek yet to make the peace between her father and her lover, for that he was her lover still, her heart was telling her, and yet not daring to attempt to curb a passion so sweeping as that which now controlled the baronet. "The matter that brought me," said Latimer, coolly fronting that wrath, "concerns the life of Gabriel Featherstone." His ear caught the sharp intake of breath from Sir Andrew, and he saw the sudden movement of Captain Mandeville. But not even so much was necessary to announce how deeply he had startled them. Their countenances abundantly betrayed it. He paused a moment, looking squarely into the baronet's glowering eyes. "You would do well to bid your factor get his son out of Charlestown and out of the province before evening." For the second time there was something akin to an explosion from that normally very self-possessed Captain Mandeville. Mr. Latimer smiled a little. "Captain Mandeville, you see, realizes the occasion." "What do you mean?" Sir Andrew controlled himself to demand, but Latimer observed that he was trembling. "I mean that if Gabriel Featherstone is not beyond the reach of the Sons of Liberty by evening, he will very certainly be hanged, and probably tarred and feathered first." "Gabriel Featherstone?" The baronet's cheeks had grown actually pale. "I see," said Latimer, "that you are acquainted with his activities, Sir Andrew, with the particular form of service to the royal government in which he had been employed by Captain Mandeville." "By me, sir?" Mandeville demanded. Latimer's ironic smile was momentarily turned upon him. "Lord William Campbell," he said, "is hardly the most discreet of men. He is rather too easily drawn, and that without the lure of personal gain that dulled your own wits, Captain. There are times when self-interest becomes a bandage to the eyes of caution. That, I think, was your own case this morning." "You infernal spy!" said Mandeville with cold rage. Latimer shrugged airily. "A thief to catch a thief." "Will you tell me what it means?" demanded Sir Andrew. "What has this to do with Featherstone?" "I'll tell you, sir," cried Mandeville, but Latimer stayed him. He dominated now by the fear for Featherstone which he had inspired. "I think it will come better from me, perhaps. Gabriel Featherstone is a member of the General Committee of the Provincial Congress, and a member also of more than one of its subcommittees. He has abused his position to keep the King's Council informed of our secret measures, and he has already woven a rope for the necks of several of us. The moment isn't opportune for hanging us, but should it come, as the King's government confidently believes it will, Featherstone will be brought forward as a witness to swear away our lives. I gather that the Royal Council will be content with hanging me, the ringleader, as a warning and an example. It's a bugbear that does not greatly alarm me. Anyhow, I am prepared to take the risk sooner than give you occasion, Sir Andrew, to mourn a valued servant, the son of one still more valued. But you can't expect the others concerned to be equally complacent. To remove the risk they will remove Featherstone, and the manner of it will be as I have said." Sir Andrew stared at him, his jaw fallen, the anger which seethed abundantly within him momentarily held in leash by dismay. And then, at last, Mandeville spoke. "It's false," he said, "false. A silly trap to catch the name of the real denouncer. Featherstone is not the man. It was not Featherstone who supplied Lord William with his list." "In that case it is odd that the list should be in Featherstone's handwriting," Mr. Latimer mocked him. "You'll remember that I saw it, Captain." Mandeville remembered not only that he had seen it, but that he had very closely inspected it. "When did you see it? How did you see it?" Sir Andrew demanded. And it was Mandeville who answered him, and who, by his answer, which related the whole of that morning's interview at the governor's, explained to him several obscurities in what Latimer had just said. "So that you're no better than a dirty spy," cried Sir Andrew in disgust and fury. "A dirty spy, you and your friend Cheney." "A spy, if you will, but the rest I disavow. Cheney's no friend of mine." "And you've denounced Gabriel to your fellow rebels?" Sir Andrew asked him. Mr. Latimer shook his head. "If I had already done that, should I be here to warn you to get him removed? The moment after I denounce him, he will certainly be apprehended, and then—" Mr. Latimer shrugged elegantly. "I trust, Sir Andrew, that you will place this at least to my credit, that out of my anxiety to spare you unnecessary pain, the pain of one who may feel himself in part responsible for the dreadful fate that overtakes another, I have been less than faithful to my duty." Sir Andrew made him no answer. He looked heavily at Mandeville, as if for guidance. Mandeville's face, now a mask of complete composure, dissembled the activity of his mind. The dismay and anger at the prospect of losing so very valuable a spy, for whether Featherstone escaped or were hanged, he would be lost to Mandeville as a channel of information, was being dissipated by the knowledge that Latimer had not yet denounced him. In that case all might yet be well. "And of course," he said acidly, "your regard for Sir Andrew will hardly go so far as to cause you to refrain from denouncing Featherstone." Latimer did not conceal his rather scornful amusement. "Such guilelessness, Captain! Oh, the official mind! But I make you a present of the knowledge you seek. I shall go before the committee at 6 o'clock today with the information you were good enough to give me this morning." "You really think you will?" said Mandeville unpleasantly. "I know I will, which is why I must be taking my leave. Meanwhile, Sir Andrew, you are warned, and in good time to pass the warning on to Featherstone." Sir Andrew, standing stiff and scowling, made him no answer. Mr. Latimer bowed gracefully and turned to depart. But he found that Mandeville had got between him and the door. The captain spoke, his voice cold and level, but full of menace. "Sir Andrew, this man must not be allowed to leave." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Deception. Sir Andrew roused himself at that summons. He reached out a hand to arm himself with the riding whip that lay across the board. Mr. Latimer, midway between the baronet and the equerry, although arrested by the latter's words and clear purpose, did not appear to suffer any distress. "You think to detain me by force?" he asked, and smiled. The captain found himself admiring the young man's composure, and he was something of an arbiter in matters of deportment. He belonged to an age in which artificiality, the suppression of emotion, the histrionic affectation of nonchalance in all circumstances, was accepted as the outward mark of the man of quality. In England, where between Westminster and Oxford he had spent some 6 years, Mr. Latimer had readily acquired this art of genteel conduct, which, for the rest, sat easily enough upon a spirit that was naturally calm, detached, and critical. "You must see, Mr. Latimer, that in the circumstances we cannot possibly suffer you to depart." "Not only do I see it, I foresaw it. It was part of the risk I took." "Lay hold of him, Robert!" cried Sir Andrew. He sprang forward as he spoke, and Captain Mandeville did the like from Latimer's other side. To avoid them, Latimer backed swiftly to the sideboard, and at the same time lugged from the pocket of his bottle-green riding-coat a heavy, ugly-looking pistol. "Not so fast, gentlemen," he begged them, displaying that intimidating weapon. It brought them up sharply in their advance, and Myrtle cried out at the same moment. "You didn't understand me, I think," said Latimer. "I told you that I foresaw something of this kind. Praemonitus, praemunitus." And he wagged the pistol. "It is the motto of my house. As Sir Andrew can tell you, I come of a singularly prudent family, Captain Mandeville. And now that you realize you are at a disadvantage, perhaps you will permit me to depart without doing violence to the proprieties." "My God! You graceless blackguard!" Sir Andrew railed at him. "D'ye dare threaten me? D'ye dare draw a pistol on me? On me?" "Nay, Sir Andrew, it is you who threaten. I do no more than protect myself. Self-preservation is the first law of nature." Thus his cursed irony, which he could not repress, dug wider than ever the breach between himself and the man he loved. The man who, because his erstwhile affection for Harry was now turned to gall, would, he knew, show him no mercy. Sir Andrew measured him with eyes of unspeakable hate, the hate born of anger that is baffled and mocked. "Let the dog go, Robert," he growled. Mandeville had no intention of doing anything of the kind. He would risk being shot rather than lose the services of Featherstone. But because he preferred, self-preservation being the first law of nature with him too, that Latimer should first empty his pistol into somebody else, he made a pretence of acquiescence. He bowed a little, shrugged, and stepped aside. "You win the trick, Mr. Latimer," he said lightly, "but it is only the first in the game. Observe, though, that I've trumped the knave." Mr. Latimer smiled back at him. He pocketed his pistol, but took the precaution of keeping his hand on the butt. As if perceiving this, and as if ostentatiously to show him that his way to the door was clear, Captain Mandeville turned aside and crossed the room to the mantelpiece at the other end. Latimer paused a moment looking at Sir Andrew, and his eyes clouded with regret. He appeared on the point of speaking. Then, as if realizing that here words must be wasted, he bowed again and walked to the door. Even as his fingers closed upon its crystal knob, Captain Mandeville seized the bell-rope by which he had gone to stand. Once, twice, thrice he tore at it, sounding in the servants' quarters a tocsin of alarm that must bring every lackey in the place at the double to intercept Latimer before he could leave the house. But out of the corner of his eye Mr. Latimer caught the violent pumping action of Mandeville's raised arm. He paused, his hand upon the knob. "I ought to shoot you for that," he told the captain, "but it isn't necessary." He locked the door, withdrew the key, and crossed the room again under their wondering eyes. "I shall have to follow the example of King Charles and leave by the window." He unfastened the long glass door that gave egress to the lawn. "It's an omen," Carey raged at him. "You go to the same fate." "But in a better cause," said Latimer as he pulled open the wing of the door. "I warn you, sir," Carey flung after him as he was stepping out, "that if any harm comes to Featherstone, I'll see you hanged for it. I will so, by God, though it cost me life and fortune. You graceless, treacherous hound." Mr. Latimer was gone. Mandeville sprang to the window and stepped out to see him racing across the lawn to the gravelled drive where his negro groom was waiting with the horses. At the same moment came clattering steps across the hall outside, alarmed beatings on the door, and alarmed, plaintive, liquid accents of the black servants calling to their master. Sir Andrew bade them cease and be gone, with a roughness such as he rarely employed towards those who served him. They departed, chattering and wondering. To increase their wonder, Mr. Latimer, from beyond the porch, already mounted, was calling Remus. He tossed the abstracted key to the old butler, and then wheeled his horse about and rode off with his groom. He was halfway down the avenue before there surged out of the pain seething in his mind under the mask of nonchalance he had worn the recollection of another matter with which he had hoped to deal whilst here at Fairgrove. And it was not until he had reached the gates that he conquered the anger that was driving him headlong away despite that recollection. It had been his hope to make a very different impression, to earn some consideration in return for the service he went to do at some risk to himself. And he had also hoped from this to be given an opportunity to explain himself to Myrtle, to reason her into a gentler frame of mind, and to persuade her that because he loved his country was no sufficient reason why she should refuse to marry him. It was Mandeville's presence at Fairgrove which had made shipwreck of his hopes, sweeping the interview into a course so different from all that he desired. He drew rein undetermined. He could not depart thus, leaving the situation between Myrtle and himself 100-fold worse than before he came. He paused, considering. From the distance came a plaintive chant, the singing of the negro slaves in the rice fields by the river, and the sound inspired him. He would write a note to her, begging her to come to him out here. A friendly slave, and he was well known to them all, should be his messenger. He flung down from his horse, gave his reins to the groom, and ordered him to ride on for a half-mile or so, and there await him. Then he left the avenue and plunged away through the live oaks and the tangle of vines in the direction of the chanting voices. But progress through the undergrowth of that leafy wilderness became more difficult the farther he penetrated, and at last he was forced to pause, and in pausing reconsidered. Better for his purpose than a plantation slave would be one of the house servants, and if he waited, some one of these would surely pass along the avenue before very long. They were all his friends, and any one of them would do his errands secretly. So he retraced in part his steps until the flat stump of an oak that had been felled offered him a seat at a point whence he could, himself unseen, command a view of the avenue, dappled with sunshine and shadow. He sat down, and from an inner pocket he produced a notebook and a pencil, and hurriedly scrawled a brief but very earnest appeal to Myrtle. He tore out the leaf, folded it, and settled down to wait until chance should send him the messenger he needed. And meanwhile, up there at the house, Sir Andrew was still storming, and Mandeville and Myrtle between them were engaged in soothing him, a task which brought them into a close alliance, very pleasant and consoling to the captain. He felt that he had not conducted himself very well that morning. At first he had practised a praiseworthy restraint in the face of many difficulties and temptations. He had held aloof from all contention, refraining from the obvious quips and sneers at Mr. Latimer's expense, to which the young apostle of liberty rendered himself vulnerable. A less subtle man would never have missed those opportunities of displaying his own wit and consequence. But Mandeville knew too much of human nature. He had perceived that under Myrtle's indignation with Harry lay a real and deep, if momentarily numbed, affection for him, and he knew that avowedly to arrange himself on the side of Latimer's enemies, to harass and vex him with manifestations of hostility, might only serve to arouse that affection of Myrtle's into activity and provoke her indignation against himself. Therefore, even at the cost of having his courage put in question, Mandeville had clung to the role of the unwilling and pained witness of a painful scene, until the circumstances had cruelly forced him to become an actor. The bad impression he feared thereby to have created he was now anxious to efface, and it was a relief to him to find Myrtle, in her ready understanding of the necessities, unresentful of the part he had played. He was not the man to cry over spilled milk of however precious a quality. Latimer had got away, and therefore the utility of Featherstone as a spy was at an end. It still remained to save his life, but his life, shorn of its usefulness to Mandeville, was not a matter of much interest to the captain. He was infinitely more concerned to set himself right with Myrtle by assuming the role of tolerant, broad-minded peacemaker. When Sir Andrew, apoplectic with anger, protested that he should have said this and answered that, Mandeville's calm voice, laden with compassion for the object of the baronet's invective, acted as a timely sedative. "Mr. Latimer, sir, is to be compassionated. A young man of such parts, of such agreeable qualities, to have been led away into such error." He sighed his infinite regret. And he had his reward when presently he took his departure, furiously urged by Carey to lose no time in getting to Charlestown and placing Featherstone for safety aboard the Tamar. Myrtle came with him not merely to the steps, she would walk with him to the gates. So Captain Mandeville must go also to the gates on foot, leading his horse. And because of the impulse to express the increase of friendliness, almost the tenderness, which his selflessness and his alliance with her in that troubled hour had inspired, she thrust a hand through his left arm as she stepped along beside him. The captain was conscious of a slight quickening of his pulses, but ever master of himself, he conceived that here his attitude should be one of affectionate elder brotherliness. "My dear child, my heart bleeds for you," he sighed, "and I am angry with myself to desire so intensely to lift something of this burden from your shoulders, and to be powerless. It exasperates me. But you have done so much already, Robert. You have been so good, so gentle, so patient, so generous." She leaned a little more heavily and looked up into his face almost fondly. So great and natural was the kindliness he inspired in her. "Generous? If only I could think so. My every impulse is to give, and, my dear, I am empty-handed." "Oh, it is like you to forget. Didn't you persuade Lord William not to arrest Harry? Was that nothing?" "Nothing at all. I would have saved him, yes, not for himself, because I did not even know him, but for you, because he has or had the inestimable blessing of your regard. I conceived that unless I did so you might suffer, and so even at the cost of duty but what am I saying? For after all I have failed. I have betrayed a trust to no purpose." "I shall never forget what you have done, never." "Then I have not altogether failed. It is a sufficient reward for me." "But there is Harry. What are we to do?" His face grew overcast. "What can one do? One cannot argue with a passion. I had hoped that when he saw whither he was going, into what danger he was thrusting himself, he would have paused. But I might have known that if the thought of offending you could not act as a curb upon his conduct, personal danger could hardly have counted. At least, that is how it would be with me, and we are often misled in judging others by ourselves. Oh, it is almost damnable. If I could have detained him now, on the pretext of saving Featherstone, we could have put Mr. Latimer under lock and key until these troubles are over, as over they soon will be, once the troops arrive." "Was that your intention?" "What else? What other way was there of saving him from his own rashness? Perhaps if you were to see him—" "I see him?" She looked up at her companion, her little face stern, her eyes almost flashing, and Captain Mandeville, who had made the suggestion by way of testing her, was now given a glimpse of the sturdy spirit that governed this frail body. He could not guess that much of it was begotten of resentment, because Harry had almost ignored her presence throughout the interview. Later, when reviewing it more calmly, she would see that the occasion had been denied him. But at present there was only resentment, and this she expressed. "I do not think that I want to see him ever again. It is finished, finished. Did you think I have no pride? What do you think of me, I wonder?" She halted him and was confronting him, almost imperious. "Does it matter what I think?" There was a gentle wistfulness in his tone. "Should I ask if it did not?" They were, although they knew it not, in full view of Harry Latimer where he sat on the oak stump, observing them with frowning eyes, and unfortunately they were out of earshot, so that, whilst he saw all, yet he heard nothing. And what he saw was Mandeville turn to her, and with the bridle over his arms, take both her hands in his, looking down at her with a face that was all tenderness. What he was left to guess were the captain's words. "And I dare not answer you," the captain said in tones that were an answer in themselves. "I dare not. And yet I am not a coward, although God knows I feared you might have thought so once this morning." "Thought so? I? Robert, I thought you wonderful in your patience. Only a brave man could have borne himself as you did." "My dear, you fill me with pride. And as for what I think of you—" He paused. He raised the hands he held and stooped to kiss them, first one and then the other. And then, because he felt a loosening of the grip of those hands which had been firm in his own, because he grew conscious of a shrinking on her part from that which she feared instinctively that he was about to say, he checked himself upon the brink. No man knew better than Mandeville the conquering power of patience. Indeed, in that knowledge lay all his strength. His tone grew light, robbing his words of all solemnity. "Why, if I were to say that I think you adorable, you would laugh at me, I know." And himself he smiled, looking into her face, which had grown very pale. "So, since you insist, I'll say you are the sweetest cousin ever a man discovered in the colonies, and I'll add that in Robert Mandeville you have a steadfast friend." A friend, a friend. Oh, yes. Her grip of his hands tightened again before finally releasing them. The colour came racing back to her cheeks. "I knew that I was not mistaken in you. How rarely can a woman find a friend, a true friend to depend upon in her need. Lovers she may have if she will, but a friend, oh, God bless you, Robert." And as they moved on, he, safe now in that elder brotherly position to which he had retreated, went so far as to put an arm about her shoulder, hugging her momentarily. "Count on me always, my dear Myrtle. In any trouble arising out of all this, command my help. You promise?" "Why, gladly," she answered, looking up at him and smiling. And that was the last that Latimer's scowling eyes saw of them. The soldier's scarlet sleeve with its gold-laced cuff about her shoulders, her little face upturned to his. Mr. Latimer realized that he had been too long away from Charlestown, and he conceived that all the cynical utterances of misogynists with which he was acquainted fell lamentably short of truth. Slowly he tore up the little note he had written, and when presently Myrtle returned alone, Mr. Latimer resentfully neglected the opportunity afforded him. He waited until she had passed, then went in quest of his horse and his groom, and rode straight back to Charlestown. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Mandeville as Machiavel.
Captain Mandeville got back to the gubernatorial residence that afternoon to find Lord William deep in the sociabilities of a reception which her ladyship was holding. The long drawing-room was a little crowded. There was an abundance of Tories present, such as the Rupels and the Rags, and there were a few who, like Miles Bruton, her ladyship's brother-in-law, were so conservative in the method of their opposition to the royal government as to appear, at least in the eyes of Whigs, to stand somewhere between the two parties. But the remainder, and they made up the major part of the attendance, were members of families that Sir Andrew Carey would have described as rebel. The discerning and rather scornful dark eyes of Captain Mandeville beheld there an epitome of the colony itself. Two parties secretly hostile, each arming against the other, and yet each anxiously straining to preserve the peace, since neither felt itself yet ripe for war, nor knew what war might bring it. Each prepared for battle as a last resource, yet each intent not to precipitate battle, and each hoping that the ultimate need for it might yet be averted. The captain made his way towards his lordship and found himself presently confronting Lady William, a splendid, vigorous young woman between fair and dark, who stood almost as tall as her vice-regal husband, and displayed an opulence of charms that compelled in the classical-minded the thought of Hebe. And it was not only her figure and movements that suggested vigour, but her countenance too, which was boldly handsome. "You are late," she rallied the captain, "and you bring the usual excuse, no doubt. Poor slave of duty." "Your ladyship's penetration spares my poor wit." "Not penetration, sir, compassion." She took him by the arm. "You are to come and talk to Miss Middleton. She loves a red coat so much that it almost makes her loyal." "Your ladyship must forgive me. I have to see Lord William at once." He was grave, and observing him sharply, there was a flash of apprehension from Lady William's eyes. For all her high and at times rather reckless courage, she dwelt in constant anxiety for the husband she loved, who had been elevated to this position of as much difficulty as honour. "Is it serious?" she asked. "Not so much serious as urgent," he reassured her. "I have had a busy day." She recovered the caustic humour that was natural to her. "Nothing fills me with so much anxiety as your activities, Robert." He smiled his acknowledgment and passed on to draw Lord William presently away from the ladies who had been engaging him. They were joined in the small adjacent room by Captain Tasker, his lordship's other equerry whom Mandeville had beckoned, and by Innes, who had followed of his own accord upon seeing them withdraw. Mandeville wasted no words. "The fellow who waited upon your Excellency this morning, calling himself Dick Williams, was Harry Latimer." It was necessary for him to repeat the statement in other terms before it was understood. "Good lack!" said his lordship, and proceeded to recall what had passed. When he had recalled it, he added, "My God!" and stared blankly at Mandeville. Mandeville answered the stare with a nod. "I'm afraid he got a good deal of information out of us. He was sent to spy out the land, to pry into your Excellency's real feelings towards these provincials, and to discover the channel through which certain secret information of the transactions of the Provincial Congress was finding its way to you. I am afraid he has succeeded in all three aims." "Impossible! There was Cheney," his lordship exclaimed. Very briefly Mandeville informed him of what had happened at Fairgrove. His lordship groaned. "You see with what a dangerous man you have to deal," said Mandeville. "He is resourceful, daring, and a passionate rebel, and his wealth gives him extraordinary influence and extraordinary power." Yes, yes," snapped his lordship impatiently. "But Featherstone? Have you warned him?" "That is not important," said Mandeville coldly. "Featherstone is a pricked bubble. He is of no further use to us since I was unable to detain Latimer.
"But, my God, man, we must save him." "I wonder," said Mandeville in such a tone that the three stared at him in amazement. "Didn't you say they'll hang him once Latimer has denounced him?" "That, or tar and feather him." Mandeville mentioned the alternative casually, and in the same level, well-bred voice he added, "If any such harm were to come to him, we should have a very clear case against Latimer. I myself, and probably Sir Andrew Carey too, can bear witness that it was brought about by Latimer's seditious agency." "And you would sacrifice Featherstone to obtain that?" The young voice was charged with horror. Almost Mandeville looked surprise. "This is neither a case nor a time for sentiment." His tone was dry.
"Better men than Featherstone have been sacrificed before now to policy."
"Myself, I am not very tender where a spy is concerned. A short shrift is the stake on the board with him. And consider what you stand to gain. You are afforded the means to rid the state of a dangerous enemy." There was a long moment's silence before his lordship found an answer. His humane young soul was shocked.
"You're a cold-blooded Machiavel," he said at length, in accents of wonder.
Mandeville shrugged. "Your Excellency is the governor of a province that is rotten with sedition, and you must take what means you can to stamp it out. The ministry at home expects no less. Is the life of a poor creature like Featherstone to prove an obstacle in so great a work?" His lordship clenched his hands behind his back and took a turn in the room, a prey to very obvious agitation. Tasker and Innes looked on, saying no word, both of them a little appalled by Mandeville's soulless theories of statecraft. Mandeville watched His Excellency almost in contempt. Was this boyish, emotional young nobleman the sort of man to crush the hydra of rebellion? What hope, he wondered, was there for an empire whose ministers gave such positions as these to younger sons all unequipped to bear them? But Lord William, though humane and emotional, was not by any means as inept in statecraft as Mandeville supposed him. This his pronouncement now showed. "Humanely speaking, what you suggest, Mandeville, is horrible. Politically it is mad. If we use Featherstone as a bait, how shall we afterwards dare to take Latimer? Before what court in the province will you bring him to trial? What court do you dream would convict him? He could, indeed he should, be sent to England for trial on such a charge." His Excellency crashed fist into palm to express his exasperation. "You would make use of an enactment which is one of the present colonial grievances, to deal with a man who is a hero in the eyes of the mob, and for an offence for which the province will acclaim him? Is that your statecraft? Don't you see that it would precipitate the very thing that we are at all costs to avoid, that it would bring open rebellion about our ears, that it would compel us to have recourse to violence on our side, and so make an end of the last hope of conciliation between the colonies and the Empire?"
"That hope is chimerical,"
said Captain Mandeville with assurance. "It is the illusion that brings indecision, and the weakness of indecision into our policy." But now Lord William asserted himself. "A matter of opinion, Mandeville, and not the opinion that I hold myself. However I may prepare for the worst, I still hope for the best, and I hope with some confidence." "But if—" Mandeville was beginning. The governor held up his hand. "There is no more to be said." Mandeville might dominate him upon all points but this, for upon this his lordship was dominated by his colonial wife and her numerous relatives in Charlestown, in all of whom the hope was confident, being firmly based upon their intense desires that conciliation must yet prevail. "I will thank you," His Excellency concluded, "to waste no time in finding Featherstone. Let him join Kirkland aboard the Tamar. Thornborough will see to him, and he will be safe there. At need we must send him to England. If mortified, Mandeville betrayed no sign of it. He bowed his acknowledgment of the governor's commands. "It shall be done at once," he said, as evenly as if there had never been any question of another course. And Mr. Innes, in relating the affair, offers upon it this comment: "His Excellency called him to his face a cold-blooded Machiavel, because he displays energy and determination, qualities in which Lord William is sadly lacking. If Captain Mandeville were the governor of this province, there would be a speedy end to its mutinous spirit." Mr. Innes little suspected that in this case the captain's determination went so much farther than his energy, that failing to discover Gabriel Featherstone at the house of the married sister with whom he dwelt, and where of necessity he must inquire for him, in view of the governor's explicit order, Mandeville was careful to seek him nowhere else where there was the faintest likelihood of his being found. Captain Mandeville intended that the province should be governed according to his own ideas, and when these ideas were in conflict with the governor's, it only remained for him to force the governor's hand. Meanwhile, Mr. Latimer too had returned to Charlestown, and just about the time that Mandeville was threading his way through the ranks of Lady Williams's guests, the young rebel was striding into the dining-room of his splendid mansion on East Bay. It was a room of rather sombre dignity, panelled in dark oak, with portraits of bygone Latimers sunk into the panelling. Like most of the house, it was furnished mainly in walnut, imported 50 or 60 years ago from Holland, and of the character that in England is associated with the reign of William and Mary. From the wide overmantel the room was surveyed by a saturnine gentleman in a ponderous periwig, between whom and Harry Latimer a resemblance was to be traced. A still stronger resemblance might be traced, and has been traced rather maliciously by Lord Charles Montague, between this portrait by Sir Geoffrey Kneller of Charles Fitzroy Latimer, who was the founder of his house, and, in the actual words of Lord Charles, that merry prince who was charged to his face by the Duke of Buckingham with being, indeed, the father of a good many of his subjects. On a cane daybed under one of the tall windows lounged a large, fair young man reading The Vicar of Wakefield. He was the male counterpart of Lady William Campbell, but his countenance lacked a good deal of the force of hers, and his personality a good deal of her magnetism. Still, he remained a young gentleman of very amiable exterior, whom it was impossible not to like. That he was indolent and good-natured you perceived at a glance. That the most serious business he knew in life were horse-racing, cock-fighting, and fox-hunting, you would have no difficulty in believing at once. That he should be taking sufficient interest in provincial politics to be wholeheartedly on the side of the colonials was less obvious. On Latimer's appearance, Mr. Thomas Izzard tossed aside his book and stifled a yawn. "I was beginning to grow anxious for you," he said. "Why, what's o'clock?" As he asked the question, Latimer sought the answer to it from the tall walnut clock standing in the corner. 5:30. Egad, I had no notion it was so late. The time will have been spent agreeably. Agreeably? Latimer flung himself into a chair to render a brief account of it. "You see," he ended, "I didn't overrate the risk to my liberty, although I hadn't reckoned on finding Captain Mandeville there." Tom considered him with a gloomy eye. "I could have told you it would be long odds. The gallant captain rides out there almost daily." "Why didn't you?" "You'd have seen the inference and given me the lie, most like. And let me perish, I don't want to quarrel with you about any member of the faithless sex, Harry." His bitter allusion to womankind derived from the fact that his wife had left him a year ago to run off with a young French nobleman who had visited the colony. Considering that she was a termagant and a scold who had given him 2 years of married torment, he should have been thankful. Instead, the human mind being tortuous, he was resentful and prayed for the day when he might call out and kill the Frenchman who had really done him the greatest service of his life. I mention the otherwise irrelevant fact that you may realize that he was about the unlikeliest counsellor Harry Latimer could have found just then. Yes, he answered slowly, his eyes troubled, and then he brushed the painful thing aside. His voice was almost casual. Myrtle has discovered that she can't marry a man who doesn't believe that King George can do no wrong. And she has demonstrated to me her preference for a redcoat who has the honour to serve his gracious majesty. It's logical, I suppose. Logical? Mr. Izzard sneered. Who ever knew a woman to be logical? It's calculating, that's what it is, Harry, and so, let me perish, not worth a thought. I'm glad you take it so well. As I wrote to you, Mandeville may be the Earl of Shalford some day, if his luck holds. But, to his surprise, Harry turned on him in sudden fury. What the devil do you mean, Tom? Good gad, isn't it what you mean? Do you suppose I'd suspect Myrtle of being mercenary, of selling herself for a title? Never been known in the history of the world, has it? Never with such women as Myrtle. It seems to me you've a lot to learn, Harry, said Mr. Izzard, as one speaking with the authority of experience. Women are the most damned. I'll thank you not to generalise. Mr. Thomas Izzard on woman isn't edifying. No, by gad, he isn't. The subject don't allow it, but he's instructive. And then the entrance of old Julius put a timely term to an unprofitable discussion. He brought a tray on which were glasses and a silver bowl containing a delectable punch of rum and pineapple and lemons, also a silver box of fine leaf and a couple of pipes. Not until they were alone again did any word pass between the two friends, and then the interrupted subject was not resumed. There was a much more urgent matter. Since I require no deputy at the meeting, Tom, you may give me the letter that I left with you. Gladly enough, said Tom, and fetched the package from his pocket. Egad, if you hadn't returned, and I had had to attend the meeting for you, I shouldn't have been there long. I'd ha' had a party of Sons of Liberty out at Fairgrove to fetch you away tonight. I was sure I could trust you for that, said Harry, smiling. They little knew what they would be invoking when they thought to detain me. The walnut clock struck the hour of 6, and Mr. Latimer bounded to his feet. I must go, he said. 6 is the hour of the meeting. Stay to sup with me. I'll not be very long. Smoke a pipe meanwhile. He was almost at the door when Tom called after him. Look to yourself, Harry. Don't go abroad unarmed. You'll be a marked man. Stab me after what's happened. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Devil's Advocate. It was but a step from Latimer's house to that of Henry Lawrence, where the special and self-elected committee of investigation was already assembled to receive now the report which Latimer had promised. They came to business without loss of time. Briefly and lucidly, Mr. Latimer gave his account of what had transpired that morning at the governor's. Leaving with true dramatic instinct the more sensational matter for the end, he began by relating all that had passed between himself and Lord William, bearing upon Lord William's correspondence with the back-country Tories, and already here the first note of discord was sounded in that meeting. I formed the impression, gentlemen, he was saying at the end of his plain narrative of what had passed, that Lord William is in the peculiar position of— He was unceremoniously interrupted by the elder Rutledge. Turning to Lawrence, who now presided, and speaking in the cold, unemotional voice that was habitual with him, I submit, sir, that this is irrelevant. Mr. Latimer's personal impressions are not evidence for our consideration. It was the lawyers speaking, and those who were not lawyers were quick to resent it. In particular was Gadsden of these. Hold your tongue, John Rutledge, he snapped. What you think of what Latimer thinks isn't evidence neither. It raised a laugh against Rutledge, which, outwardly at least, perturbed him not at all. As it subsided, Colonel Lawrence (he had held the rank of lieutenant colonel in Middleton's regiment during the war against the Cherokees) expressed the opinion that Mr. Latimer should continue. "If I were in a position to place before you an accurate and full report of what words were used by me and what by Lord William, then there might be some grounds for Mr. Rutledge's objection. But as I am in no case to do that, and depending entirely upon my memory of what passed, the objection is frivolous." "Frivolous?" Rutledge echoed the word, but coloured its utterance by no expression. Yet somehow he conveyed the sense that he sneered. "Frivolous because in such a case impressions are as precious as recollections, and possibly more accurate." There was a murmur of general agreement, and Latimer continued. What he said amounted to an assurance that Lord William honestly desired, as was to be expected in a man of his colonial attachments, reconciliation, and that he would labour earnestly to prepare for the worst, so as not to be taken unawares. "But when all is said," Rutledge again interposed, "there remains the fact that he is in active correspondence with the back country settlers, and that he is advising them to arm. Lord William, in fact, is running with the hare and hunting with the hounds." Colonel Lawrence took him up on that, his voice calm and gentle, inviting consideration. "Are we not all doing that? Are we not indeed constrained to do it by the necessities of the case? Can we say to what lengths this or any other colony will be warranted by the voice of America in opposing the King's officers, though such opposition should be necessary for the very existence of the colony?" The answer, as might be expected, came from Gadsden, harshly, impatiently. "That which is necessary for the very existence of the colony must of necessity be done. In such a case the consequences cannot matter." And Drayton added, epigrammatically summarizing Gadsden's pronouncement, "The worst should not deter us from action, since the worst is already assured us by inaction." "That may be so," Lawrence agreed regretfully, "but it is a matter to be determined by the future, and we are here to deal with the situation as it is at present." The benign Mr. Pinckney rapped the table. "Sirs, we are digressing. The matter is one for the Provincial Congress, when we lay before it the result of Mr. Latimer's investigations. We have yet to hear Mr. Latimer on the subject with which we are more immediately concerned, the leakage of information that has been taking place." And he nodded to Latimer to continue. "In that matter," said Latimer, "my investigations were attended by singular good fortune." And he told them of the list which the governor had shown him. "That list was in a hand with which I happened to be familiar. It was written by Gabriel Featherstone. This created such a sensation as the disclosure of the identity of a traitor must ever create in any society of conspirators. Nor were all the exclamations hostile to the accused. Scoundrel though he was, Featherstone had known how to insinuate himself by flattery and other arts into the good graces of several leaders of the colonial party, among whom were the Rutledges and Colonel Lawrence. These were disposed to suspend judgment, and desired first to cross-examine the accuser. They were, however, anticipated in utterance by Gadsden, who bounced up as Mr. Latimer, his report concluded, resumed his seat. "This calls for action," he announced violently. "Immediate action. An example must be made. The blackguard must be arrested at once." "Upon what grounds, sir?" Colonel Lawrence asked him. The question, especially coming from one who because of his moderation had long been in conflict with the uncompromising Gadsden, infuriated the Republican. "Grounds? My God, hasn't Mr. Latimer given us grounds enough?" Yes, but I mean upon what actual charge is he to be arrested? What offence at law has he committed? My indignation against him is no less than Mr. Gadsden's, but we must preserve the forms." "To hell with the forms!" Gadsden roared. "The man's a traitor. For our own preservation he must be weeded out. And there's more to it than that. Haven't you heard? Haven't you understood from what Mr. Latimer has told us, that there's a rope around the neck of several of us, placed there by this scoundrel? And you talk to me of forms. What forms did you observe in the case of Cheney? What forms would you have observed in the case of Kirkland, if you could have got him? And what had they done compared with what this treacherous kite has done?" Pinckney answered him. Kirkland was a deserter from the militia. In that there was at least a technical offence upon which we could proceed against him. Featherstone, unfortunately for us, has done nothing which under the Constitution would warrant so much as our expelling him from our midst, much less calling him to legal account. "You sit there and talk about Constitution and legal forms until we're all destroyed. You spend your days in consideration whilst the other side is arming to crush us into submission." Thus Gadsden began, and he was but gathering his forces for an oratorical onslaught upon his associate's scruples, when John Rutledge's cold, incisive voice sliced into the outburst. Correct in all things and at all times, he addressed himself scrupulously to the chair. "This heat, sir, in a matter asking calm deliberation, is to be deprecated." "Deliberate and deprecate and be damned," said Gadsden, and he sat down in a huff. Rutledge pursued his even way unruffled. "There are one or two points to be considered before we can regard Featherstone's guilt as established. At present it depends upon the evidence of a single witness, and his testimony again rests upon no better grounds than that of his recognition of a man's handwriting. Now those of you who have experience of courts are well aware that no evidence is more unreliable than that which depends upon handwriting alone. Nothing is more deceptive than the similarities or dissimilarities to be detected between one hand and another. Less, perhaps, his argument than the deliberate manner in which he marshalled its points impressed his hearers. Therein lay the man's formidable strength as an advocate. He was never turgid and seldom passionate. He convinced by the flattery of his calm, cold appeal to reason and intellect, often to reason and intellect not present in his audience. Even Gadsden, a moment ago so impatient, now contained himself to listen attentively. "Mr. Latimer has told us," Rutledge pursued, "that he recognized the hand of Featherstone when shown the list of names by the governor. I take it that in reality," and his calm, full eyes turned slowly upon Featherstone's accuser, "this is no more than an expression of opinion on the part of Mr. Latimer. I take it that it cannot possibly be more." Latimer looked at Lawrence, and Lawrence nodded to him. "It is much more," he said, his voice now as quiet and even as Rutledge's, and so invested with a note of finality. "It is a statement not of opinion, but of fact. My opportunities for becoming as intimately acquainted with the hand of Gabriel Featherstone as with my own are far greater than Mr. Rutledge imagines." And he stated them at full and convincing length. "Are you answered?" shouted Gadsden to Rutledge. The lawyer's reply to the taunt was so full of dignity that it immediately placed Gadsden in the wrong and entirely vindicated himself. "I am solely concerned that we should not do an injustice to one who has laboured for many months as our colleague. Beyond that I have no interest to serve. I regret that it should become necessary for me to state it." There was no heat in his words, no shadow of resentment. Even now, even after this clear statement, which goes far to justify Mr. Latimer, and with which he would have been well advised to have begun, I should still deplore any action until we have obtained by tests independent confirmation of his evidence. I have already applied a test and obtained independent confirmation, Mr. Latimer announced. You have? Rutledge's dark level brows
were raised a little in a surprise whose source was easily discerned.
May we know the nature of it? Mr. Latimer realized to his annoyance that he was now constrained to go into matters upon which he would naturally have preferred not to have touched. But is it really necessary? He said. Rutledge answered him directly. Surely you must see the necessity of putting forward all your evidence to substantiate so grave a charge as you are making.
Latimer looked at him a moment. Then he turned to the president.
I begin to wonder, sir, whether it's Featherstone or myself who is accused. It certainly appears to me that I am made to stand here on my defence. There were cries of repudiation from Gadsden, Drayton, and Moultrie, a friendly smile from Lawrence, and another from Pinckney. Only the two Rutledges, the younger following the elder's lead, remained impassive. They dealt with evidence, not with emotions. Before I continue, sir, Latimer resumed, I invite you to place me upon oath. Mr. Latimer! It was an exclamation of deprecation from the president. You are a man whose honour no one questions. Your word is enough for all of us. And an assenting murmur ran round the table. Is it enough for the gentleman who constitutes himself the advocate of the traitor? That's it, said Gadsden. He's named you rightly, by God. But the imperturbable John Rutledge disdained altercation. It is quite sufficient, Mr. Latimer. You name me advocate for the traitor. I accept the office without shame. In commonest justice, it is necessary that the absent should be represented. I should do the same for you, sir. The need is not likely to arise, said Latimer curtly, but let me proceed. The admission that the list was supplied by Featherstone came, if not from the governor himself, at least from the governor's equerry, Captain Mandeville, who procured Featherstone to act as his agent and convey to him intelligence of our deliberations and acts. And I had practically the same admission from Sir Andrew Carey, who was a party to placing Featherstone in our ranks for purposes of betrayal. Sir Andrew Carey? Lawrence questioned. How does he come into the affair at all? I had best be entirely frank, though you reproach me with indiscretion in the end. And now Latimer told them of his visit to Fairgrove and of what had there transpired. A silence followed the conclusion of his account, and after waiting a moment for any question that might be put to him, Latimer resumed his seat. It was only then that Rutledge spoke. In view of the energy employed by Mr. Latimer, I deplore to be compelled to censure the lack of discretion by which it has been accompanied. It was a grave error to permit the other side to become aware of the discovery of Featherstone's treachery. All eyes were turned upon him, and there was a heavy silence of disapproval, in which all waited for some further explanation of his meaning. Since he made no shift to add anything, Moultrie took up the cudgels on behalf of Harry Latimer. You're a cursed curmudgeon, John, whom there's no satisfying. I confess, said Mr. Latimer, that the last thing I had expected was to be reprimanded by any member of this meeting. The meeting, Mr. Latimer, is very far from reprimanding you, Colonel Lawrence assured him. Which means, sir, Rutledge calmly replied, that the meeting reprimands me. That is only because the meeting does not fully apprehend either the rashness of Mr. Latimer's action or the loss to ourselves which it entails. Let me make these clear. In the first place, Mr. Latimer exceeded his commission, which is in itself a reprehensible matter. He was requested to visit the governor to sound his real feelings and to endeavour, if possible, to discover by whom we are being betrayed. It was his clear duty to do nothing further until he should have presented his report to this meeting, and it was for this meeting to determine what steps should be taken to obtain confirmation of his report.
Moultrie impatiently interrupted him.
What better steps could the committee have devised than those which Mr. Latimer took? That is not at all the point. Rutledge was patience itself. Neither is that an answer, Gadsden taunted him. But I have no difficulty in supplying one. There are various ways of leading a spy into betraying himself. One of these, and it is the method I should have recommended, is to supply him with false information of intentions. If the opposite side is seen to act upon that information, it is very clear whence it was derived. Such a method would have had all the advantages of that adopted by Mr. Latimer, without any of its disadvantages.
What are these disadvantages? Moultrie demanded.
Mr. Rutledge looked round the table with those calm eyes of his, eyebrows raised to signify a faint surprise. Can it be possible that they are not as obvious to everyone here as they are to me? When a body such as ours discovers a spy in its midst, one of two courses is to be adopted. Either the spy is to be utilized as a means for supplying the other side with false information, calculated to lull them into a sense of security, and generally to mislead them as to intentions which it is desirable to mask, or else the spy is to be instantly suppressed. It is very probable that Mr. Latimer's unwarrantable independent action has made either course impossible. The faces about the board became grave. The hostility to Rutledge passed out of them, as the force of his reasoning sank into the minds of all. Latimer was conscious to his infinite vexation that a flush was slowly creeping into his cheeks. It was scarcely necessary for Rutledge to continue his elucidation, but Rutledge was merciless. That we can no longer make use of the spy for our own purposes is certain, since Mr. Latimer has announced the discovery of him to the other side. That he will elude us, perhaps to work mischief against us on another occasion, is, for the same reason, now probable. Gadsden heaved himself. Then, by God, I am going to lessen that probability. But Rutledge stayed him. A moment, Colonel. There has been impetuosity enough already. For heaven's sake, let us now proceed with some calm and forethought. And whilst you so proceed, cried Latimer, also rising, you ensure this fellow's escape, and so make certain that I shall deserve your censure on both counts. Only the anger possessing him could have driven him to attribute to Rutledge motives so unworthy and so alien to his character. That imputation of dishonesty in one so rigidly honest lost him much of the sympathy in which the assembly had still been holding him. But Rutledge smiled again his inscrutable smile. Like Anthony, he carried his anger as the flint bears fire. Mr. Latimer goes from rashness to rashness. Before action is taken against Featherstone, it is necessary that this meeting should determine what that course of action is to be. I have no doubt on the subject myself, Gadsden assured them. Rutledge looked at him sternly. The greater reason why you should wait. And the others, whom this forceful man was gradually subduing to his will, confirming him, Christopher Gadsden, though not without making plain his sullen resentment of the delay, resumed his seat. Mr. Latimer, in a resentment still deeper, was forced to follow his example. There is apparent rashness on yet another score which Mr. Latimer might be well advised to explain to this meeting. Haven't you done with me yet? Cried Latimer. Unfortunately, in the interests of the cause we all have at heart, I have not. God give me patience, said Mr. Latimer wearily, and sank back in his chair. Rutledge went inexorably on. Mr. Latimer himself has told us of the grave danger of detention at Fairgrove to which he was exposed. It is impossible that he should not have foreseen this risk." "I didn't foresee that I should find Captain Mandeville there," Latimer defended himself. "So much was not necessary. Sir Andrew Carey is a resolute, uncompromising man, and the risk existed. Mr. Latimer must have known that it existed." "Well, I took the risk," Mr. Latimer answered, and he added the sneer, "What risks do you take?" "None that I am not entitled to take," was the calm reply. "And you were not entitled to take this. Had you been detained at Fairgrove, had you disappeared, what then?" "I should have been spared these impertinent questions." "Not impertinent. What I require to know is in what case should we have been? Deprived of your report, we should not have known the result of your investigations, and Featherstone would have continued undisturbed to spy upon us." Mr. Latimer was very angry, and strive though he might, he could not entirely keep the fact from appearing. He got to his feet again in a bound. "Sir," he said to the President, "I do not know when I have been troubled by such a legal windbag, or felt the blast of such asinine conceit. Mr. Rutledge sweeps from conclusion to conclusion with a rashness far beyond anything with which he charges me. Let me say, sir, that I had provided for the emergency which he supposes. I left behind me a written report of what I had discovered from Lord William. Had I failed to return home by 6 o'clock this evening, that report would have been laid before this meeting, and nothing would have been lost to it of my investigations." The completeness of the answer and the degree of heat with which it was delivered won them all to his side again. He perceived the reflection of this on their faces, and swept on to follow up his advantage. "Is Mr. Rutledge sufficiently answered? Does he yet confess that it is himself and not I who want for prescience? I await the admission, and I shall accept it as a sufficient apology." "With whom did you leave that report?"
Rutledge asked him, hardily in view of the present temper of the meeting.
There was more than a murmur of disapproval, but it disturbed Rutledge no more than a breeze disturbs the oak. "It imports to know," he insisted. "My God, man, what do you imply now? Do you cast a doubt upon my word?"
And white and wicked-looking, Latimer leaned across the table towards his questioner.
But Rutledge remained cold, hard, and clear as a diamond. "I imply nothing. I ask a question." "Answer him, for God's sake, Harry," said Moultrie impatiently. And Harry answered. "I left it with my friend Tom Izzard, who awaited at my own house my return from Fairgrove. Is that enough, or shall I fetch Tom Izzard to confirm my word?" "There is no need to bring Mr. Izzard into this," said Rutledge. "We all accept Mr. Latimer's word." "I'm glad of that." "But may I ask him why he should have preferred Mr. Izzard to one of ourselves?" "Because I did not wish to waste time in seeking any of you. Mr. Izzard is my friend, and he was conveniently at hand. Apart from yourselves, he was the only man who knew of my presence in Charlestown."
Well, it is a trifle, perhaps.
But when men move as we are moving, trifles must be weighed and all risks avoided. "I don't know what the devil you mean, sir," Latimer answered him. "But I gather that the avoiding of risks is your chief concern in life. You should not expect
all men to be made on the same cautious pattern.
Some of us have spirit and can act better than we can talk, which is as well, or nothing would be done. For believe me, sir, nothing is accomplished without taking risks." "You may risk yourself all you please, Mr. Latimer. I have no doubt you will do so abundantly. But you must not risk others with you, and you must not risk a cause." Significantly he added, "Mr. Izzard is the brother of Lady William Campbell." Latimer's eyes flashed. "He is a member of the Sons of Liberty." So was Featherstone. Mr. Rutledge, you go too far. I have said that Tom Izzard is my friend. I heard you, sir. That, unfortunately, does not affect his other relationship to which I have alluded. I am not suggesting that Mr. Izzard is disposed to treachery. I mentioned Featherstone merely to show that no reliance can be placed upon the fact that he is a member of the Sons of Liberty. But it is to be remembered that he is constantly seeing his sister Lady William, who is a very clever, enterprising woman, that he is constantly at the governor's residence, and that he is a young man of light and pleasure-loving habits, not by any means remarkable for discretion. That such a man should be acquainted, in however slight a degree, with any of our secret measures. He got no further. "You may spare me more of this," Latimer interrupted him. "I have allowed you to make havoc of my character, sir, but I'll be damned if I listen to you while you defame my friend. At least not in this place, where you shelter your impudence behind necessities of state." "Mr. Latimer, Mr. Latimer!" The president endeavoured to restrain him, but he appealed in vain. Mr. Latimer had unleashed his anger, and he let it run. "If you have anything to say of Tom Izzard, you may say it to me elsewhere, where I can horsewhip you if you are wanting in respect to him." With the single exception of John Rutledge himself, every man present came to his feet on that. Rutledge alone continued to sit wrapped ever in that mantle of aloof disdain. Moultrie caught Latimer's shoulder to restrain him. Angrily, Latimer shook off the grip. "Gentlemen," he said, "I take my leave of you. Since no word of thanks is forthcoming, since insult is my only recompense, I'll leave you to continue your deliberations without me. And while you and this windy attorney sit here, weighing straws and splitting offensive hairs, I'll act. Come, Gadsden, we know what's to do." "By God, we do," said the firebrand. Drayton, too, ranged himself on their side. "I'm coming with you," he announced.
"Gentlemen, gentlemen!"
Colonel Lawrence called after them as they made for the door, which Latimer had already flung open. "There's been talk enough," was all he got from Gadsden, who passed out. Drayton shrugged in silence and followed him. Harry Latimer was going last, when Rutledge himself raised his voice to detain him. "Mr. Latimer, I warn you solemnly that the committee will require an account of the action you now intend." "I'll render it with the Sons of Liberty at my back," Latimer answered him from the threshold. "Mr. Latimer, let me prevail upon you to return and listen to us." "Go to the devil," said Latimer, and he went out and closed the doors. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Tar and Feathers. Outside, the evening breeze coming in from the sea with the flow of the tide cooled Mr. Latimer's excessive heat, and brought him to consider one or two things to which, in the last few moments, his anger had blinded him. It was idle, he reflected, to go in quest of Featherstone at this hour. By this time he must have profited by the warning which Mandeville would have borne him, and it was as certain as anything can be in this uncertain world that he was already safe from any vengeance that might be loosed against him. It was not a matter that admitted of doubt. The governor's anxiety to remove him into safety would spring from the same source as Rutledge's desire to restrain Latimer and Gadsden from any violent measures against the scoundrel. If the Sons of Liberty took action and dealt summarily with Featherstone, Lord William must feel under the necessity of asserting himself and demanding justice. He would have the clearest information that the person responsible for Featherstone's fate, directly or indirectly, was Harry Latimer, and he must choose between rendering himself and his rule ridiculous and punishing the offender. If, for the sake of his own and his royal master's dignity, he took the latter course, he would probably precipitate in South Carolina the very troubles which both parties were striving desperately to avert. The American colonies were become highly combustible material, and a conflagration anywhere must spread in a blaze of revolt across the continent. Latimer was under no delusion as to the purpose for which Rutledge had demanded that he and those who departed with him should remain, and it was only his conviction that the thing Rutledge dreaded could no longer happen, rather than his own personal resentment of the cavalier treatment he had received at Rutledge's hands, which had made him deaf to that demand. The manner of his departure from the meeting, however, seemed to have committed him to joint action with Gadsden and Drayton, men who, as he well knew, were totally indifferent in their downright republicanism, whether they precipitated a crisis or not. He protested that Featherston by now would have been conveyed to safety, and that therefore anything they could do was a sheer waste of time. "Perhaps so," said Gadsden. "We'll hope not. And anyway, I have called an assembly of my lads in the old beef market for this evening, against the chance of my being able to give them the name of the spy. You must come, Harry. You must tell them at first hand of your discovery." Latimer shrank at first, protesting from any such course, and but for his conviction that Featherstone was out of reach, nothing would have persuaded him to it. As it was, he ended by yielding to Gadsden's fiery insistence. Within a half-hour he was mounted on a stall in the beef market, addressing a crowd of young men, numbering perhaps 100, and composed almost entirely of mechanics and artisans, the lads to whom Christopher Gadsden had, for months now, been preaching the gospel of freedom under Liberty Oak, outside his own residence. To these Latimer denounced Gabriel Featherston for a spy, telling them of the infamous traffic the man had held with the Royalist government, and of the jeopardy in which he had placed some 20 patriotic necks. When Gadsden in a few brief, hot, inciting periods had confirmed Latimer, those militant sons of liberty would wait for no more. With angry shouts of "Death to the traitor! Death to Featherston!" they surged out, and away to do summary execution. Up Broad Street and along King Street they swept in the direction of Fort Carteret, in the neighbourhood of which dwelt the sister with whom Featherston was lodged, and as they went their numbers swelled, others joining them, attracted by the angry, excited clamour. "Featherston! Featherston!" was the cry. "Come and feather the stone! Come and tar and feather Featherston! Tar and Featherston! Tar and Featherston!" None of the 3 men responsible for launching the mob had any further part in the business. They were left behind in the now empty beef market. Gadsden, had he obeyed his instincts, would have placed himself at the head of his lads, and Latimer, too, would have thought it natural to lead a crowd which he had roused to this pitch of fury, but Drayton's legal, practical mind restrained them both. "Let the mischief run," he advised. "No need to further implicate ourselves. We should be putting our necks under the knife without profiting the others." Latimer was faintly indignant. "I am not by nature over-cautious," he said. Instead of resenting the retort, Drayton explained himself. "Legal action cannot be taken against a mob, but it can be taken against an individual who leads it. And illegal action must not be provoked because of the consequences that may follow out of it." "He's right," said Gadsden, "although he reasons like John Rutledge." "Who already has enough against you, Latimer," Drayton added. Therefore, and because firmly convinced at heart that the mob must arrive too late to accomplish its bloodthirsty aims, Latimer went home, accompanied most of the way by Gadsden, who was a near neighbour of his own, residing also on the bay. He would have sat down to supper less complacently could he have suspected the infernal subtlety of Mandeville. Because he did not, because the happening was almost unaccountable in his eyes, he was shocked and dismayed when an hour or so later Tom Izzard came like a whirlwind into the dining room whilst he was still at table. "What's the matter?" Latimer had greeted him, seeing his startled face and agitated condition. "Hell's the matter!" Tom blazed out at him. "There's a mob of maniacs bent on devilry in the streets." "Pooh, they'll do no harm. They'll seize an empty nest." "Do no harm? Let me perish, it's the harm they've done already." "They haven't got Featherstone," cried Harry, his cheeks blenching. "Got him, man. They've murdered him. They broke into his sister's house and they've nearly wrecked it by their violence." Featherstone was sitting down to supper with her and his brother-in-law. There was no time to hide him. They got him. They dragged him out, screaming like a terrified woman. They tore the clothes from his back until they had him stark naked. A revolting business. They tarred and feathered him there almost under the eyes of his sister. Then they dragged him, still screaming, through the streets to the corner, and hanged him on the tree in front of the tavern. My God, I can't get the sounds of his screeching out of my ears. Latimer sat there clutching the arms of his high-backed chair, staring straight before him, stark horror on his white face. "They say," Tom informed him, "that it was you and Gadsden who set the mob on." Aye. It was an ejaculation of impatience, of exasperation rather than assent. But how came the mob to get him? What has Mandeville been doing? Didn't he warn him? Or didn't the fool heed the warning? Nay, how do I know? Featherstone may have got no more than he deserved, but you should have kept your hand out of it, Harry. You'll have to look to yourself after this. What's that? Harry considered him sharply, horror giving place to a sudden alertness. Do you think, he began. What? Yes, by heaven, that's it. That's it, Tom. This infernal Captain Mandeville has deliberately kept silent and let his agent Featherstone perish, so as to make a case against me, so that I may be brought to account. Oh, you're mad. Am I? What else is possible? Mandeville was in Charlestown 2 full hours before I denounced Featherstone to the Sons of Liberty in the beef market. In a quarter of that time Featherstone could have been placed beyond our reach. Why was he not? Why? Answer me that. But if that was your belief, why did you trouble to denounce him? Why? Latimer stared at him for a long moment, whilst he sought within himself for an answer. Oh, I was just led by the nose by my annoyance with Rutledge. A silly gesture of defiance to him, and it was unnecessary, because if I hadn't, Gadsden would have set them on. But I give you my word, Tom, I would never have done it, and had Gadsden done it, I should myself have gone to warn Featherstone, if I could have suspected the trap which Mandeville had baited for me. He paused a moment, then added in a dull voice, Carey will never forgive me this. And now came Julius to announce Rutledge, Moultrie, and Lawrence. Harry tossed aside his napkin and rose to receive them. All three, even Moultrie, who loved him, were stern and hostile. Rutledge was the first to address him, and this abruptly, uncompromisingly, his voice corrosively acid. So, sir, you have had your way in defiance and in despite of us all. What was there that he could say that would be believed? He stood in silence to receive whatever reprimand Rutledge chose to administer, and he knew that Rutledge would not spare him. Outwardly he strove to maintain an air of impassivity, which the delegate mistook for insolence. The mob, sir, is acclaiming you its hero, Rutledge continued. Therefore you may be content, since that presumably is all that you desired, all that you wrought for. There at least you are at fault, Latimer answered him firmly. Each of us carries in himself a standard by which to measure his neighbour. Out of your own vanity, I must presume, sir, you find in vanity the source of other men's actions." "Excellent," said Rutledge. "It is the very time for philosophic reflections. I'll ignore that insult with the rest." "I am sure you will," said Latimer, conscious though he was that at every word he put himself further in the wrong. Moultrie intervened. "You know what it means, Harry." "I know that I don't much care." "But you must care," Lawrence informed him gravely. "It is to make you understand that we have come. You have no time to lose. Your arrest may be ordered at any moment." "My arrest? What else?" Rutledge demanded. "You set a mob on to do a man to death, and think that nothing is to happen as a consequence. You would not listen to me this evening, and I will not listen to you now," Latimer interrupted him. "It is your fault largely that I am where I am." "My fault?" Rutledge looked at his companions to invite their consideration of this fantastic statement. "My fault? You are a little wild in your accusations, sir." "Mr. Rutledge, I do not choose to be more precise. This is my house, and if you must taunt me into insulting you, I prefer that you do it in some other place. Tom, will you be good enough to ring for Julius?" "A moment, sir, a moment." A faint colour was stirring in Rutledge's full cheeks. "Indeed, you must listen to us," Moultrie added. "Don't ring, Tom. You are to realize, Harry, that we can't have you arrested." "But who is to arrest me?" "If the governor orders it, we must submit. And if you are arrested, you will be tried. And if tried, you will certainly be hanged." "If the Sons of Liberty permit it," countered Harry.
"You say they are acclaiming me."
"And I said I was indifferent. I am not. I have changed my mind. I place my trust in the people, and so may you." "But don't you understand, Latimer," Lawrence explained, "that this is precisely what we desire to avoid, the explosion that must follow?" "I am not at all concerned to avoid it. On the contrary, I shall welcome it. I shall welcome arrest and trial. It will enable me to expose the sly, deliberate villainy by which I have been driven into this corner."
The three looked at one another gravely.
Then, in a firm tone of finality, Moultrie expressed what was in the mind of all. "Harry, you must leave Charlestown tonight, at once." "I don't perceive the necessity." "But you'll go, nevertheless," said Lawrence. "Not a step." Rutledge took up the attack once more. "Are you so stupid that you don't understand, or so wilful and headstrong that you don't care? Are you concerned only to be acclaimed a hero by the mob, a pinchbeck hero? If you haven't the wit to see what must follow, then God help you. If you are arrested and brought to trial, there may be consequences that will inflame a continent, from Georgia to Massachusetts,
From the Atlantic to the Mississippi.
The brand of war is ready to the burning. Already it smoulders since that affair at Lexington. The least breeze of public feeling will fan it into flame. Persist in this mad defiance now, and you may plunge your country into civil war. Can you stand there and calmly envisage even that, so that you may pander to your monstrous vanity? "No, sir, I cannot." Mr. Latimer was white and fierce. "You'll go?" cried Moultrie and Lawrence together. "I'll stay." "But—" "If it were indeed a question of pandering to my vanity, as Mr. Rutledge says, I should bow now to your wishes. But it is not. I am moved by very different motives. To you, Mr. Rutledge, I will explain myself no further. I am weary of your demands for explanations, weary of your questionings and cross-questionings. That you should ask me to go is enough in itself to determine me to stay. I do not recognize your authority over me, or your right to subject me to the questions and veiled reproaches with which you have plagued me today. So I will beg you to spare yourself and me any further harangues. But if you will stay Moultrie, I will open my mind to you fully and completely. My mind and my heart, for both are involved. And if Colonel Lawrence cares to remain, he is welcome to hear what I shall have to say." Mr. Rutledge bowed with stiff and formal dignity. "Mr. Latimer, I will bid you good night. Colonel Lawrence and Moultrie have the tranquillity of the province as much at heart as I have." He retired in good order. Then, when he was gone at last, Latimer unfolded heart and mind, as he had promised, to the two who remained, and to Tom Izard also. He showed them how he must now appear to Sir Andrew Carey, and how the trial, and the trial alone, by bringing all to light, might put him right in Sir Andrew's eyes. It moved them strongly into sympathy with him. "Damn Rutledge," swore Moultrie. "He has the manners of a curmudgeon. But he's the soul of honesty, Harry, and the staunchest patriot in South Carolina, and he has a mind. A mind, perhaps, but little heart. And a mind that is not supported by a heart has never achieved greatness for any man. It's no matter for that now, Harry. The fact is that if you remain, you place not only yourself in danger, but the colony as well." "It doesn't happen that I agree with you," said Latimer. "The governor will never dare to move in the matter when he knows the part played in it by his equerry." "But if you should be wrong in your assumption?" Lawrence asked him in distress. "If I am wrong, then the explanation is that in neglecting to warn Featherstone, Mandeville was acting under orders from Lord William. That I cannot believe. But if it were true, Lord William should be more reluctant than ever to proceed against me. It may be an attempt to scare me away, to raise the very bugbear that you are brandishing. I don't know. But I mean to ascertain, and therefore I remain in Charlestown." The end of it was that Moultrie and Lawrence went off to report failure to Rutledge, and to receive in their turn his remorseless reprimands for their own lack of firmness. When they submitted to him the reasons which Latimer had given them, and actually manifested sympathy with those reasons, he was more contemptuous than ever, and wondered why he should be doomed to work with a party of emotional sentimentalists. Rutledge went to bed that night persuaded that the colony stood upon the threshold of civil war. Considering what was happening elsewhere in America, the conviction did not demand much foresight. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Mailbag. Betimes on the following morning, Latimer received a visit from William Henry Drayton. With him came Tom Corbett, a member of the official secret committee. "Put a pistol in your pocket and come with me, Harry," Drayton invited him. You conceive that Mr. Latimer required explanations. He was afforded them. A week ago, a fairly full meeting of the Council of Safety, the executive body appointed by the Provincial Congress and invested with the fullest powers, had been startled by Drayton's proposal that Lord William Campbell should be taken into custody. This drastic proposal had found support at the hands of only two of his colleagues of the committee. The remainder, led by Rawlins Lowndes, the Speaker of the Commons, were solidly against it. They considered Drayton's assumptions based on insufficient evidence, and they would in no case be parties to so provocative a step as he advocated. The end of a protracted debate was that further evidence should be sought of Lord William's real disposition. Latimer's subsequent visit to the governor having added on this subject little or nothing to the information gained in the back country by Drayton, there remained the course secretly sanctioned by the Council of Safety, which was that the governor's mails should henceforth be subjected to scrutiny. Thomas Corbett, mainly because residing upon the bay, and therefore likely to be among the first to perceive the arrival of any packet from England, was entrusted with the business, And this morning Corbett, espying a new arrival among the British shipping, had gone in quest of Drayton to help him in what was to do. It had been thought well to reinforce themselves by including a third in the undertaking, and Drayton had proposed Harry Latimer. One reason is that you were convenient to our hand, your house lying on our way. The other, that it is better to employ another man who, like myself, is already liable to arrest for last night's business, than someone against whom there is, as yet, no charge. You mean that having taken one downward step, it cannot greatly matter if I take another, Latimer laughed. And whilst Latimer with Drayton and Corbett went forth upon that further act of treason, Lord William Campbell, reduced almost to despair by last night's event, was listening to Mandeville's insistent counsel that action should be taken to avenge the murder of Featherstone. Already last night, when first the news of that outrage had been conveyed to the governor by the mob itself, which had paraded under his windows, taunting him and defying him with threats to serve his other spies in the same fashion, there had been an acrimonious scene between Lord William and his masterful equerry. Bitterly had Lord William upbraided Mandeville for a lack of diligence, which his lordship suspected to have been deliberate. Calm, correct, and dignified, Mandeville had defended himself with the assertion that he had gone straight to Featherstone's lodging, that the fellow being absent, he had sought him at the coffee-house in St. Michael's Alley, which was known to be a favourite resort of his. There he had learnt that Featherstone had gone to Goose Creek, and he had ridden all the way thither with a view to preventing him from returning into the town. He had missed him by minutes. But this morning Lord William had received further details of Featherstone's capture. He had learnt that the fellow had been taken in his sister's house and dragged from her supper table, and this fresh information, reawakening his suspicions, led him to reopen the matter. "How came you to leave no word with Mrs. Grigg?" Mandeville shrugged. "It would have been better had I done so, certainly. But I saw no reason to alarm the woman unnecessarily. I was confident of finding Featherstone myself." Lord William looked at him with eyes in which suspicion still brooded, and it brooded too in the mind of Mr. Innes, who was present at the interview in the governor's pleasant study above the garden. A bee sailed in through the open window on the warm air that was heavy with the perfume of the magnolias, and for a moment the drone of its flight was the only sound in the room. Then Mandeville, lounging easily on the governor's daybed, spoke again. "What really asks your consideration is the action you are now to take." "Action?" quoth Lord William. "Action. You will not allow the deed to remain unpunished." "One cannot punish a mob." "No, but the mob's instigator is known, this man Latimer." Lord William interrupted him irritably. "I told you yesterday what our position would be if this thing happened. Nothing has occurred to change that. We cannot now take proceedings without incurring the risk of a riot, infinitely more disastrous than last night's." "Yet if you do nothing there is an end to your authority." "My God, man, if only you had got Featherstone away!" He strode to the window and back again. He took a decision and halted by the writing table. "Innes, please send a line to the Speaker of the Commons asking him to be good enough to wait upon me." Innes bent to the task. "At least I can save my face, as Governor Bull did when they raided the armoury. The Commons shall appoint a committee to investigate the outrage." "That," said Mandeville, "is mere comedy. It's the alternative to tragedy, and that I am determined to avoid." But an hour later came news which shook the firmness of the governor's determination. It was brought by Stevens, who kept the post office. He was white and trembling, be it from the scare he had recently undergone, be it from natural indignation. He came to report that no sooner had the mail-bag from the Swallow reached his office that morning Then the place had been invaded by 3 gentlemen of Charlestown, who had demanded its surrender. Peremptorily he had refused, whereupon one of them had clapped a pistol to his head and had held him motionless under the threat of death, whilst the other 2 had appropriated the mail-bag and carried it away. Only after their departure had their leader, as he was to be supposed from his action, withdrawn the pistol and gone his ways again. Governor, equerry, and secretary listened appalled to this narrative. Mandeville, whose wits were less easily distracted from essentials than those of Lord William, and who permitted himself far less the luxury of indulging his feelings, proceeded almost at once to a pertinent inquiry.
"Gentlemen," he echoed.
"You said gentlemen, Stevens?" "I did so, Your Honour." "That disposes of any idea of robbery. The thing acquires a political significance. Who were these gentlemen, Stevens? It's clear you knew them." "Nay, Captain, I name no names," cried the fellow in some excitement. "I've no mind to go the way of Featherstone." "So," said Mandeville, and drew a bow at a venture, and yet not quite at a venture. "Latimer was one of them." The assertion flung Stevens into terror. "I never said so! I never said so!" He appealed almost wildly to the governor. "Your Excellency, I named no names. You, sir," he turned to Innes, "I take you to witness, sir, that I never said who done it." Mandeville thought his panic said so, and at the same time he reviewed a picture in his memory of Harry Latimer at Fairgrove, drawing a heavy pistol from the pocket of his bottle green riding-coat. So once more he loosed a shaft on assumption. "Was Mr. Latimer's pistol loaded, do you suppose?" "To test it might have cost me my life," Stevens had answered before he was aware of how much he was really saying. "And the other 2? Who were they?" asked Lord William. "Don't ask me, my lord. They were members of the Provincial Congress, and it's before Congress or one of its committees the mails has gone." They pressed him no further. Lord William, indeed, was too perturbed, too dismayed by the fact itself, to preoccupy himself with the details of it, whilst Mandeville was so concerned with his discovery that Latimer was the chief actor in the outrage that he cared little who might have been the others. "And what are you going to do now?" Mandeville calmly asked his lordship after Stevens had been dismissed. What is there to be done? His Excellency was reduced to a despair which he did not trouble to conceal. Nothing can be clearer than what should be done, but I await your Excellency's commands, and he tapped his snuff-box. The governor became peevish. "Oh, damn your assumptions, Mandeville." His mind swung to what was no more than a side issue. "Anyhow, I doubt if the mails they have seized contain any dispatches for myself. Mine came in by the Tamar, and there could hardly be anything to add to them." Mandeville took snuff and considered. "Let us hope it is so. But even if it is, it makes the crime of tampering with His Majesty's mail no less grave. It is a capital offence here as in England. If you take no action, faith, you will lose the respect and support of the few remaining loyal souls in the colony. You may as well pack and quit, for you will have ceased completely to govern. And if I arrest Latimer, which is what you are really advising, the same will happen, and something more. I shall cease to govern, because I shall be flung out, and I shall leave civil war behind me. If Latimer continues free to pursue his rebel activities, civil war is assured.
That is the other horn of your dilemma.
You should perceive by now with what manner of man you have to deal. A desperate, reckless fellow, a revolutionist, the most dangerous man in the province. And every day he continues at liberty, he becomes more dangerous. For every day he establishes himself more firmly in the favour of the people. The thing to be done with him is clear, and there should be no delays about it. Put him aboard one of the English ships and send him home to be dealt with." The governor stood considering a moment. "If it was impossible yesterday," he said slowly, "it is
by what you have said yourself,
more impossible still today. And will be more impossible still tomorrow, Mandeville countered, when the need for it will be infinitely more acute. Hesitation to grasp this nettle has brought your Excellency into your present difficulty. These scoundrels trade upon your scruples. They are cowards that abuse your generosity. You have been meek and conciliatory with them ever since you arrived. Show them the strong hand for once. Show them that you are not to be scared by the bugbear of civil war, which they dangle before you to cow you into inaction. That fear of yours is the foundation upon which they build. Strike it from under them at one blow, and you'll find them tumbling in dismay. The time for half measures, for compromising and temporizing has gone. He infected the governor at last with something of his own firmness, for firm Mandeville undoubtedly was, and above intimidation. Yes, his lordship reluctantly agreed. You are right, Mandeville. This man is too dangerous to be left at large in Charlestown.
If I am to be trampled under the hoofs of the mob, I may as well be trampled for getting rid of him,
as because he commands the mob to do it. At least I shall have done my duty by the state. Innes, if you will prepare a warrant for the arrest of Harry Latimer, and have it ready for me after breakfast, I will sign it. Mandeville will formulate the charge for you. Mandeville permitted himself a smile. I congratulate your Excellency on the decision. Lord William's young eyes considered him gloomily. I hope there is occasion for it, he said with a sigh. God knows. And he went at last to breakfast,
a meal which he always took alone with Lady William in her ladyship's dainty little boudoir on the ground floor immediately underneath the study. He was preoccupied and uncommunicative throughout the meal.
His mind, as her ladyship perceived, was far from easy,
a fact which she naturally attributed to the terrible affair of last night.
She waited patiently for him to unburden himself, too wise to attempt to force his confidence. But when breakfast had come to an end, and still he sat wrapped in his gloomy abstraction, she abandoned the ways of pure wisdom and gave the reins to her concern. Her questions drew from him the tale of the raid on the mails, and of the warrant he was to sign in consequence of that and other things. It shocked her profoundly. Harry Latimer had been her friend, as he had been the friend of all her brothers and sisters, and particularly of Tom, from childhood. Myrtle Carey, too, was her friend, and although she knew, being in Myrtle's confidence, that there was at present a cloud between the lovers,
she also believed their affection strong enough to dissipate that cloud in the end.
Is it wise, Will?" she asked. "I hope it is," he answered wearily. "Ah, you don't know?" "I know only that it is necessary. It is impossible that my authority should continue to be flouted, and that Latimer should be left free to pursue what amounts to a career of crime." "That sounds like Captain Mandeville," she said. "Has he persuaded you?" Lord William had not the courage to admit it. In his soul he was ashamed of the weakness which permitted his equerry to dominate him so completely. His answer was an equivocation. "He tried to persuade me yesterday, and I refused to listen to him. Today, after Featherstone's terrible end, and this outrage on the mails, I no longer need persuading." "Have you counted the cost?" she asked him gravely. "I have counted the cost of not doing it. Do you think there is any court in Carolina would convict Harry Latimer at present?" His answer relieved her fears. "No, I do not." "Then why make yourself ridiculous by arresting him?" "He is not to be tried in Carolina. He shall go to England as by law prescribed for offenders in his class." The announcement changed her gravity to panic. "Merciful God!" she ejaculated. "Will, you can't do it." "Either that or I must throw up the governorship and sail for England myself. Charlestown cannot hold Mr. Harry Latimer and myself at the same time. That has now been clearly demonstrated." She was still staring at him in utter dismay when her brother-in-law, Miles Bruton, was announced, and she welcomed his advent, persuaded that here was a very valuable ally. A handsome, modish man of middle age, Bruton was sincerely attached to Lord William Campbell, notwithstanding the fact that he himself belonged to the patriotic party. More than once already had he steered the governor over shoals and evil passages, and Lord William had been glad to lean upon him, knowing he was probably as conservative and constitutional as any man on his side. Because of this, and because of his genuine affection for Lord William, Mr. Bruton spared no effort to maintain the popularity of his brother-in-law, and it was under his auspices and at his house that the ball in honour of the governor was being organised for tomorrow night. Her ladyship had at first imagined that this might be the occasion of this matutinal visit, but he soon made it clear that he was concerned with very different matters, and that he desired to be private with Lord William.
And when presently they sauntered forth together into the garden,
her discreet ladyship made no attempt to join them. She was not destined to be long alone with her thoughts, for presently she had another visitor, in the person of her brother Tom, who brought into the little room with him some of the careless, boisterous, high spirits
with which his large person normally abounded.
He had resolved to spy out the land, and ascertain how far Harry might be justified of his estimate of Mandeville's deliberate endeavours to enmesh him.
He approached the subject with the subtlety of a calf.
"What's this I'm told, Sally, of Harry Latimer's being blamed for what happened to Featherstone?" She looked up from the couch on which she was seated, with the window immediately behind her. "Where did you hear it?" "Where?" Master Tom was nonplussed. He took refuge in the truth. "Why, from Harry himself." "And how does he know?"
Tom stood over her, large and benign.
"I came here to ask questions, not to be questioned," said he, and asked, "Is it true?" "I'm afraid it is, Tom." She was suddenly inspired. "The best service you can render Harry is to go to him at once and tell him to leave Charlestown without a moment's delay. Will is signing a warrant for his arrest, both because of the Featherstone business and because of his share in the raid on the post office this morning. Hurry to him, Tom." But Tom showed no disposition whatever to hurry. Instead, he sat down beside her and smiled phlegmatically upon the sister whom his conduct was alarming. "Not until I've seen Will," he said. "What can you have to say to Will?" "For one thing, I can tell him to make out a warrant for my arrest at the same time, for I was with Harry at the beef market last night. All Charlestown knows I was there. And between ourselves, I was also concerned in the raid on the post office this morning." "Are you mad, Tom? Oh, how could you? Have you no thought for me?" Her handsome, opulent figure appeared visibly to swell with indignation. "How could you place me in this cruel position?" "It isn't you that's in a cruel position, it's Will. He'll have to arrest his brother-in-law, or change his mind about arresting Latimer. Mr. Tom Izzard, you see, was, after all, not entirely without subtlety." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Stalemate. Amongst them they shattered at least, in part, the governor's resolve. For Miles Bruton's visit, too, was concerned with last night's business and the possible action Lord William might feel himself compelled to take in consequence. He came to impose caution upon his brother-in-law. Lord William, an amiable weather-vane to turn obligingly with any wind that blew, was already wobbling undecidedly when he rejoined his wife to be faced by Tom Izzard's ultimatum, and to be reminded unpleasantly that Tom's name was also on that list of rebels who had raided the armoury last April. The distraction of his mind was suddenly pierced by a recollection of something that Mandeville had said. "Show them the strong hand.
that you are not to be scared by the bugbear of civil war. That fear of yours is the foundation upon which they build." If Mandeville were right, and of this Mandeville had persuaded him, then the threat of action should be as effective as action itself in ridding him of this pestilent Harry Latimer. If only this were achieved one way or another, his difficulties would be largely at an end for the present. Upon that he now took his resolve, and he announced it to them with some firmness. "The warrant cannot be withdrawn. I shall sign it today. I have no choice. The governor of South Carolina, with evidence before him of acts of robbery and high treason all in one, dare not refuse to take action, but the action shall be delayed. I will suspend the execution of the warrant for 48 hours, and I shall formally communicate this to Mr. Latimer today. Provided that he will leave South Carolina within the time I give him, I shall be content." "An act of banishment," said Bruton, pursing his lips. "It is the utmost clemency I dare show, more indeed than I have any right to show. If you are his friend Tom, and mine, you will persuade him to take advantage of it." The more Lord William considered this solution of the riddle, which had come to him with the suddenness of inspiration, the better he liked it. It assumed in his eyes the proportions of a diplomatic masterpiece. At a stroke he saved his face, rid the country of a mischief-maker, and gave provocation to none. He was uplifted out of his despondency, exalted in fact, when he retraced his steps to his study and sent for Mandeville. When the equerry came, he found Lord William humming the refrain of a song. "The warrant is signed," said his lordship airily, "but it is not to be executed until Friday morning, 48 hours hence. You are to intimate the same to Mr. Latimer at once." Mandeville thought him mad, and very nearly said so. His lordship explained himself, and Mandeville changed his mind. Almost he admired the nimbleness with which Lord William had dodged both horns of his dilemma, and since he could desire for himself nothing more than the removal of Mr. Latimer, it did not very much matter whether that removal were effected in this way or another. Content, therefore, Captain Mandeville sallied forth, and went on foot down Broad Street, and then northward along the wide Bay Street with its bastions and cortine lines above the broad expanse of the waters of the Cooper River, here merging into the ocean. At anchor a mile away, beyond most of the lesser shipping in the bay, he discovered the black and white hull of the sloop Tamar, and reflected that with half a dozen such warships riding there it would be an easy matter to quell the mutinous spirit of these colonial upstarts. Past the crowded busy wharves he went, past the foot of Queen Street, and on into the quieter region beyond the Custom House, where at last he came to the stately mansion of Mr. Harry Latimer. Julius, in his sky-blue livery, laced with silver, ushered the captain into the library, that he might admire there, whilst waiting, the evidences of the culture with which the Latimers surrounded themselves. And he was kept waiting some little time. It is possible that this was deliberate on the part of Mr. Latimer. When at last the young master of the house made his appearance, he came clad in a coat of apricot velvet, above black satin smalls and black silk stockings. The lace at his throat and wrists was finest Mechlin. A diamond of price flashed in his solitaire, and buckles of French paste adorned the red-heeled shoes that had certainly come all the way from Paris. Whilst Julius held the door for him, he bowed gracefully from the threshold to his visitor. "I am honoured, Captain Mandeville." "Your humble obedient, sir." The captain made a leg in his turn. "I am sent by His Excellency the Governor." Mr. Latimer advanced. Julius closed the door, and the two were alone together. "A chair, sir." Captain Mandeville sat down. "I will come straight to business, Mr. Latimer. You have been guilty, if you will forgive the liberty of the criticism, of a grave imprudence." "Of many, sir, I do assure you." Mr. Latimer was airy. I allude to your address last night to the mob in the beef market, as a result of which a man has been done to death. You are sure, Captain Mandeville, that it was as a result of that? Of what else, then? I have a suspicion that it is of your own deliberate neglect, sir, to take advantage of the warning you had at Fairgrove. It was not I who acted as Featherstone's justiciary, but you who acted as his murderer. Sir! The captain was on his feet. Blue eyes smiled serenely into dark eyes. Mr. Latimer appeared to be mildly amused. Do you deny it? To me? The captain commanded himself. I am not concerned to deny or admit. It is not I who am in danger of being put upon my trial. But that may follow, said Mr. Latimer. Almost the captain was taken aback. How? What do you mean? Oh, but does it matter very much? I am perhaps detaining you, and you will have, I take it, some communication to make to me. Yes, said Mandeville, I think it may be best if we keep to that. There is a warrant signed for your arrest, Mr. Latimer. If that warrant is executed, you realize what must happen to you? If it is executed? Mr. Latimer stared at him. It is usual to execute warrants, is it not? The captain did not choose to deliver a direct answer. In this case, Lord William has been persuaded to deal leniently with you, and to spare you the full rigour of the law, provided that you will submit to the condition he imposes. That will depend upon the condition. His Excellency will be satisfied if you will accept a sentence of banishment from South Carolina. He gives you 48 hours, a generous measure of time, in which to quit Charlestown. But he desires you to understand quite clearly that if you are still here by 10 o'clock on Friday morning, the warrant will be executed and the law will take its course. Mr. Latimer took a turn in the long room, considering his reply, but not his course of action. That required no consideration. Would it be impertinent, Captain Mandeville, or indiscreet to inquire by whom His Excellency has been persuaded to so much clemency? Chiefly, I believe, by Lady William. Ah! Mr. Latimer considered him very searchingly. For a moment I almost suspected it might have been yourself. Myself? Mandeville stared hard in his turn. On my soul, Mr. Latimer, you think too well of me. I was not thinking well of you at all when I thought that. Has it occurred to you, Captain Mandeville, that if I am brought to trial upon this charge, I shall urge in my own defence that I gave full and timely warning to you and to Sir Andrew Carey of what would happen to Featherstone if he were not removed from Charlestown? What then, sir? Asked the captain with the least hint of challenge. You will be required to admit it, and so will Sir Andrew Carey, and at need even Miss Carey, who was also present. Mandeville's eyelids flickered. Latimer, watching him, did not fail to observe that single flaw in the man's iron self-control. You will all three be upon oath, and it is not to be supposed that all three of you will commit perjury. Where is the need? Such a statement will but further incriminate you. No, sir, it will incriminate you, and of a singularly heinous and atrocious deed. Why did you not take steps to save Featherstone? Why did you not even warn him? That you did not is clear from the manner in which he was taken, peacefully at supper with his sister and her family. You will be required to answer that question, and all the other questions, all the abominable implications arising out of it. Mr. Latimer uttered a short laugh. You deliberately sacrificed Featherstone, your spy, your own man, that you might weave a rope for my neck. He came a step nearer and smiled a little grimly into the soldier's set face. Are you quite sure, Captain Mandeville, that you have not woven one for your own? Do you doubt that when your conduct is made clear, yours will be the fate of Featherstone himself? That there will be tar and feathers for you as there were for him? Can you really doubt it? Mandeville fell back a step. He had changed colour at last, and his eyes looked darker than ever in the pallor of his face. "Your questions are impertinent, Mr. Latimer." He changed his tone to one of utter formality. "I have had the honour to deliver the message with which I am charged by His Excellency. I shall be happy to bear him your answer." "You have it, Captain Mandeville. Tell him that he need not hold his hand until Friday morning, that I have no intention of obeying his decree of banishment, and that here in Charlestown I remain for the pleasure of seeing you taken in your own dirty springe." "Mr. Latimer!" Mandeville's self-control gave out. "By God, you shall meet me for this." "It is what I am suggesting." Mr. Latimer smiled sardonically. "I shall certainly meet you. In the courthouse, but nowhere else, Captain Mandeville." And he pulled the bell rope. Mandeville looked at him a moment, dark fury in his eyes. Then he turned and strode to the door. On the threshold he halted again. Only the truth and his apprehension of the truth could have moved him to such a pitch of anger. He was caught, and he knew it. Latimer had proved too astute. He had discerned the vulnerable Achilles' heel, of which Mandeville himself had been unconscious, and so the captain now thanked heaven from his heart that Lord William should not have listened to him when he had urged the immediate arrest of Latimer. That arrest he was now as anxious to avoid as Lord William himself. At all costs, Latimer must be driven off, scared away. Therefore, at the door he played his last card. "Mr. Latimer, it is only fair to warn you that you build on sand. The consummation you imagine might follow if you were to be tried here in Charlestown. But if you are arrested, you will be taken to England for trial, as the law requires in the case of men charged with such an offence as yours." For an instant that gave Latimer pause, but only for an instant, until his mind had surveyed the thing. "Captain Mandeville, I do not believe that Lord William would perpetrate any such rashness. The law you invoke is one of the grievances that have caused the disturbances in these colonies. If you dared in the present state of things to attempt to enforce it, you would provoke an explosion that would shatter you all to pieces. You say this to scare me. But even if it were as you say, I should apprehend as little as I do from trial here. There is justice in England. The English are just, and they are none too sympathetic with a government that is endeavouring to curtail the liberties of Englishmen overseas. Whatever might happen to me, be sure that you would fare none too well at the hands of an English court, Captain Mandeville. And that, I think, is all I have to say to you." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Revelation. Towards noon of that same Wednesday, a vast lumbering mahogany coach, with a coat of arms on the panel and two liveried negroes, maintaining themselves on the platform behind by the grip of a couple of broad straps, made its way down the comparatively narrow trad street, and drew up at the door of Sir Andrew Carey's town house. The coach contained Sir Andrew and his daughter. It was followed by a second one, almost as large, but of leather stretched over a wooden frame, and of more antiquated design. This contained Remus the butler, Abraham the valet, Miss Carey's Moma Dido, and a prodigious quantity of luggage. Thus, more or less in state, Sir Andrew re-entered Charlestown, coming, as we know, to lend by his loyal presence support to the King's representative in these seditious times. Within a half hour of his arrival, almost before the holland covers had been taken from the furniture, he was waited on by Captain Mandeville. The equerry came spurred by panic. He realized that he had overreached himself. Lord William had definitely committed himself to a threat, and retreat was impossible. Wherefore, upon quitting Latimer, Mandeville had gone straight to Colonel Lawrence, with whom he had found John Rutledge. Knowing their temperate views, their ardent desire for conciliation, their horror of anything that might precipitate a crisis destructive of all hope, he sought them in some confidence. He left them in despair. Rutledge had summed up the brief discussion. "We honour Lord William for his forbearance, and for this 48 hours' grace. It is far more than we have any right to expect from him, and we are deeply sensible of the motives which inspire him. Inspired by the same desire to maintain peace, we will use with Mr. Latimer what influence we have, but neither Colonel Lawrence nor myself can be deluded by any hope of success. What you suggest that we should do, we have already done. Already last night, before there was any question of a warrant, we urged Mr. Latimer to depart at once. He was obdurate and obstinate in his resolve to remain." Lawrence, who had received Latimer's reasons at first hand, was even more chilling to Captain Mandeville. "He is rooted in the persuasion that Lord William will not dare to proceed against him." "That he is wrong there, you should now be able to demonstrate," said Mandeville. "His lordship has signed the warrant, and he must perform as he threatens, or his authority is at an end, and he renders himself ridiculous." "We shall not omit to employ that argument, but for myself I have little hope that it will move Mr. Latimer." He sighed and shook his great head. "I wish I could think otherwise." So Captain Mandeville took his leave, already persuaded that from this quarter, despite obvious goodwill, nothing was to be expected. Gloomily he took his way to Trad Street, to ascertain if Sir Andrew had yet reached town. If Carey failed him, he would have to study his position carefully. He might force a personal quarrel upon Latimer, and chance the issue, but he could not chance the effect of it upon Myrtle. If he were to be so fortunate as to kill Latimer in a duel, he would, he knew, and the knowledge intensified the bitterness of his feelings, set up between himself and Myrtle a barrier which perhaps no subsequent patience could ever overcome. That Sir Andrew would fail him seemed foreshadowed by the baronet's greeting. "So that damned scoundrel had his way with poor Featherstone, in spite of all that you could do. I'll never, never forgive him." The words were simple enough, but the emphasis with which he uttered them supplied anything they may have lacked to express the full tale of his indignation and bitterness. Mandeville was gently remonstrant. "Sir Andrew, I understand your feelings, but it is necessary to be just." "That is what I intend to be, just, and I'll see justice done on him for this. His black ingratitude, his loathsome treachery shall be brought home to him." "And yet you must not forget that he came to Fairgrove yesterday to warn you, so that Featherstone might be removed in time." "Did he?" Sir Andrew interrupted him. "Have you forgotten that we have his own admission that he came to spy, to obtain from us a confirmation of his suspicions? God in heaven, the blackguard hasn't made us parties in his deed of murder." "No, no, Sir Andrew." The captain heard the door open behind him, but he went on without heeding it. "I am as much to blame as any man for what has happened. It was 2 full hours after my return to Charlestown, before the mob moved to take Featherstone. If only I had not blundered, Featherstone could easily have been saved, as I honestly believe that Latimer intended. In judging him, Sir Andrew, you must lose sight of nothing that may tell in his favour." He turned to face Myrtle, who had entered the room. She came forward now, a flush of excitement on her cheeks, her eyes bright. "I am glad to hear you say that, Robert," she approved him as he stooped to kiss her fingers. "It is what I myself have been telling father, but he is blinded by his anger and his grief." "Blinded, madam?" the baronet retorted hotly. "I am seeing clearly for the first time in my life, I think. and I am perceiving what manner of black-hearted villain I took to be as a son to me."
"Sir Andrew, listen to me a moment," Mandeville begged. "Sit down and listen quietly." And calmly he proceeded to expound the situation. "The warrant is signed, and unless he has gone from Charlestown by Friday morning, it will be executed." But there Sir Andrew interrupted him.
"Why not until Friday? Why not at once? Why is this traitor and murderer to be given the chance to escape?"
"Lord William has been so persuaded."
"Who has persuaded him? Who?"
And as Mandeville did not immediately answer him, he stared hard at the captain.
"You did, Robert. You did. But will you tell me why?"
The captain sighed. "There were two excellent reasons. The first is your own affection for him."
"I have told you it is dead, and I'll prove it at need. I am ready to give evidence that will help to hang him."
"To hang him?" cried Myrtle, and the flush of excitement perished from her cheeks. Both men looked at her, but it was Mandeville who answered. "That is what will happen, Myrtle, if he remains here to await arrest. He will be sent to England for trial, and it is not to be imagined that any mercy will be shown him."
"He should have the mercy he showed Featherstone. More than that is shown him already in this quixotic delay."
"Sir Andrew," Mandeville cut in, "are you quite sure that you do not deceive yourself? Are you quite sure that underneath your present indignation the old love you bore him is not alive and vigorous, and that his death will presently prove to you a deep and bitter grief? You are the one man who might be able to save him. When I have told you that, can you be sure that hereafter you will be troubled by no remorse for having left him to his doom?"
"I shall be troubled by remorse if he escapes," was the fierce answer. "I am not the man to blow hot and cold, Robert. I know my mind."
"There is yet another point of view to be considered," said the captain, and compelled to it, he now expounded the terrible consequences, the almost certain danger of open rebellion that must attend the arrest of Latimer. It moved Sir Andrew no more than the other reason.
"Let it come," he said. "A little bloodletting is what is needed to make this colony healthy."
"But it will be the wrong blood," the captain argued.
"Surely, man, the governor isn't powerless. There is a garrison at Fort Johnson."
"Less than 100 men. If he were to bring them up, that would be the signal for the provincial militia to fall in on the other side. And then what would happen?"
"That which sooner or later must happen. Myself, I care not how soon. I want the air clearing of these poisonous mists. The royal government has been too gentle, too timorous. Let it assert itself at last. There are enough loyal gentlemen in Charlestown to make a stand against this seditious rabble."
But the captain shook his head. "I don't share your optimism, Sir Andrew. Until the troops arrive, we dare not provoke a conflict." Sir Andrew heaved himself up in a frenzy of impatience.
"But what, in any case, could I do?" he asked.
"Urge Mr. Latimer to avail himself of the governor's clemency."
"I?"
Sir Andrew placed his hands upon his breast and arched his eyebrows in amazement.
"I urge him? My God! You don't know what you're asking, or else you don't know me. I'll urge him to hang himself."
"Oh, father, father!" Myrtle put an arm about his neck. "Think what Harry has been to you. Think what he might be again if you tried gentleness."
"Gentleness with a damned rebel, with a murderer?"
"Don't call him that, father. It isn't true, and in your heart you know it isn't."
"Didn't he set the mob on last night to murder Gabriel?"
Was that like Harry? He must have been convinced that Mr. Featherstone had been warned by Robert and had got away. He would never have done it else.
"He would never have done it in such a case, you mean? What purpose could there be in sending a mob to raid an empty nest?"
"I don't know,
but I am sure that Harry will be able to explain." "It is possible," Mandeville suggested, "indeed probable, that he simply obeyed the orders of his committee."
"But why, if he thought the man had gone?"
"Because he dared not tell them that. He dared not admit that he'd been guilty of this breach of faith to those who sent him to Lord William. So he played out that comedy, little thinking how it would turn to tragedy." "That's it, that's it," cried Myrtle, and her eyes thanked her cousin. "What else could have been possible where Harry is concerned? You know that he is generous, warm-hearted, impulsive. This would have been the act of a wicked man, and Harry isn't wicked. Father, you know that."
"Do I?" He laughed his contempt of her plea. Then he shook her off and went striding away across the room as if to relieve his feelings by action. "By God, it's droll to have you two here pleading to me for Harry Latimer. And by God, you waste your pains. Not a finger will I lift to save him from the rope he has earned himself, but my 2 hands are ready to help to hang him. If my evidence is wanted on what passed yesterday at Fairgrove, it is at the governor's disposal."
"Sir Andrew," Mandeville appealed to him.
"Not another word on that subject, Robert. If you have nothing else to say to me, I'll beg you to excuse me. My steward is waiting for his orders." And he stamped out of the room in dudgeon.
Mandeville looked at Miss Carey with eyes that were full of regret. "And so my last hope fails," he said, which was the literal truth. She came to him and placed her 2 hands upon his arm. "It was noble of you to try, just as it was noble of you to persuade Lord William to give Harry these 2 days' grace. I shall never forget it, Robert, never." "You mean that you'll remember my failure," said he with a queer smile. "No, Robert, your generosity." "Oh, but is there nothing we can do?" "Nothing, I fear, in view of Mr. Latimer's own obstinacy. I have done all I could. Perhaps it would have been better had I not gone myself in the first instance. Mr. Latimer does not trust me." "Doesn't trust you? You?" Mandeville shrugged. He was the big-hearted, tolerant fellow who forgives all because he understands all. "What cause has he to trust me? In his place I should do the same." When presently he took his leave, he left her more profoundly impressed than ever with his nobility and sterling worth. But he did not leave her considering those virtues of his. One single fact bulked so largely in her mind that it permitted her to see nothing else at the same time. She was terrified, and out of that terror came presently a better understanding of herself than she had lately possessed. It had been necessary that the shadow of the gallows should fall upon her lover, to make her fully realize that he was her lover still, her man, and that all the rest was vanity. What mattered his political opinions? What did it matter if he outraged the political religion in which she had been reared? What were politics to her? What was the king to her, by comparison with him? Something of the kind had stirred in her yesterday when she had seen him abused and beset. But that had been a flash, a glimpse, no more. This was a flood of revelation. He was in danger of his life, in danger of ignominious death. The very thought almost stopped her breathing. He was her man, and if he died, if they killed him, hanged him, what would be left for her? What would become of her? She was answered by the memory of a line out of a forgotten play, a memory that arose impishly, mockingly, fiendishly. She would lead apes in hell. She thought of the letters she had written to him when he was away, and how she had sent him back their betrothal ring. She saw it now as an act of vanity, stupid, silly, detestable. What did she know of these questions that were agitating the country so violently? Harry was not alone in his ways of thought. There were men of honour and position in the province, such men as Colonel Lawrence and Arthur Middleton, Mr. Izzard, who was Lord William's own father-in-law, and a score of others
whom once her father had esteemed as friends, and whom now he no longer admitted to his house, because their ways of thought were not his own. Thus love and fear so wrought upon her jointly in that hour, that for the first time in her life a doubt of her father's opinions entered her mind. It is thus abruptly and in moments of crisis that conversions and apostasies take place. And so it came about that in the early hours of that same afternoon, a sedan chair carried by two negro bearers in Sir Andrew Carey's liveries passed along the wharves and swung through the gates of Mr. Latimer's residence to set down Miss Carey before the young rebel's door. It was an outrage upon the proprieties, but proprieties had come to matter as little as political convictions. Julius, a little confused by her appearance, conducted her across the wide hall, straight to the library where Mr. Latimer was brooding, for Colonel Lawrence and John Rutledge had but lately left him after a protracted and rather stormy scene, at the end of which the young man had remained as defiant as at the beginning. He leapt up in amazement as she entered, and in amazement stared at her across the room. "Harry," she held out her hands to him pleadingly, almost piteously. He advanced to her. "Myrtle." There was only wonder in his voice, and his next question was to explain the source of it. "You are alone?" She nodded, then loosened and threw back her calash. "But is this discreet?" he asked. He was about to add, "especially since we are no longer even betrothed," but he left that thought unuttered. "Is it a time for discretion? Harry, what are you going to do?" So that was it. He might have guessed it, he told himself. Here was another of Captain Mandeville's emissaries, for Lawrence had admitted himself to be almost that, and he was to go through another scene perhaps more painful than the last. "I won't affect to misunderstand you," he said gravely. "I am going to do nothing." "But, Harry, you can't know—" "I know all, and I am prepared for everything." And then he added, "Has Captain Mandeville sent you to persuade me to leave Charlestown in case Colonel Lawrence should have failed?" "He has not." "You surprise me. But no doubt he told you of my position, and hoped that you would come to reason with me." "He told me, yes, father and me, but he was very far from suggesting that I should come to you. What do you mean, Harry?" His manner began to intrigue her. It was so aloof, so different from all that she had expected. "You have, of course, become attached to this kinsman from England who has descended upon Charlestown during my absence?" "Robert has been very good, very kind. We are very fond of him." He smiled, not quite pleasantly. "I have been afforded occasion to observe that for myself," he said. She liked neither the smile nor the tone. "And he has been a very good friend to you, Harry," she asserted. "To me?" He expressed amazement in his stare, and finally in a laugh. "Oh, my dear friend Mandeville, how I have misjudged you! I should have known it was friendship for me sent him carrying tales to your father of my association with the Sons of Liberty." "Harry, how can you? It's not worthy of you. He carried no tales. He told father so that father might reason with you, might rescue you before it was too late, before you got into the position of danger in which you now are, and in which your Captain Mandeville has been careful to place me." "You don't know what you're saying." "Don't I? Listen to me a moment. It is as well that you should know this man. Captain Mandeville desired to accomplish two things. The first was to drive me out of your father's house, the second to drive me out of Charlestown. I embarrass the gallant captain by my presence, but I am also so accommodating as to afford him the means of disposing of me. His first wish was easily fulfilled. You saw it done." "Harry," she was angrily reproachful, "this is infamous." "I quite agree with you, but wait until I have made all clear.
To drive me out of Charlestown is not quite so easy. It asks more ingenuity. I am so unfortunate as to supply the opportunity. And to make quite sure of me, Captain Mandeville does not hesitate to leave a wretched creature of his own to be done to death. To dissipate her indignant disbelief, he advanced his arguments, but it was without avail. "You are not mad enough, wicked enough, to say that of Captain Mandeville." "It sounds fantastic, I confess, but not when you have weighed the circumstances." "See how your malice blinds you," she cried. "It was Captain Mandeville who prevailed upon Lord William to stay the execution of the warrant for your arrest. He will say so to you, of course." "Do you doubt his word? Perhaps you won't believe me when I tell you that he came to plead for you with my father, to urge my father to persuade you to leave Charlestown before the expiry of the respite he has obtained for you." "That I can well believe, since I have shown him how unpleasant may be the consequences for himself if I am brought to trial. I find the situation interesting, and I don't mean to miss the remainder of the entertainment by running away." And then abruptly he changed his tone, as a man tosses aside an instrument whose use is at an end. "But I am glad you came, Myrtle. Glad to think that in spite of all that has happened, you still have some feeling, some concern for me." That disarmed the anger kindled in her by his sneers at Mandeville. She came up to him and set her hands on his shoulders, looking up into his face. Harry, you mustn't remain. You mustn't. You must go, Harry. You must leave Charlestown." He looked at her, and as he looked there came into his face that expression of sedate amusement which at times could be so irritating. "And leave a clear field to your new lover? Believe me, there is not the need. I am not one to prove importunate." She recoiled as if he had struck her. "My new lover?" she echoed. "This dear Robert, this gallant gentleman who serves his king so nobly, who was no doubt the first to show you that you could not possibly marry so wicked and abandoned a fellow as a rebel. This dear Robert, who may one day make you my lady. Oh, why not be frank and open with me, Myrtle?" Frank and open! She was wild now with anger. It whipped the colour to her cheeks and lent a dangerous sparkle to her eyes. "How dare you? You insult me! How dare you suggest that I have ever been anything else?" "Have you not? Oh, Myrtle, why make pretence with me?" "Pretence?" Her voice shrilled up. "I came to tell you—" She checked. "No matter what I came to tell you. Thank God I didn't. You have shown me what you are worth." "But not quite all, I know, not quite all that justifies me." That brought her up, even as she was turning to depart. She looked at him over her shoulder, scorn and anger stamped upon her little face. "Listen a moment and judge for yourself. If I am still to be deceived, yesterday when I came to Fairgrove, and after I had made my escape, I waited among the trees by the avenue for the chance of a word with you. In my wretchedness, in my dejection, I would have given all I had to have made matters whole between you and me. Perhaps if nothing else would have moved you, God knows, such was my need of you that I might have thrown my very principles to the wind and been false to my beliefs. I wanted to beg you to take back the letters that you wrote me, to forget all that, and to accept again my ring." She was facing him once more. The scorn had passed slowly from her face, and wonder was breaking on it. He paused now, and breathlessly delivered. Her question filled the pause. "Why didn't you?" "Do you ask?" His voice, his eyes were wistful. "Do you remember nothing in that avenue yesterday? Whilst I waited there, you came by in company with Mandeville, his arm about your shoulders, your face alight." "Harry!" There was indignant protest in the cry. She took a step towards him to check him, but he went on. Then I understood indeed what had happened in my absence, why your letters had been so mercilessly uncompromising, how you must have welcomed the pretext I gave you for writing them. Harry, oh Harry, to think that of me, of me! He looked at her and almost smiled. You'll tell me that my eyes deceived me. No, no, but that was nothing. Nothing. Nothing? A man walks with you in a half embrace, and it is nothing? But he's my cousin, she cried desperately, and thereby provoked only his scorn. Your cousin? Some 30 times removed at least, and 2 months ago you were not even aware of his existence. Yet on the strength of his kinship, he drops from the clouds into the family lap. He is taken to your bosom literally. She controlled herself by an effort. She was white to the lips. She was very angry with him, and yet through all her anger beat the understanding that he sinned against her in thought, because he loved her and was insensately jealous. Therefore she must have patience with him. At all costs she must disabuse his mind. Harry, will you listen to me? She asked, and her voice was quiet, though her bosom raced. He bowed, still with a tinge of irony. I came here, Harry, to persuade you to go away. I came because I, too, wanted to say to you the things you wanted to say to me when you waited among the trees at Fairgrove. As ready today to make sacrifice to you of my beliefs, as you say that you were ready to sacrifice them to me yesterday. Myrtle! His heart almost stood still. One half of his mind believed, the other laughed in scorn. Now, do you believe that what you saw was not what you thought it? I, too, was miserable and dejected. I had been unhappy ever since I had sent you back your ring. And your awful scene with father almost drove me mad. Robert was kind. He is kind, Harry, whatever you may say or think. He comforted me, and I stood so much in need of comforting. I felt so lonely and desolate that if Remus had put an arm around me in friendship, I should have been glad of it. Harry, that is the truth, all of it. You do believe me? He took her in his arms. My dear, my dear. He kissed the brown head that lay against his shoulder, and her tears flowed to relieve a surcharged heart. You believe, Harry, she said again. I believe you, dear, he answered her, and lied, for he was still struggling to believe. He wanted to believe, wanted desperately to believe. Because he was aware of this want, he was the more distrustful, and ever at the back of his mind was that cursed picture. The scarlet, gold-laced arm about the lilac shoulders, the woman's face upturned to the man's bowed head. She looked up. Harry, my dear, I have suffered so. The stains of tears on that white face melted him completely. He bent down to kiss her, drawing her closer still. She sighed in his arms. She smiled at him, half shyly, full tenderly. The vision of herself and Mandeville in the dappled sunshine of the avenue was at last extinguished. And now, Harry, her tone was coaxing, you'll go away? You'll go away at once? Through his brain crackled the laughter of the imp of jealousy. Back surged that cursed vision, and with it came a memory of words spoken once by Tom Izzard in an excess of bitterness. Women! The truth isn't in them. They'll wheedle and coax and lie to gain their ends, until I believe they deceive themselves as well as their victims. He loosed his hold of her abruptly and stepped back. So, we come back to that, he was sneering. When we find the straight road closed, faith, there's always a way round. I might have guessed your aims. Harry! She was affronted, wounded. Harry! Can you still doubt me?
After what I've said?" "No," he said, and it was like a blow. "I don't doubt you at all." They stood considering each other in silence after that, whilst you might have counted 10, both faces bloodless. Then, still without speaking, she turned and made for the door, mechanically pulling her calash over her head as she went. He sprang ahead of her. "Myrtle, the door, if you please," she said. He opened it and let her go. Julius was waiting in the hall. He closed the door after her and stood a moment leaning against it. Then, slowly, with bowed head, he crossed the room and flung himself into a chair. He took his chin in his palms and stared before him like a sightless man, seeking relief in thought, but finding in thought only sharper and ever sharper torture. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Dea Ex Machina. "I really believe," wrote Lady William Campbell in her diary, "that but for me my poor Myrtle would have ended by marrying Robert Mandeville, than which I could desire my worst enemy no sadder end." And since I am quoting her ladyship, I may as well add this view of Mandeville which immediately follows. Mandeville is a monotheist, worshipping only one God, and that God is Mandeville. He requires not so much a wife as a priestess. It is impossible in reading these diaries to escape the irresistible attraction of her ladyship's personality. You perceive her in these even lines of small, well-formed characters, far more vividly than in the portrait which Copley painted of her a few months after her marriage. On his canvas you behold this boldly handsome woman, between fair and dark, with the generous mouth, the self-assured glance, and the majestic carriage, and you gather something of her physical and mental force. But it is only the diaries that afford a complete revelation of her vigorous, uncompromising nature, the strength she could bring to her friendships and her enmities, her audacities of thought and action, her humour and her charm. As she speaks to us with such complete self-revelation across the gap of a century and a half, I feel that she is a woman I should like to have known, and yet by whom I am sure that I should have been overawed. Without her intervention in the affairs of Myrtle Carey, it is indeed probable that Myrtle's story would never have been worth the telling, and a beneficent deity it must have been that inspired Myrtle, in her craving for sympathy and comfort, to seek her ladyship's assistance. It was done upon the impulse of the moment. The anger in which she had quitted Harry had by now been whelmed again in sorrow and in anxieties on his behalf. To excuse him there was ever the reflection that his harsh intransigence was the result of jealousy, that sour fruit that grows upon the tree of love. But in a measure, as she excused him, her own trouble grew, and the need for relief, for sympathy, for help and practical guidance grew with it. In other circumstances she would have sought her father, although tenderness was not a natural quality with him. But in her present difficulties her father was the last person whose aid was to be invoked. And then, as her chair, on its way up Trad Street, was being borne past the corner of Meeting Street, she bethought her of her old friend Sally Izard. The very thought of Sally warmed her, and would have done so even had Sally not been the vice-regal, and therefore all-commanding person that she was. She gave fresh orders to her chairman, and obediently they swung to the left into Meeting Street to set her down at Lady Williams's door. The news she brought of Harry's obstinate refusal to leave Charlestown placed Lady William fully as much in need of Myrtle as Myrtle was in need of her ladyship. The alarm evinced by Lady William and her brother, who happened to be still with her, was more than Myrtle could understand until Tom had made it abundantly clear. Both announced that they would see Harry at once. There was a world of promise in her ladyship's tone, a world of self-reproach in Tom's for having so long delayed that duty. "It will be useless," Myrtle told them with conviction. "Useless. Harry is persuaded that the whole thing is a plot of Captain Mandeville's to get rid of him." "And I believe the same myself," said Tom, regarding Myrtle with eyes of chill reproof. Her ladyship, already on her way to the bell-rope, to ring for her carriage, checked and turned to stare from one to the other of them. She remembered suddenly that if, from what she knew of it, the situation had not actually been engineered by Captain Mandeville, at least he had neglected to do the one thing that might have averted it. "Why should you say that?" she addressed the question to her brother. "Because in Harry's place I should have every reason to think the same," said Tom, and turned away. Her ladyship understood. She came back to stand over the settle on which Myrtle was sitting. "What reason has Harry for thinking this?" she asked. "If I am to help you, Myrtle, you must tell me." And Myrtle told her. At the end, reviewing Harry's hardness, Myrtle's indignation rose again. She was expressing it when her ladyship checked her. "Why, what else is the poor man to think, Myrtle? He has your letters giving him his dismissal because you don't agree with his political views. He is distressed, but he doesn't despair because he knows, if he knows anything, that political obstacles are no great matter where there is love. There's no lack of tales like Romeo and Juliet to prove it, my dear. So he comes back to reason with you, and with his own eyes sees you in the arms of Captain Mandeville." "Sally!" Myrtle turned upon her, flushing scarlet. "Not in his arms. I have told you the truth." "That you are only half in his arms? But jealousy always magnifies a lover's vision, and in the eyes of Mr. Latimer you will have appeared entirely in the arms of the gallant captain. What is the poor man to think? Exactly what he told you, that in his absence your affections had changed, and that you had seized upon his political convictions as a pretext for breaking with him." "Sally!" And Myrtle was seized with sudden horror. "You don't believe that too?" "Not I, but then I'm a woman. Man, my dear, is a logical animal. He reasons from evidence, and that's the source of all human error. Harry's reasoning is faultless. It's his intuitions that are deplorable." "But, Sally, what am I to do? He will not move. He will remain in defiance of the warrant. And if he remains—" She shuddered and uttered a little moan, a picture of the gallows arising in her mind. I know, dear." Myrtle was drawn to her ladyship's splendid bosom. "We must devise some way." Her ladyship's mind worked briskly, spurred by a necessity which touched herself, through her husband and her brother. At all costs Latimer must be sent packing, or a situation of peril would arise, a conflagration which must consume those she loved best. "Can you think of nothing, Tom?" she asked her brother. "You see how necessary it is that he should go, how necessary it is not only for himself, but for all of us. Could you persuade him, do you think?" "I?" Tom was moved to sarcasm, and out of his sarcasm pointed the way. "Yes, if he'd believe from me what he won't believe from Myrtle herself." That fired the train. "You think he would go if he could be convinced of your love, Myrtle? If he could be convinced that he has no grounds for jealousy?" Myrtle considered. "I think he might," she said slowly. Then, conviction growing with reflection, "I am sure he would," she exclaimed. "Jealousy is the only thing that keeps him." "Then he must be convinced. You must give him proofs." "But what proofs have I to give? How can I prove such a thing if my word does not suffice?" Her ladyship rose. She was in some agitation, struggling really with despair. "Proofs! Proofs!" she cried. "Oh, these male fools that must be demanding evidence of what should be obvious. Tom, you're a man and you should know. What would a man consider final proof of a woman's love, short of her dying for him?" "Sink me, how do I know?" growled Tom.
And again it was his sarcasm that fanned the expiring match. Marriage is sometimes accepted as a proof of affection. Marriage! Her ladyship stared at him across the room, a sudden light in her eyes. He had said it. Out of his fatuity he had solved it. Myrtle! She came rustling back to the settle and sank down beside the girl. Again her arm went round her and she looked closely into her face. Myrtle, you really love Harry Latimer? Of course I love him. And you wish to marry him? Some day, of course. No, not some day, Myrtle. That may be too late. Today, tomorrow at the latest. Myrtle was startled, almost terrified. She was beginning to advance reasons why this could not be, reasons of maidenliness and moonshine, which her ladyship peremptorily swept aside no sooner did she begin to grasp their import. Don't you see that it is the only way, the only proof you can give him, and so the only thing that will save his life, and God knows how many other lives as well? It's marriage or hanging for Harry Latimer, and it's for you to decide which. She left her to think it over and swept away to an open bureau set in the bay of a French window. She sat down and rapidly scrawled a note to Latimer, begging him to give himself the trouble of waiting upon her ladyship immediately. I have news for you, she wrote, of the most urgent moment. If you do not come, and at once, you may have cause to regret it all your life. She folded and sealed the note and rose. Then she pulled the bell rope, a woman of quick decisions and prompt action. Well, she demanded of Myrtle, have you decided? Myrtle's distress was almost pitiful. But Sally, my dear, there are other things to consider. There's father's consent to be obtained. You can obtain your father's consent afterwards when it's too late for him to refuse it. She handed the note to the servant who entered. Let the messenger take that at once to Mr. Latimer's on the bay. The man departed, and her ladyship, elated, triumphant, a little flushed, took up an attitude in the middle of the room. There, my dear. Oh, but I'm terrified, cried Myrtle, rising in her agitation. If it's the prospect of marrying terrifies you, said Tom, lounging forward from the background, you may spare yourself, Myrtle. It just can't take place. What? His sister demanded. Oh, it's like you to carry things with a high hand, Sally. You never see an obstacle until you fall over it. You've forgot the law. This isn't England. Myrtle's not of age and can't marry without her father's consent. There's not a parson in the colony would tie the knot, and if he did it wouldn't hold. That staggered her ladyship, and it almost looked as if it staggered Myrtle too, instead of affording her relief from the terror she had last expressed. She sat down again, limp and helpless. Oh, was all she said, but she couldn't have packed more dismay into a volume. We must obtain Sir Andrew's consent then, declared her undaunted ladyship. But Tom was so unfeeling as to laugh outright. "Oh, bliss to me, Sally! It'd be easier to get the law altered." And Myrtle confirmed him by a brief statement of the extent of the breach between Harry and her father. This was checkmate, as even her ladyship was forced to admit. She sat down heavily, and for half an hour or more they talked round and round the subject, as trapped creatures go round and round an enclosure seeking a way out. And the only noteworthy feature of that barren conversation was the fact that Myrtle, who whilst no difficulties presented themselves had known only terror at the prospect of immediate marriage, was now as eager as either of the other two to discover a way into that estate. And then Mr. Latimer arrived, more promptly even than they could have hoped, now that they had no real proposal to lay before him. He came into the room expecting to find her ladyship alone. He checked and stared at sight of her two companions. Then he bowed gravely. Lady William went forward to receive him and drove straight to the heart of the matter. "Harry," she said, "you have been very cruel to this poor child." "Madam," said he, "I have been under the impression that this poor child has been very cruel to me." "That's because you have no eyes." "On the contrary, ma'am, I have, and my sight's uncommon good." "In your body, yes, in your great stupid obstinate head, Harry, but it's your eyes and your soul I mean." "Must we go into this?" said Harry with elaborate calm. "If I had known you wouldn't have come. That's why I didn't tell you. But you'll probably go down on your knees tonight and thank God that you did come." You conceive what were now the arguments employed by her ladyship in the quality of Myrtle's advocate, and with what effect and overbearing force she pleaded Myrtle's case. At least it startled him out of the sternness in which he had wrapped himself. He looked at Myrtle in amazement, and in something too of fear. "You mean," he breathed almost timidly, and could get no further, "that since you demand proofs of her love for you, Myrtle is prepared to afford you the only final proof a woman can give a man. In defiance of her father, at the cost, if need be, of breaking with him, she is prepared to marry you out of hand. That is the sacrifice to which this poor lamb offers herself, so as to persuade you of her loyalty and devotion, and so as to save your life." "Myrtle," he advanced towards her, a great tenderness in his voice and his eyes. "Myrtle, my dear, is this really true?" "Aye, humble yourself," her ladyship lashed him. "It will be good for your soul." Myrtle rose to meet him and took the hands he held out. "Yes, Harry, I swear that I would marry you at once if it were possible." "If it were possible?" he echoed, suddenly chilled again, already suspecting a trap. "Ah," put in Tom, "it isn't possible, that's the rub. But Myrtle meant it, blister me she did, Harry. The note was dispatched to you before we saw the obstacle." "Oh, there was an obstacle." Still holding Myrtle's hands, but holding them mechanically, Harry looked round at the others and thought he understood the trick. Myrtle was anxious to save his life. She had still sufficient affection for him for that, as indeed she had already proved. Having failed, she had come to Lady William with her distress, and Lady William, in her anxiety to rescue her husband from a very difficult position, had conceived this very clever way of allaying his jealousy so as to remove the one insuperable obstacle to his departure. And she had fooled Tom into being a party to the deception. He was moved to contempt, yet he commanded himself. "But what is the obstacle?" he asked. It was Tom who explained. "The law of the colony. Myrtle isn't of age. Her father's consent will be necessary, and in the present state of your relations with Sir Andrew—" He got no further. Her ladyship interrupted him, crying out on an inspiration, "But the law of the colonies doesn't run in England." Harry's irony was not to be repressed. "Your ladyship is proposing that we should go to England to be married?" "Exactly." She betrayed a faint excitement. "Oh, rot me, Sally," her brother protested. "You need go no farther than the Bay," she explained. "There's a British man of war at anchor there. There's a chaplain aboard the Tamar, and aboard the Tamar you will be in England under the shelter of the English law." "By God!" said Tom, and expressed their general amazement. Harry stared at her ladyship a moment. So she was sincere after all. He had done her an injustice. Then he turned to Myrtle, and Myrtle's eyes were veiled from his own by fluttering eyelids. "You are willing, Myrtle?" he asked her softly, and even as he asked, he was drawing her towards him, his furiously suspicious jealousy laid to rest at last before this culminating proof that he was preferred to Mandeville. If you want me, Harry," she answered, "and if it can be done as Sally says—" "You may leave the doing to me," said Sally. "I'll settle everything, even to the wedding breakfast, which shall be served aboard. And now, Tom, I think they'll contrive very well without us." And she swept her brother out of the room. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Solution. In the council chamber of the State House sat Lord William Campbell, and such members of His Majesty's Council as still possessed the courage and the inclination to function. They were assembled to receive the Speaker of the Commons, whom His Excellency had summoned, and who was punctual in his response. Rawlins Lowndes, a man of 50 who looked the planter that he was in private life, and yet conveyed also in his person some sense of the dignity and austerity acquired in the course of his activities, first as Provost Marshal of the province and then as Speaker of the House, came accompanied by 2 members of the Assembly, the portly, genial Henry Lawrence and the cold, aloof John Rutledge. They stood to listen to the governor's complaint of last night's riot, his censure of those responsible for keeping the peace in Charlestown, and his inquiry as to what measures it was proposed to take to punish the offenders and to ensure against the repetition of an outrage in which a loyal and faithful subject of His Majesty's had been barbarously and inhumanly done to death, and the King himself affronted and insulted in the person of his representative, the Governor of South Carolina. Rawlins Lowndes replied with calm that a committee should be appointed and the matter investigated. At the same time he confessed the powerlessness of the Commons Assembly to avoid such outbreaks in times of popular excitement. He pointed out to his lordship that violent conduct by mobs was not peculiar to the colonies, that the same at that present time were to be seen with even greater frequency and violence in London itself, that it was the characteristic of Englishmen, whether at home in the heart of the empire or in one of its distant colonies, to resent and rise against oppression and unjust rule. The fact, sir, he concluded, that we reside at a distance of 3,000 miles from the royal palace and the seat of government does not alter our natures any more than it modifies our rights. This was to diverge into a political sidetrack, and it was with reluctance that the governor yielded to the compulsion to follow. Of what particular injustice do you complain, sir? I allude, my lord, to the unjust policy of which this unfortunate man who lost his life was the tool and servant. He was known to be ministering to the unhappy design of the royal government to endeavour to quell the American troubles by coercion of arms, instead of seeking to quiet them by laws of reason and justice. Thus Lowndes contrived to make the case of Featherstone a vehicle for a restatement of the colonial cause to the royal representative. It was known, the Speaker continued, that this man, acting as a spy of the royal government, had imperilled the lives of men who were honestly working to preserve the peace of the colony, and thereby the integrity of the British Empire. When that is understood, can you wonder that in their indignation the people should have risen in vengeance as they did last night? Lord William sighed wearily and dejectedly. If I understand you aright, sir, you are conveying to me that no redress is to be expected. Is that your notion of how to conciliate the royal government? You come to me with empty phrases of loyalty on your lips and treason in your hearts. I am growing accustomed to it. I am also growing accustomed to your accusations against the government I represent of a conduct which is peculiarly your own. You speak of quieting the present troubles by reason and justice. Compare, in this very business we are considering, your own attitude with mine. The ringleader, the inciter of this mob, is known to me as he is known to you. I should be within my rights, indeed, it is my solemn duty, to arrest and punish him out of hand. Yet, for the sake of peace, to
propitiate the colony, to avoid any explosion of feeling which would justify my government in that recourse to arms with which you reproach it, I have held my hand. I have contented myself with asking Mr. Latimer to withdraw from the province, and I have accorded him 48 hours in which to do so. How does he meet my generosity? Captain Mandeville here informs me that he is utterly defiant. He asserts that he will remain to force my hand, to compel me to arrest him, confident that such an action will destroy the peace which I am so concerned to preserve. Would he do this? Would he dare to do this, unless he had the support of authority behind him? My lord, you wrong us there, Lowndes answered him warmly. Mr. Rutledge and Colonel Lawrence here can both testify to that. And upon his invitation, Rutledge stood forward to state correctly and coldly that with Colonel Lawrence he had used every endeavour of persuasion and of threat to induce Mr. Latimer to depart. You threatened him? The governor questioned. With what did you threaten him? I told him clearly, my lord, that if he were arrested as a consequence of his obstinacy, the whole of such influence as I possess in this colony would be exerted against him, and in vindication of your lordship's authority. Some of the gloom was dispelled from his lordship's countenance. Do you really assure me of that, sir? As solemnly as I assured him, replied Rutledge without emotion. If your excellency desires me, I will undertake myself his prosecution. Judge from this, my lord, whether we are lukewarm in the cause of peace, whether we, too, are not prepared for almost any sacrifice to reach a settlement without being compelled to take up arms in defence of the common and unalienable rights peculiar to Englishmen. Not until they had departed upon his lordship's friendly dismissal, and with them were gone too the members of the council, did the governor give full expression to his satisfaction. His audience was made up of Captain Mandeville and a Major Sykes, the commander of the small garrison at Fort Johnson on James Island, at the harbour's mouth, an officer lately appointed to the council to fill one of the many gaps appearing in it. Major Sykes, a loosely built, red-complexioned Irishman with a freckled bony face and freckled hairy hands, cordially congratulated His Excellency on this happy issue. His manners, like his morals, were those of a led captain, and indeed the position which he held was one fit only for a needy military adventurer. "Sure now, there's an end to your lordship's perplexities about this blackguard," he laughed. He was free with his laughter and boisterous. His lordship pensively smiled as he lolled back in the great chair of state, set at the end of that big bare room with its rudely carved wainscoting. Mandeville alone, sitting on his lordship's right, at the top of the long council table, remained glum and preoccupied. The solution of the governor's perplexities was but the resumption of his own, for conscious of his vulnerability, the very last thing he desired was that Latimer should be brought to trial in Charlestown. The exposure with which Latimer had threatened him would certainly ruin him with Carey, and might even cost him his life as well at the hands of an infuriated people. "I wish I could share your lordship's optimism," he ventured presently. "What now?" quoth his lordship, checked in the indulgence of his satisfaction. "Can you trust these men?" "Trust them? Why should they be dishonest with me?" "I mean, can you trust their judgment? Rutledge may use his influence as he says, but what will his influence be worth once he attempts to oppose the stream of popular feeling?" He shook his head. "Politicians, my lord, preserve their influence by following where they seem to lead, and Rutledge is a politician. Also, he is vain, and his vanity deceives him. He attributes to the power of his own oratory the popularity he enjoys. His oratory succeeds because it tells his audiences the things they want to hear." The moment he tells something different, there's an end to his influence and his leadership. The people are like that in every land and in every age. Pin your faith to Rutledge now, and you'll find him become a man of straw, to be scattered by the burst of popular indignation he'll provoke. And Sykes approved him. By God, Mandeville, it's right ye are. Every word of you. Sure, don't I know it? And doesn't your lordship? Upon reflection, his lordship thought he did, despite his youth and inexperience. He stared from one to the other of them, his complacency shaken. Amongst the English races, Mandeville resumed, it is ever the people who rule. They tolerate none but complacent masters who will obediently perform their sovereign will. And amongst none of the English races is that trait more marked than among these independent colonials, as witness the things that are happening now. If we had the troops here, it would be another story. But as we haven't, I make so bold as to say that I agree with Latimer in the confidence he reposes in popular feeling. Why, here's a change, Mandeville, cried his dismayed lordship. First it was you who counselled proceedings against Latimer, and I who held back. Latimer's obstinate refusal to budge, his determination to remain and force the issue have opened my eyes. Would he do that if he were not very sure of where he stands? Then what am I to do? What? In heaven's name? Mandeville shrugged. I don't presume to advise, he said. The situation bristles with thorns. But I think that in your lordship's place I should get rid of Latimer with the least inconvenience to myself. The governor caught his breath, whilst from under white eyelashes the blue eyes of Major Sykes looked almost apprehensively at Mandeville. What are you suggesting? Gasped his lordship. Mandeville rose and leaned forward across the table. I should have him quietly seized tomorrow night and put aboard the Tamar for immediate conveyance to England to stand his trial there. Sykes laughed in his noisy fashion. Begad, I thought you were proposing to have his throat cut. Faith, so did I, added the governor in obvious relief. Again Mandeville shrugged, contemptuously this time. But where shall I stand when it is known? Lord William asked him. It won't be known for months, not until news of it is brought out from England, and by then much may have happened. It'll be known the moment he disappears. Not if it's done with proper care. Latimer will simply vanish, and the natural assumption will be that in the end he has preferred not to await arrest. That is why I suggest tomorrow night. That he should have gone secretly can be explained by reluctance to admit himself unequal to maintaining his bombast. Some may suspect us, but what is suspicion? You are forgetting my terms to him. I gave him 48 hours' grace until Friday morning. Those terms he has rejected. He has announced his firm determination of remaining in Charlestown. What obligation of honour is there, then, to await the expiry of the 48 hours? The governor sank together in his chair and brooded a while. It would be an easy way out of the trouble, he said slowly, musingly. But he broke off suddenly and sat up again. No, it is impossible. The first question asked me, and where there are suspicions there must be questions, would lay the whole thing bare. If I ordered this, how could I afterwards deny knowledge of it? Mandeville did not immediately reply. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, at last, he fetched a sigh. Aye, you've put your finger on the real difficulty. He paused before adding, we'll say no more about it. His lordship grumbled ineffectively and rose to return home. Outside, under the pillared portico of the State House, Mandeville, having seen the governor depart, linked arms with Sykes. If you're for the wharves, I'll walk with you, Major." And arm in arm the two red-coated officers took their way down the Broad Street and came out onto the bay. At Mott's Wharf, a ferry was drawn up, manned by a dozen blacks in bright-coloured cottons, waiting to convey the Major back to the fort. As he put out his hand in leave-taking, Mandeville broached at last the matter in his mind. "You have understood what is to be done, Major?" The Irishman's blank stare was a question in itself. Mandeville answered it. "His Excellency is to be saved in spite of himself." Sykes caught his meaning, but no more than that. "How is it possible at all?" he asked. "Didn't you understand him? If I ordered this, how could I afterwards deny knowledge of it?" That was his question. Isn't the answer plain? He hasn't ordered it, and therefore he can deny all knowledge of it when he comes to be questioned. "Odds blood!" spluttered Sykes. "Was that his meaning now?" "You surely never doubted it. And he meant it for you, Major. You've the only lads we could use for this down at the fort. Bring 6 of them up to town tomorrow night and net your bird." Sykes stood a moment considering. "And if we should be mistaken after all? If the governor never meant it? You see, it's impossible to ask him." "You may leave the responsibility to me, Sykes." Again Sykes considered. Then he shrugged and laughed. "If you put it like that now, faith, I'll certainly oblige." And then another doubt occurred to him. But without an order from the governor, how will Thornborough receive him aboard the Tamar? "He won't, and you needn't put him aboard the Tamar. The Lass of Hale should sail for Bristol with the evening tide tomorrow. I'll send a word to her captain to wait until the following morning. She'll serve our purpose. He'll go home in irons aboard her." "Aye, she's convenient to the fort," Sykes agreed. "And if the fellow should give you trouble," Mandeville instinctively lowered his voice, "don't be tender of him. An accident would be no great matter. I'm not sure that it wouldn't be the best solution after all." It was not a suggestion upon which Mandeville would have ventured had he been less assured of the utter unscrupulousness of the man to whom he offered it. Sykes closed an eye in token of intelligence. Then he asked some further questions concerned with the means to be employed, to all of which the equerry smoothly supplied him with ready answers. Satisfied at last, Sykes stepped into the waiting ferry and was pulled away across the sunlit water. At supper that night, Mandeville found the governor entirely recovered from the gloom in which last he had left him at the State House. The reason for this was presently disclosed. "Mandeville, our riddle solved. I have Mr. Latimer's assurance that he will be gone from Charlestown within the time appointed." And so taken aback was Mandeville that he uttered his thought aloud. "Now why the devil couldn't the fool have said so sooner?" It raised a laugh, for there was something almost comical in the dismay of that usually imperturbable countenance. "It remained for her ladyship to persuade him," the governor answered, beaming upon Lady William. "What witchery she employed I can't guess, nor will she tell me." "Lady William's witchery is not of the kind that drives men away," said Captain Mandeville. "La," said her ladyship, "here's unusual gallantry." "Gallantry, madam?" Mandeville affected grief at being so misunderstood. "I employed no gallantry, I but pointed to a mystery." "And mysterious we'll leave it," she answered lightly, adding nevertheless a jest whose meaning was clear only to herself. "I'll not have Captain Mandeville gnashing his teeth before he must." But as a matter of fact he was gnashing them already over the unnecessary measures he had taken, measures which must now be cancelled. So that Latimer went. The manner of his going was no great matter. If, on the whole, the captain would have preferred it to have been as he concerted with Major Sykes, yet on the other hand, Latimer's departure of his own free will would spare Mandeville the necessity of subsequent difficult explanations. Therefore he was content. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Nuptials. Everything concerned with Myrtle's marriage fell out precisely as her ladyship promised and subsequently planned, which was the way of things of which her ladyship had the planning. To quiet Myrtle's grievous misgivings on the score of her father, her ladyship undertook that after the departure of the bridal couple, she would herself not merely inform Sir Andrew of what had been done, but compel him to see reason and obtain his pardon for the runagates. "And never doubt that I shall," said Lady William with convincing emphasis. "What men can't alter, they soon condone." Thus, out of her own splendid confidence, she allayed at last Myrtle's lingering fears and only abiding regrets. So much accomplished, her ladyship unfolded the further details of her plan for getting the couple safely away. The Brutons' ball that same Thursday night being of an almost official character, Lady William's vice-regal position demanded that she should go attended by 2 ladies of honour. From the position of one of these she would depose her cousin Jane in favour of Myrtle. As a result, Myrtle would be expected to attend her throughout. And to facilitate this, Lady William would arrange with Sir Andrew that Myrtle be allowed to spend the night at the governor's residence. Thus the bridal couple would be ensured a clear and unhampered start, whilst all Charlestown was still entirely unsuspicious. For the rest, the real arrangement was that Harry Latimer should be at hand with a travelling carriage, and that as soon as Myrtle could conveniently leave the ball without being missed, she should join him, and they should immediately start for his plantation at Santee Broads, a drive of 50 miles, which would consume the whole of the night. Thence, after resting, they were to push on to a distant estate of Mr. Latimer's in the hills above Salisbury, where for the present they were to abide. There, in the cotton fields of North Carolina, their honeymoon might peacefully be spent without fear of pursuit from any, save Sir Andrew, who would in any case be powerless to untie the knot which the law of England was so securely to tie aboard the Tamar. And so, soon after breakfast on Thursday morning, Myrtle departed from Trad Street, on the pretext that her ladyship had bidden her come early. There would be a deal to do in preparation for the ball, she casually announced in explanation. "Not a doubt," said her father, and when he beheld the dimensions of the clothes box that was being borne after her, he raised eyes and hands to heaven. "Lord, the vanity of woman!" But Myrtle was already down the steps and into her sedan chair, lest he should detect the tears that had suddenly come to fill her eyes at the thought that she was definitely leaving her father's home and leaving it under cover of a deceit. It needed all Lady William's stout cheeriness and confidence to dispel the black clouds that were gathering about Myrtle's soul, when presently she came into her ladyship's radiant presence. Nor was she given much time for further brooding. Within a half-hour of reaching the governor's residence, she was taking boat at the Exchange Wharf with her ladyship, a boat manned by 4 British tars and commanded by a pert boy officer. Out in the bay, as they drew near the Tamar, with her black and white hull, the snowy sails furled along her yards, and the gleam of brass from her deck, they were joined by another boat, rowed by blacks in linsey-woolsey jackets, and carrying Harry Latimer and Tom Izzard. In the waist of the warship they found a guard of honour drawn up, whilst Captain Thornborough, the handsome sunburnt officer in command of the sloop, came forward to receive them. All was ready as her ladyship had predisposed, but to satisfy the pretext on which they came there was first a tour of inspection of the ship. When this was over, the captain invited the guests to a glass of Madeira in his cabin before leaving, he contrived unostentatiously to include in the invitation the chaplain who had, somehow, got in the way at the last moment. In the cabin no time was wasted. No sooner had the steward retired after pouring for them, than with naval dispatch Captain Thornborough made them come to business. The chaplain was brisk and confined himself to the essentials of the ceremony. Within a few minutes all was accomplished, and the captain of the Tamar was raising his glass to toast Mrs. Henry Latimer. "I'd fire a salute in your honour, ma'am, but it would occasion questions we may not be prepared to answer." In the vessel's waist, where they had met scarcely an hour ago, husband and wife parted again for the present, and Myrtle and Lady William went down the steps to the waiting cockboat. Myrtle bore now on her finger the ring that had belonged to Harry's mother, the very ring that once, and not so long ago, she had returned to him. In her heart she bore perhaps the oddest conflict of emotions that has ever been a bride's. There was happiness in the thought that Harry now belonged to her, and that nothing could ever again come between them. There was happiness, too, in the reflection that thus she had conquered Harry's obstinacy and jealous doubts, and prevailed upon him to save his life by leaving Charlestown. But there were regrets at the manner of her marriage, and infinitely more poignant regrets at the thought of what her father must suffer in his affection and his pride when he learnt of these hole-and-corner nuptials between herself and a man against whom he bore a prejudice that was amounting almost to hatred. There were tears blurring her vision as she looked back over the waves on which the sunlight was dancing to that other boat at the foot of the ship's ladder into which her husband and his friend were stepping. And the boy officer, chatting briskly with Lady William, gave her ladyship no opportunity to offer Myrtle any of the comfort of which she perceived the poor child to stand in need. They reached at last the Exchange Wharf, and whilst a sailor held the boat firmly alongside by means of a boat-hook, the gallant stripling of an officer standing on the wet, slippery steps handed the ladies ashore to bring them face to face with Captain Mandeville. Delayed until then by official duties, the captain was on his way to Fort Johnson to inform Major Sykes that his services that night would no longer be required. He was looking about for a ferry to convey him at the very moment that the cockboat from the Tamar containing her ladyship and Myrtle drew alongside the wharf. Lady William, conscious as she was of being engaged upon a deed of secrecy, paused to stare at him, suspecting an excess of coincidence in his presence. Nor did his air of surprise allay her suspicions as it should have done, for Captain Mandeville was not the man to show surprise when he actually felt it. He doffed his black three-cornered hat and bowed. "I did not know your ladyship addicted to water jaunts." Myrtle, esteeming him, persuaded of his sincere and selfless friendship, and detesting fraud beyond what was absolutely necessary to her safety and Harry's, would there and then have given him the real reason for her journeyings by water, had not her ladyship forestalled her. "I am not," she told the equerry, "but Captain Thornborough offered to show his ship to Myrtle, and the child had never been aboard a man of war. But we detain you, Captain," she added, bethinking her of the second boat that followed, and preferring that he should not stay to meet its occupants. "No, no," he answered, "I am not pressed. I am only going to Fort Johnson. I was looking for a boat. I trust you found the man of war all that you expected it, Myrtle?" "Why, yes," she said, and lowered her lids under his sharp gaze, lest he should perceive the signs of tears about her eyes. "But we have no enthusiasm," he faintly rallied her, smiling. Her ladyship promptly rescued her. "Come, Myrtle, the man will keep us talking here all day." "Nay, a moment of your mercy. This may be my only chance before the ball tonight." "Your chance of what?" "To ensure myself the dance I covet, the first minuet, Myrtle, if you will honour me so far." "But of course, Robert." And impulsively she held out her hand. He took it, and bareheaded as he had remained, bowed low over it. For an instant as he did so his eyes dilated, but his bowed head screened this from both the ladies, and then her ladyship whirled Myrtle away without further ceremony. He stood watching them until they were lost in the bustling crowd about the new exchange. Then, slowly resuming his hat, a deep line of thought between his fine brows, he turned his attention once more to that other craft which had already caught his eye. He signalled to a ferry to stand by, but made no move to enter it until the boat he watched was alongside, and out of it sprang Latimer and Tom Izzard. They exchanged bows formally and without words, despite the fact that the equerry was, or had been, on easy terms with her ladyship's brother. Then Captain Mandeville stepped into the boat he had summoned, and sat down in the stern sheets. "Push off," he curtly bade the negroes. The 4 men bent to their oars, and the boat shot away from the wharf. "Where does your honour want for to go?" the nearest negro asked him. Captain Mandeville considered a long moment. Then he stretched out a hand to grasp the tiller. "To the sloop Tamar," he answered. When he reached her decks, her captain was below, but he came instantly upon being informed that the governor's equerry had come aboard. "Ah, Mandeville, good day to you," he greeted him. Mandeville gave him a short good day in return. "I want a word with you in private, Thornborough." The sailor looked at him, mildly surprised by his tone. "Come aft to my cabin," he invited, and led the way. Mandeville sat down upon a locker with his back to the square windows that opened upon the stern gallery. On the table before him he observed a book, a decanter at a low ebb, and 6 glasses, in 2 of which a little wine remained. He could account for 5 of the glasses, and assumed the 6th to have been for some other officer of the Tamar. Thornborough, standing straight and tall in his blue uniform with white facings, looked at him questioningly across the table. "Well," he asked, "what brings you?" "Mr. Harry Latimer has been aboard your ship this morning." He had deliberately placed himself so that the light was on Thornborough's face and his own in shadow. Watching the sailor now, he fancied that his eyes shifted a little to avoid his own. Also, there was a perceptible pause before Thornborough answered him. "That is so. What then? What do you know of him?" "I? What should I know? He is a wealthy colonial gentleman. But you should know more about him yourself." "I do. That is why I am questioning you. What was he doing aboard your ship?" Thornborough stiffened. "Sink me, Mandeville. What's the reason for this catechism?" "This fellow Latimer is a rebel, a dangerous spreader of sedition, and a daring spy. That is my reason. That is why I ask you what he came to do aboard your ship." Thornborough laughed. "It had nothing to do with spying, of that I can assure you. What should he have spied here that could profit him?" "You are not forgetting that you have Kirkland aboard?" Mandeville asked him. "All Charlestown knows that. What should Mr. Latimer discover by spying on Kirkland?" "Possibly he came to ascertain whether he is still here. But if you were to tell me on what pretext he did come, I might be able to obtain a glimpse of his real reason." It happened, however, that Thornborough's instructions from Lady William were quite explicit, and in nothing that Mandeville had said could he see any reason for departing from them. "Mandeville, you're hunting a mare's nest. Mr. Latimer came aboard with Lady William Campbell and 1 or 2 others so as to view a British man-of-war. To suppose that he could discover here anything of possible advantage to his party or of detriment to ours is ridiculous." "You may find that you take too much for granted, Thornborough." Mandeville spoke mysteriously. As he spoke he rose, and proceeded to relate to the sailor how Latimer had visited the governor only yesterday in disguise, and pumped him dry on more than one subject. If I had not subsequently discovered this, and ascertained the extent of the information he drew from us, I might have remained as unsuspecting as yourself." While speaking, he had idly picked up the book from the table to make the surprising discovery that it was a book of common prayer. A bookmark of embroidered silk hung from its pages, and the book opened naturally in Mandeville's hands at the marriage service which was the place marked. Idly he continued to turn its leaves. He even looked at the name on the flyleaf, which was Robert Faversham. It was odd to find such a volume on the captain's table. He set it down again, and assuming at last that Thornborough really had nothing to tell him, beyond the fact which he had decided to ascertain, namely, that Latimer actually had been on board the ship in Myrtle's company, he took his leave, with a final admonition to Thornborough to be careful of whom he admitted to his sloop. The equerry went down the entrance ladder to his waiting boat, with intent to resume his voyage to the fort. But within a dozen cable lengths of the Tamar he abruptly changed his mind. "Put about," he ordered, and added curtly, "back to Charlestown." He was obeyed without question, and the clumsy boat swung round to pull against the tide, which was beginning to ebb. Ahead of them, drenched in brilliant sunshine and looking dazzlingly white, the low-lying town appeared to float like another Venice upon the sea. The waterfront dominated by the classical pile of the Custom House, with its Ionic pillars and imposing entablature, whilst above the red roofs towered the spires of St. Philip's and St. Michael's, the latter so lofty that it served as a landmark for ships far out at sea. Captain Mandeville, however, beheld nothing but a slender woman's hand, with white tapering fingers protruding from mittens of white silk, and round one of these fingers a circlet of gold gleaming through the strained silken meshes. That in some mysterious way Myrtle and Harry had become reconciled was clear from their joint presence aboard the Tamar, whilst the discovery of that restored ring betrayed the fact that the reconciliation had gone the extent of renewing their betrothal. That was reason enough to restrain him from going to Fort Johnson to bid Sykes hold his hand. At all costs, and whatever the consequence with which the governor might afterwards visit him, Mandeville must allow the plan laid with Sykes to be carried out. He was in a difficult position, but he must deal with one difficulty at a time, and in dealing first with Harry Latimer he dealt with the more imminent danger to himself and all his hopes. He sat there, elbow on knee and chin in hand, absorbed in thought, piecing together little tenuous scraps of evidence, and plagued to irritation the while by the obstinate association in his mind of the ring he had seen on her finger and the book he had found on Captain Thornborough's table. Those things and that visit of theirs to the sloop that morning forced a dreadful suspicion on his mind, a suspicion too dreadful to be entertained. He rejected it as wildly fantastic, and yet the thought of the ring and the book persisted until he was landing on the wharf at Charlestown. Finally he shook it off. "What can it matter after all?" he asked himself. "Sykes will make it all of no account tonight. I rid the state of a dangerous enemy, and myself of a dangerous rival at one stroke, and I shall be treading a minuet whilst it is done." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Chaplain of the Tamar. That ball at the State House, given by Miles Bruton in honour of the new governor of South Carolina, was of a piece with, indeed almost an epitome of, the ironic situation presented in those June days in Charlestown. If the spirit of tragedy gloomed upon the gay scene, the spirit of comedy was cheek by jowl with it, a grin. Here, above smouldering passions and festering hates, born of man's eternal misunderstandings and intolerance, and presently to find vent in war, was maintained an unruffled surface, reflecting only the amenities and courtesies of peace. Actually, the place chosen for the fete was itself the very nidus of the growing conflict. Above stairs were the chambers in which the representatives of the two contending parties met in conference, the room in which the Commons Assembly, constituting itself into a provincial congress, debated measures for meeting the despotic oppression of the mother country, and the room in which the governor and his council met for a little purpose nowadays but to study how to subdue this transatlantic Jeshurun, which, having waxed fat and lusty under the maternal aegis of the British Empire, was now kicking rebelliously against its parent. Tonight, one of those chambers was to concern itself with no strife of greater acerbity than the amicable contests proper to the green-clad card tables, laid out for those who did not dance. The other was converted into a place of refreshment, a buffet ranged against one of the walls from end to end of the long room, laden with boned turkeys, game pies, jellied terrapins, gigantic sweetmeats in which sculpture appeared to have collaborated with confectioner, and a dozen other delicacies. And a troop of dusky servants paraded here, white teeth flashing in ebony faces that grinned already in anticipation of the feast's aftermath that should be their own. They were assembled to minister alike to loyalist and rebel, who, as indifferently, would presently take a punch or eat a quail in each other's company, exchanging quips as readily tonight as tomorrow or the next day they might be exchanging pistol shots. Surveying the scene later that evening with Lady William, Captain Mandeville offered upon it an ironic comment which her ladyship thought it worthwhile to preserve for us in that diary of hers. There is this advantage in breeding, that until the moment when necessity bids men fight like beasts, they may make things pleasant by conducting themselves like gentlemen. The great hall below stairs was as gay as flowers and bunting and candle-laden chandeliers and girandoles could render it. At one end a gallery had been raised for the musicians, at the other a shallow dais, which was carpeted and furnished with gilded chairs for the governor and his suite. Over the waxed and gleaming floor, a throng as brilliant and fashionable as any that in a similar gathering the old world could show, moved with well-bred and appropriate languor, with bows and curtsies, with slow waving of fans and nodding plumes set above powdered headdresses, with flash of quizzing glasses and glitter of jewels. It was a scene that would have amazed some of the gentlemen at home in Westminster, who legislated condescendingly for these colonials, under the impression that they were rude farmers at best and half savages at worst. And the irony which this function presented in general was still more keenly apparent in its particulars. There was Moultrie, square and sturdy, in the blue coat with scarlet facings of the South Carolina militia, which was worn by perhaps a dozen others present. He was in easy talk with Captain Thornborough and a group of officers in the blue and white of the Royal Navy, who had come ashore to attend this function. And with him, very gay and voluble, was the young Republican Thomas Lynch. There was John Rutledge, handsome and impassive as ever, very elegant in an elaborately clubbed white tie wig, and a suit of violet taffetas with gold-laced buttonholes, deep in talk with the scarlet-coated foppish Captain Davenant, who was Major Sykes' second in command at Fort Johnson. The Major himself, for some reason unaccountable to Davenant, was not present. Miss Polly Ropel, the famous beauty, the toast of the Charlestown bucks, and a white flame of loyalty, was gay and challenging to the equally gay and brilliant rebel, William Henry Drayton. That other notorious and daring rebel, Captain MacDonald, in the blue and scarlet of the militia, was entertaining and clearly amusing the two daughters of the House of Cunningham, that most Tory of all the back country families. The youngest Fletchel of that other ardent Tory house, very spruce in pink and silver, spread his charms to dazzle the pretty rebel Miss Middleton, whilst the gaunt, stern-faced John Stuart, the King's Indian agent, himself looking like an Indian, was doing homage to the still beautiful Mrs. Henry Lawrence. Had not nature rendered prominent as a frog's the eyes of George III, which looked down upon the assembly from the portrait by Sir Joshua Reynolds, hung for the occasion above the dais, set apart for His Majesty's representative, well might they now have bulged to see rebel and loyalist rubbing shoulders there in such open amity. But if the eyes of King George, being merely painted upon canvas, were incapable of emotion, those of Sir Andrew Carey were not. He kept himself aloof and apart with the elder Fletchel, under the lintel of one of the French windows which stood open to the garden and the cool evening air. To a man of his narrow, uncompromising, almost fanatical outlook, there was much here that was utterly incomprehensible, and some things that enraged him. One of these was the sight of those militia uniforms, to him the very livery of treason, at a ball given in honour of His Gracious Majesty's representative. Another was that gentlemen of His Majesty's Navy should be passing the time of day with that detestable fellow Lynch, to whose ultimate hanging Sir Andrew looked forward confidently and pleasurably. And then these frivolous young women, whose minds went no deeper than a matter of powder and patches and the set of a French gown, chopping shallow wit with avowed rebels, was to him a spectacle shocking and deplorable. He was expressing himself to Fletchel in some such terms, and vowing that he would rather see his daughter dead than so lost to a sense of what became her, when above the rolling hum of talk and laughter, and to subdue it, the orchestra suddenly crashed forth. The solemn strains of "God Save the King" announced the arrival of the governor. Instantly there was a shuffling of feet, and the gay, confused throng ranged itself into some semblance of order, leaving a clear space by the entrance and a clear way to the dais. Sir Andrew observed, but did not permit himself to be deceived by the circumstance, that the rebel militia officers present came to attention as readily as any, and stood so, in homage to the king, throughout the anthem. On the closing bars of the music, Lord William made his appearance, a handsome figure in ivory satin, a blaze of orders on his breast, his face looking almost boyish below his powdered head. Beside him stood her ladyship, radiant in cloth of gold over white brocade, an incarnation of regality such as, by one of life's abounding ironies, is rarely achieved by those of regal birth. There was a sound as of wind in trees, a slither of feet and a rustle of silks, as, with billowing hoops, the ladies sank down to curtsy, and each man bowed low over outward thrusting leg. Then, to welcome their excellencies, Miles Bruton advanced with his comely wife, who had been Polly Izzard, and was her ladyship's sister. And here again was ubiquitously intruding irony. For Miles Bruton, the promoter of this ball in honour of King George's representative, the friend of Lord William and the brother-in-law of her ladyship, was, himself, an open adherent of the colonial party and a member of the Provincial Congress. His words of welcome were brief and graceful. They were expressed on behalf of His Majesty's faithful and loving subjects of Charlestown, here assembled, a description which provoked an audible snort of contempt from Sir Andrew Carey. Lord William's reply was almost equally brief and fully as gracious. He thanked them on his own and Lady William's behalf, and took this opportunity of declaring feelingly that Charlestown might count upon him to labour earnestly to promote the real happiness and prosperity of the province he was sent to govern. Thereafter, with nods and smiles of greeting as they passed up the room, the vice-regal pair moved to the dais, followed by His Excellency's equerries, Captains Mandeville and Tasker, and her ladyship's ladies of honour, Miss Carey and Miss Ravenel. The band struck up an invitation, and the gentlemen sought their partners for the minuet. Lord William led forth, as his duty was, his sister-in-law and nominal hostess. Her ladyship followed on the arm of Mr. Bruton, whilst the equerries paired off with the ladies of honour. As they took their places on the polished floor, Captain Mandeville considered his partner with eyes of undisguised admiration. "I do not think I ever saw you look more beautiful," he murmured. "How well your gown becomes you." It was true enough, and Myrtle knew it. Over a hooped petticoat of palest lavender, she wore a sack of richly flowered brocade. Her slim bust was set off by some old lace and jewels that had been her mother's, and at the last moment Lady William had thrust a blood-red rose into Myrtle's powdered hair just below her ear. "This is your wedding dance, my dear," her ladyship had reminded her between tenderness and raillery, "and you must look your best." Her best she certainly looked. There was colour in her cheeks that were normally so pale, and an unusual sparkle in her eyes, of so deep a blue that they seemed black in some lights and violet in others. Something of the excitement stirring in her lent her an unwonted radiance. Aware of this, she found Captain Mandeville's compliment proper enough, yet she turned it off lightly. Beauty, we are told, dwells in the eye of the beholder. And Mandeville, impulsive for once, answered too quickly. "When I am he, then are you beautiful indeed." She caught the throb of passion which escaped in his voice before he could control it. It chilled and startled her. Fortunately, the figure of the dance, which was beginning, claimed their attention, and there was no occasion for words again until the end was reached, and each cavalier was bowing, hand on heart, to his curtsying lady. Nor was there occasion even then, for as the last note of the fiddles was being lost in the babble of loosened talk, Tom Izzard, gorgeous as a peacock, upon whose colours he appeared to have modelled his own, came surging up to them to claim the next dance from Myrtle. Other gallants crowded after him, and as her ladyship sailed into the group to give Miss Carey the support of her countenance in this siege, Mandeville slipped away and went sauntering round the room, indifferent to the raking fire of the dowager's spy-glasses, which a man of his figure and bearing could never escape. Near the door of the smaller anteroom, in which also card tables had been set out, without, however, having as yet found tenants, the captain was confronted by Sir Andrew, who had just separated from Lieutenant Gascoigne of the Tamar. Sir Andrew was obviously perturbed. Never the man to conceal emotion, his handsome countenance now plainly reflected feelings that could not be pleasant. "Do you know what I'm told, Robert?" He hailed his kinsman, and at once supplied the answer to his own question. "That Myrtle was with Harry Latimer aboard the British sloop this morning." His tone conveyed that he desired the announcement to be regarded as monstrous. The manner of Mandeville's reply hardly fulfilled this desire. They were in her ladyship's party. "You knew?" Sir Andrew seemed amazed at this. "And you didn't tell me?" "Why disturb you with it? Perhaps it was no great matter after all." "No great matter if her ladyship has no more respect for her husband than to be seen abroad in the company of a notorious rebel. I mean that my daughter shall have more respect for herself and for me. It is known that I've forbid my house to Latimer. For Myrtle to be seen with him after that is to make herself and me ridiculous. Besides, hasn't she protested that she would never speak to him again? Is she playing a double game, Robert? You don't think that, do ye?" "I'm sure Myrtle is incapable of anything of the kind. You may be sure that she is quite single in her purpose." "In what purpose?" Captain Mandeville took refuge in philosophic vagueness. "Who can fathom woman? "Oh, damn your affectations!" Sir Andrew was undoubtedly irritable. "I want to understand this thing." Mandeville reflected that so did he, but for him there was at least the measure of consolation that the inopportune Mr. Latimer would trouble them no more. He stood there in inconclusive talk with Sir Andrew until the fiddles under the direction of Monsieur Paul, the French dancing master who kept an academy in Queen Street, sounded a preliminary chord to summon the dancers to the floor. The chatter became a little less noisy, and the movement of that throng of gaily dressed men and women assumed a more definite character as the couples moved hither and thither to take up their stations. A plump, rather cherubic young gentleman in unrelieved clerical black, wearing a parson's bands and a white tie wig, sauntered up to them. He was alone, he was obviously amiable, and he was to prove garrulous. Without ceremony he joined the captain and the baronet and burst into an encomium of the fate of Lord William, of Lady William, of Miles Bruton and Miles Bruton's charming wife, and finally of colonial life in general. Mandeville thought him wearisome and scarce troubled to conceal the thought, but Sir Andrew, who honoured the clergy, was at pains to be pleasant in return. It had barely transpired that the gentleman was the Reverend Mr. Faversham, the chaplain of the Tamar, and Sir Andrew was about to ask him certain obvious questions when Tom Izzard came by with Myrtle on his arm. She saw them and smiled a smile that was mainly for her father and Mandeville, but which the parson, knowing nothing of the relationship between his companions and the lady, took entirely for himself. He bowed low. As he came up again, his face wreathed in a gratified smile. He turned to the other two. "A delicious child," he purred. "To whom do you allude, sir?" the baronet asked him. To the parson, unconscious instrument of fate, made search for a name in his memory. The name he found in his haste was the name to which that very morning he had helped her. To Mrs. Latimer. Mrs. Latimer? Sir Andrew's heavy brows were drawn together. Mandeville drew an audible breath. The ring and the book. He called himself a fool for having rejected the only possible inference from their conjunction. It should not have required the addition of the parson. But Sir Andrew, bewildered, was still questioning Mr. Faversham. "Mrs. Latimer? Which here is Mrs. Latimer?" The parson did not quite like the tone of the question. It recalled him to his senses and made him perceive the indiscretion he had committed. Perhaps I was mistook," he faltered. "Perhaps that was not the name." "Oh, yes," said Mandeville at his elbow, and his voice was quiet, though his face was white. "That was the name. You have made no mistake. You married them this morning aboard the sloop." The parson stared at him in sheer relief. "It is known, then," he said. "Bless me, I was fearful I had said too much." He felt his arm caught in a grip that made him wince with pain. For Sir Andrew was a man of great physical vigour, and at the moment he was using it rather recklessly. "Come in here, sir," he said in a voice thick as a drunkard's, and he all but dragged the unfortunate parson across the threshold of the untenanted little anteroom. Mandeville, following, took the precaution to close the door. In any situation he could be trusted not to overlook essentials. Leaning against one of the card tables, the cherubic Mr. Faversham looked up in terror at the big, handsome man towering threateningly above him, and heard in terror the deep voice that commanded him to explain clearly and without equivocation whom he had married and when. Sir, I protest against the tone you take with me. You have not the right to... The baronet interrupted him in a voice of thunder. "Have I not, sir? I am Sir Andrew Carey. I am the father of Miss Carey, the lady of whom you spoke, I think. And you spoke of her as Mrs. Latimer. Now, sir, be short and clear with me. I'll have no prevarications." "Sir Andrew," the little fellow was indignant, "it is not my habit to prevaricate. I beg you to respect my cloth." "Will you answer me?" roared Sir Andrew. Mr. Faversham stiffened. "No, sir, I will not. I dislike your manners, sir. I dislike them excessively. They are the manners of a boor, of a planter, which is, I take it, what you are. I'll trouble you not to detain me." Thus, in the dignity which Sir Andrew's rudeness justified him in assuming, Mr. Faversham now thought to take secure refuge. But never in all his life was he nearer having his neck broken than at that moment. Sir Andrew, white with passion and trembling, gripped the parson's arm once more and literally shook the little gentleman. "Sir, you trifle with me. You do not leave this room until you have answered me." Mandeville came to the rescue. He was miraculously calm. "Is this insistence necessary, Sir Andrew? Can his reverence add anything to what already he has admitted? He has practically confessed that he married Myrtle to Harry Latimer this morning, and if I had not been dull of wit I should have known it without his confession. I had evidence enough, God knows." Sir Andrew looked at the parson wild-eyed, still maintaining that crushing grip. He was breathing heavily. "Is this true?" he asked. "In one word, sir, is it true?" And then the door was opened, and Myrtle stood on the threshold. She had seen her father's violent action in dragging the chaplain into the anteroom, and she had seen Mandeville thereafter close the door. It had required no more than that to tell her what had happened, and at the earliest moment she had disengaged herself from the dance, and with Tom Izzard at her heels had come to intervene in a scene which so closely concerned herself. She was pale, but quite calm and very straight. Her loyal, candid nature actually welcomed this occasion to make an end of the deceit she was practising. "Father, what is it you require to know?" She came forward. Tom followed her and closed the door again. If there was to be a scene, and he was quite sure that a scene there was to be, they could well dispense with witnesses. Sir Andrew loosed the parson and turned on her, his great face purple, his eyes terrible. "I have been all but told that you were married this morning to Harry Latimer. I can't believe it. I won't." "It is quite true." "True?" He stared at her for a long moment, his mouth open. "It is true?" Then he sat down heavily, and with his hand motioned away the parson who stood before him, whose very presence began to offend him. Captain Mandeville tapped Mr. Faversham's shoulder and beckoned him towards the door, glad enough to escape from all this mischief which he was overwhelmed to think that he had made. Mr. Faversham obeyed the signal. I am sorry, Mrs. Latimer," he faltered as he passed her. "I have been monstrous indiscreet." "It is no matter for that, sir," she answered him, and contrived to smile reassuringly. "You may make amends by discretion now," the captain told him. "Do not mention a word of what has passed to anyone, not even to Lady William. Thus you will make it easier for us to repair the harm." "Sir, you may depend upon me." "Sir, I am much obliged, your humble obedient." Mandeville bowed and opened the door to allow the chaplain to escape. Myrtle advanced another step towards her father, whereupon he stirred and turned to look at her again, with eyes that were now blood-injected. "You treacherous, hypocritical wretch!" he growled at her in a voice that was dull with pain and rage. "You infamous jade! To hoodwink us thus, to cozen us with lies, to tell us that you had broken with the scoundrel Latimer, and all the while to be planning this dastardy." "That is not true, father. I have not been a hypocrite. When I told you that I had broken with Harry, I told you the truth." "The truth? Do you still dare to stand there and lie to me after what you have done? Do you, Sir Andrew?" Mandeville checked him, a hand upon his shoulder. "You are not being just. Things are not always what they seem." "You'll tell me this marriage only seems a marriage. Don't be a fool, Robert. We have a fact here, not mere words, a damnable scoundrelly fact." And he brought his great fist down upon the card table. "Facts are not to be explained away by falsehood. They speak for themselves."
"Father, will you hear me?" She spoke intrepidly. Pale, it is true, she was, but she showed no other sign of fear.
"What is there to hear from you? Can anything you may say alter this detestable fact? You are married. Married to Harry Latimer, an ingrate, a rebel, a murderer, a man who has only just stopped short of threatening my life. And you are my daughter. My God!" His hands, raised a moment as if in appeal to heaven, were lowered to his knees, and his chin sank into the lace of his bulging cravat. She told him everything: her self-deception in thinking that her love for Harry was dead, her discovery of the fact when his life was menaced, her attempt to combat his obstinate refusal to save himself. "I discovered from him then that his reasons were concerned with me and with my conduct towards him. To remove those reasons so that he might depart while it was time, I gave him the only proof of my loyalty and devotion." He turned violently to stare at her again. "Your loyalty and devotion? Your loyalty and devotion to a rebel, a traitor? And what of your loyalty and devotion to your king? What of that?" It seemed to him in his bigotry and fanaticism that he presented a crushing argument, an unanswerable question, but she answered it, a little wan smile at the corners of her mouth. "What is the king to me, after all? An idea, little more than a word. Harry is a reality. He is the man I have loved from childhood. What are political opinions to me compared with the danger to his life? How do I know that he is wrong, that you are right?" "How do you know?" he asked her, and repeated it with rising vehemence of incredulity. "How do you know?" The blasphemy of the question appalled him. "How indeed? He is not the only rebel in America." "No, by God!" said Tom from the background, but no one heeded him, for Myrtle was continuing. "Here in Charlestown all that is best and ablest is already ranged in opposition to the royal government. Are they all wrong? Are the few who think as you do so right, that Harry is to be thrust out accursed because he has placed what he conceived to be his duty to his country above personal interest? That is what he has done. And when a man does that, it follows at least that his convictions are sincere. You protest your duty and your loyalty, but what have you done to assist the cause that you hold up to me as a religion? Harry has given ships, poured out his money, and risked his life to serve the faith he holds, the faith which you account contemptible. Have you spent a single shilling to support the tottering cause which you account so sacred?" "Stop!" he commanded her in a strangled voice. But she went relentlessly on. "A choice, a bitter, cruel choice was thrust upon me yesterday. I did not know what to think, what to believe, until it came to me that the test of the worth of your opinions, yours and Harry's, lay in weighing what each of you had done for those opinions. After that, father, there remained with me only regret for the grief I might cause you by the step I was to take. Apart from that, I had no single doubt, no single misgiving arising out of Harry's political views." Carey was helpless, mentally battered in advance by the heavy guns of her arguments. Where he had thought to play the judge, the stern Rhadamanthus, it seemed that he was become the accused. He looked at Mandeville, whose mask-like face betrayed no emotion whatever. "My God, he's bewitched her." Mandeville made him no answer. His dark, penetrating eyes shifted to Myrtle, who shook her head as she smiled again, that almost pathetic smile. "Harry has scarcely spoken to me about these things. What I have told you are no more than my own thoughts." "And now, madam, you'd best hear mine," her father answered grimly. "I don't know how you planned this thing, or how far you were helped by your rebel friend Sally Izard and her brother there, who may tell her what I say. But I thank God for the merciful dispensation by which it has been made known to me in time." "In time? In time for what?" she asked him. "In time to enable me to take my measures." He stood up, calmer now that he clearly saw his way to checkmate the guilty pair and to nullify their act. "There's one thing you've forgot: the marriage laws of the colony. You are not yet of age, Myrtle, and you cannot make a valid marriage without my consent." He smiled maliciously. Almost it was a leer. "You'd forgot that." And then, even before she answered, Mandeville understood why a British sloop should have been chosen for the marriage. "No, father," she answered quietly. "We did not forget it. But the law of the colonies does not run on board an English ship. By the law of England my marriage is quite valid, and no power on earth can cancel it. The deck of the Tamar is England at law." Sir Andrew stiffened as understanding sank into his seething mind. For a moment he babbled furious incoherencies. Then he became intelligible again. "It was that treacherous slut Sally Izard who contrived this. You'd never have thought of it for yourself. That damned she-cat." Tom stepped forward. "Control yourself, Sir Andrew. You are speaking of my sister." "You!" In his fury words failed the baronet. Then Mandeville, ever calm, intervened. "You are speaking also of the governor's lady, Sir Andrew. If you are overheard—" "Dammy, I mean to be overheard. I mean to tell her to her face what I think of her, and Lord William may call me out for it. What's he himself but a doll on wires, a silly puppet in the hands of his rebel wife? A king's representative? By God! They shall hear the truth." Sir Andrew, calm for God's sake." Mandeville implored him with something imperative and dominating in his voice. Pressing upon Sir Andrew's shoulders, he almost forced him down into the chair again. "Leave me with him, please," Myrtle begged him. But that was the last thing Mandeville desired just then. "Not now, Myrtle, not now," he answered quietly. "Indeed, you would be much better advised to leave him to me." He stepped close to her and sank his voice. "I think I can quiet him, make him see reason. Go now and trust to me." He pressed her hand and was conscious of a responsive pressure on his own. She needed a friend, just such a strong, calm friend as this. He drew her towards the door and beckoned Tom Izard to escort her. "Trust me," he said again as she was passing out. "I'll make your peace with him. All will be well, Myrtle." Trusting him she went, with Tom, who did not trust him at all, but held his peace. Alone with the baronet, Mandeville grew brisk. "Now, Sir Andrew, the harm is done, and repining over what is accomplished never yet helped any man." "I am in need of platitudes," Sir Andrew sneered. "They help a deal. What's to remember is that a thing done may be undone." Now here was talk of quite a different kind. The baronet looked up sharply. Mandeville continued, his voice soft and low. "Wives, Sir Andrew, can be widowed, and if Myrtle were widowed now, at this stage, scarcely wed as she is, the harm would be slight indeed. If Sir Andrew was staring at him. He stared long and hard, and it seemed to him that although Mandeville's lips remained tight, his dark, unfathomable eyes were smiling. Gradually it was borne in upon him that Mandeville was offering a practical suggestion. "What do you mean?" he asked at last in a hushed voice. Mandeville answered very slowly, a man measuring out words one at a time. "It is possible, Sir Andrew, that Myrtle is a widow already." He paused to sigh. Poor Myrtle. Sir Andrew was trembling. "Will you be plain, man?" "If she is not a widow already, undoubtedly her widowhood will follow soon, and it is certain that she will never set eyes on Latimer again." He paused, and again he sighed, and made a little gesture of regret and helplessness. He would have preferred by much not to have been constrained to give Sir Andrew this news, but he saw no help for it if a terrible scene were to be avoided. For that Sir Andrew would, unless pacified, do as he threatened by Lady William, Mandeville could not doubt. Upon that must follow explanations which Mandeville had no desire to provoke. Therefore he took this, the only means of quieting the baronet's fury. In view of Latimer's refusal to quit the province, Lord William has no choice but to proceed to extremes against him. But since to do so openly here in Charlestown might provoke a riot and bring about dreadful consequences to the royal government, which is not yet in case to assert its authority, Lord William has decided to have Latimer secretly arrested tonight and put on board a vessel to be taken to England for trial. If any doubts had remained with Mandeville that Sir Andrew's affection for his adopted son had perished utterly, they would have been definitely shattered now by the expression of savage satisfaction on the baronet's face. "Yes, yes, and—" Sir Andrew asked him, clutching his arm. "By this time the thing should be already done. If he gives no trouble, he will live to be tried and hanged in England." Mandeville's tone was tinged with infinite regret. "In obtaining him a respite in which to quit Charlestown, I had done all that man could to save him. It was impossible that Lord William would further have heeded me if I had attempted to plead with him against dealing with Latimer in this fashion. Yet, for Myrtle's sake, and even for your own, I have regretted it until this moment." "There was no occasion," growled Sir Andrew. "So I now perceive. Indeed, I am glad that he is put away in this fashion." "It's a dispensation of Providence," said the baronet solemnly. "Aye, fate is not always quite so opportune. But you perceive, Sir Andrew, that there is no need for further trouble or excitation on your part." "No need to embroil yourself by upbraiding Lady William." "Oh, as to that," Sir Andrew rose, "I make no promises. It is time, high time, someone spoke out. This woman in the position of a queen is a scandal in all loyal eyes. Her action today—" "Sir Andrew, wait. Consider." Mandeville laid a hand upon his shoulder and looked squarely, gravely into his face. "You cannot make war on a woman without hurt to your dignity. But further, you cannot bring her ladyship to task without publishing this adventure of Myrtle's. Do you wish to make it known that your daughter so far forgot her duty as to marry this notorious rebel? It is to put a blight upon her and upon yourself." It was a shrewd plea and of immediate effect. "You're right, but then—" "In view of what is happening to Latimer, this marriage will be as if it had never been, and no one need ever know of it. The few concerned in it are pledged to secrecy, and in a few days the only two men on the Tamar who are aware of what was done there this morning may have left these waters never to return. Why, then, injure Myrtle by a publication of this piece of infamy, you would say? Why, Robert, you are right, and I thank you for the warning. I'll hold my tongue." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Grockat's Wharf. In the dining room of his house on the bay, the only room that was not already muffled and swaddled against the imminent evacuation, sat Harry Latimer alone at supper, waited upon by Hannibal, a stalwart and devoted young mulatto in his service. Julius, his butler, together with Johnson, his valet, had already set out for Santee Broads to see the house made ready to receive the bridal couple. With them they had taken Myrtle's Moma, Dido, who had earlier accompanied her mistress to Lady William Campbell's. Mr. Latimer's travelling carriage stood ready in the coach-house, the luggage packed, and at 11 o'clock punctually, as he had ordered, the horses would be harnessed and they would set out to go post themselves by St. Michael's, opposite the State House, there to await Myrtle. As he was finishing his lonely supper, which is to say towards 9 o'clock, Colonel Gadsden was announced. Gadsden had a ship that was sailing for England with the morning tide. He was on his way to her with letters, one of which from Henry Lawrence was addressed to John Wilkes, that famous champion of the liberties of Englishmen wherever found. "It's a forlorn hope," he confessed, "but Wilkes has a way of compelling petitions to be received, and he has already proved himself more than once the friend of America." That, however, was more or less by the way. The real object of Gadsden's visit was to place the service of his ship at his friend's disposal, should Latimer have letters for England. Mr. Latimer had not, but he was nevertheless grateful for the neighbourly offer, and he pressed the colonel to join him in a glass of port. Colonel Gadsden took the chair that Hannibal proffered at his master's bidding. "But I must not stay a moment. There's a wherry waiting for me at the wharf." Hannibal poured for him a glass of the red amber wine, brought out in Latimer's own ships, which traded to Portugal the rice of his plantations on the Santee. The colonel held it up appreciatively to the candlelight, then sipped and commended it. "You're not at Miles Bruton's ball?" Latimer asked him. "Not I, faith. What should I do at a ball in honour of King George? For it's little less than that. The Tories will be there in full force. Hes perdition to them." And he drank, whilst Latimer laughed at the vehemence of his toast. "And so you're leaving us after all?" The colonel sighed. "Perhaps you're wise, but egad, it needed some such Roman gesture as you threatened to put an end to this stagnation, to this eternal temporizing of both sides." "Let us hope that we may yet temporize into a peaceful settlement." "A stale delusion," Gadsden condemned it, "and a delusion that holds us spellbound whilst opportunity is slipping by. This letter of Lawrence to John Wilkes," he shrugged contemptuously, "it expresses the hope of Lawrence and some hundreds like him. They're lukewarm, which means neither hot nor cold, a detestable condition, fit for weaklings. Lawrence loves his country, and he's loyal to our brother colonists in the north who have suffered. But he's loyal too to his own interests, like so many other of these wealthy planters, and he does not yet see how his own interests will best be served." "You can't charge me with that," said Latimer. "I know, lad, I know. Here's to our next meeting." He finished his wine and got up. "When will that be?" wondered Latimer. "Sooner than you think, perhaps, for if the drums beat, Moultrie tells me you've promised to serve under him, and they may beat very soon now." He held out his hand. "Goodbye, Harry, good luck." But Latimer, who had also risen, went with him to the door, and after the colonel's departure stood a moment under the stars that were appearing in the darkening sky. Slowly he retraced his steps to the dining-room and sat down to wait. An hour or so later, after he had read the week's Gazette, and as he was considering seeking a book in the library, for it was yet a full hour before the time appointed to set out, Hannibal brought him a note that a messenger had just left. He broke the seal and unfolded the sheet. Hastily scrawled upon it, in pencil, were the lines: "Please come to me at the earliest moment. I have news of utmost urgency for you. Very important. and under this the signature, big and bold, Henry Lawrence. He stood considering. "You say the messenger has gone?" "Yes, sir," replied Hannibal. Latimer thought it was odd that in such urgency as the note suggested Lawrence should not have come at once instead of sending for him. But perhaps there was someone else concerned, someone who might be with Lawrence. Anyway, he'd better go. "Get me my hat, Hannibal." Hannibal went out, and Mr. Latimer set down his pipe and followed him. In the hall, the slave proffered him not only his hat, but his gloves and sword as well. He took the hat and was waving the rest away when he remembered a warning Moultrie had yesterday given him not to go abroad unarmed. So, changing his mind, he took the small sword and hooked it into the carriages which he was wearing under his silver-laced black coat. "Order the carriage to follow me to Mr. Lawrence and to await me there. I shall not be returning. Come with it, and bring me what I may require. Tell Fanshawe I have gone." Fanshawe was Mr. Latimer's factor, who, with his wife, would remain in charge of the Charlestown residence during Mr. Latimer's absence. Outside the gates he turned to the right and went briskly along the bay towards the Governor's Bridge. As he crossed the latter, the advance of the making tide was gurgling up the creek, which it served to span. There was not a soul abroad, and the only sounds seemed to be from the water, where odd voices were to be heard calling to one another, and where lights dancing in the gloom indicated the positions of the ships at their moorings. Mr. Latimer passed Craven's Bastion without meeting anyone, and he was just abreast of Rag's Alley when abruptly from out of that narrow, unlighted lane stepped a man who hailed him by name. "Mr. Latimer!" Before he could reflect upon the oddness of his being recognized in the dark across the width of the street by a man who was no more than a black outline in his own eyes, he had halted and answered, "Yes, who is that?" At once he realized his indiscretion, and something else besides. Behind him quickly advancing steps became suddenly audible, and he guessed immediately that he had been followed. At the same moment, almost as if his clear reply to the stranger's hail had been a signal, 4 or 5 men came charging out of the blackness of Rag's Alley and across the Bay Street straight towards him. Mr. Latimer did not wait. He was off along the Courtine lines, running like a stag. He was agile, strong, and swift of foot, and he had the supreme advantage of being lightly shod. Away he sped, his feet scarce touching the ground, racing for Lauren's house, which was the first in the direction he was going, and not above 200 yards away. Behind him the blundering gallop of his heavy-footed pursuers was receding, as was the cursing Irish voice that was urging them on, and Harry Latimer laughed as he ran, accounting the race already over, although he had not yet covered more than half the distance. He was abreast of the dark and deserted custom house with the next bastion on his left, when suddenly the laughter perished in him. 2 men who seemed to rise out of the ground, so sudden was their apparition, stood immediately ahead, and before he could check or swerve he was carried by his own headlong impetus straight into their waiting arms. "Got him!" shouted one of his captors, but found breath for no more, for the captive writhing in their arms was not proving easy to hold. They swayed halfway across the street in their struggles, and then, just as they imagined they were subduing him, he thrust violently and viciously upwards with his right knee into the body of one of them, and sent the fellow reeling back and doubled up with pain. Thus released on the right side, he swung round in the grip of his other assailant, and broke the skin of his knuckles in a blow between the fellow's eyes that stretched him on the ground. He was free of them, but the others were upon him in a bunch, and it was too late to resume his flight. At bay, then, he swung his shoulders to the wall of the custom-house to protect his back, whipped out his sword, and pinked the thigh of the foremost of those who beset him. With a howl of pain, the man fell back, his swiftly dealt wound, and the lithe blade, gleaming lividly in the gloom, gave his companions pause. But there was another coming up, who had followed more at leisure, and yet was not so easily intimidated. "What's this, ye blackguards?" quoth the Irish voice. "How many more of ye does it need to take a man?" "He's armed, Major," said one of them. "Armed, is he? Stand away there, ye good-for-nothing Omahans." There was the slither of a sword leaving its scabbard. A bulky figure advanced, and the next moment Latimer's blade was engaged by an energetic swordsman. It was almost instinctive fighting, in which the eyes availed but little. But some little they did avail, and the advantage was heavily with Latimer, for such light as existed being behind his opponent, Latimer, by crouching, could make out enough to guide him, whilst himself, against the background of the wall, he must have been almost invisible. For a moment he had feared that a pistol might end the matter, but since this had not yet happened, he was now assured that they meant to do the business silently. He took heart at the reflection and fought on, scarce daring for a moment to lose the feel of the opposing blade. And as he fought, he wondered who might be his assailants. The others had addressed his present antagonist as Major, and the man's speech, for all its brogue, was of a quality that confirmed the title. Moreover, Latimer could make out the gleam of the gold-laced cuff and the buttonholes and white of the man's small clothes. Was this something that was being done by order of Lord William? It seemed inconceivable. And yet, if it were not, how came a British officer engaged in it? They were questions that flitted in 1 second through Latimer's mind, to be dismissed in the next. The first thing to be done was to settle this Major's account. The investigation of his identity and the rest could wait. To this first business Latimer addressed himself so aptly that it was done within a very few seconds of engaging. Realizing his disadvantage in the matter of light, the Major was in haste to be done. After a half-dozen groping passes, in which the other's blade clung tenaciously to his own, following it round insistently, the Major broke away with a violent forcing disengage, feinted high, and lunged. In the nick of time, Latimer sidestepped, instinctively presenting his point to receive his antagonist. And receive him he did. The point of the Major's unresisted weapon struck the wall. The sword bent double under the weight of his following impetus, and snapped off short, whilst impaled through the stomach on the antagonist blade. The same impetus carried him forward until his body brought up against Latimer's hilt, and his face, a white mask in which the open mouth and eyes made 3 black holes, was within a foot of Latimer's. Latimer was conscious first of surprise and then of nausea. Yielding to the latter, he thrust that body away from him so violently and impetuously that he loosed his grasp of the sword. Carrying it with him, still impaling him, the Major toppled over backwards and lay there on the kidney stones, writhing and faintly moaning. Appalled and almost physically sick, Latimer leaned a moment against the wall. Then, as the voices of the men, excited and objurgatory, broke out about him, he roused himself to a sense of his increased peril, now that he was disarmed. He bounded forward to resume his flight, but one of the ruffians who had come up with him thrust out a leg to trip him, and he pitched forward at full length. Instantly there was a knee in the small of his back, with the weight of a whole body resting upon it, and 2 pairs of hands were busy about him. Whilst he was thus pinned down, his arms were wrenched behind him and his wrist tied with a thong of leather. Desperately he raised his head and loosed one lusty shout for help. The next moment a muffler was wrapped about his mouth and nose so tightly that he could scarcely breathe. The 2 who had charge of him next tied his ankles fast together, then rolled him over onto his back and left him lying there, whilst they went aside to the others who were kneeling about their fallen leader. One of the men whom Latimer had hurt was by now recovered, and had also joined that group. The other, on his feet again, was leaning still sick and faint against the custom-house wall. If they had rendered Latimer helpless and dumb, at least they had not rendered him deaf, and their rough voices reached him where he lay. "Is the Major much hurt?" asked one of those who had been lately with Latimer. "Hurt?" growled another voice. "Hell, it's killed he is. He's got it in the guts." Oaths followed, vicious and obscene. All talked together explosively until one who seemed to assume authority called them to some sort of order. "Damn you, we can't stay here to be caught. Pick him up and carry him to the boat, and let's fetch that blasted tyke along as well." 2 of them came back to Latimer and lifted him. 2 others were doing the like by the major. The one in authority crossed the street to the side of the bastion. There he halted, at fault. "Which way?" he asked. "Straight on to the wharf where we landed, of course." "Are you sure the boat's waiting there?" "Where else, Tim?" "Hell," swore Tim. "How do I know what orders the major gave the boatman? The boat, maybe, was to come up for us." They stood debating for some moments. It became clear that the major's insensibility left them in a quandary. "God damn my soul," cried one. "Even if we find the boat, we don't know where to take him." "He was to have been put aboard a ship for England," said Tim. "Aye, but what ship? There's a mort of ships to choose from yonder." "Oh, heave him into the sea and have done with it, damn him," growled another. Wait, Tim admonished them. "It might be awkward afterwards, seeing what's happened to the major, and us with him. Who's to say we didn't murder him ourselves? Captain Davenant'll be asking questions when we gets back to the fort. Here, I have it. We'll take the blackguard to the fort, and let the captain settle it. Come on."
And he began to move away down the street.
"But where's the boat, you fool?" one of them shouted after him. "We'll go back to the wharf where we landed, and keep a sharp lookout the whiles over the water." So they trudged on, bearing their 2 burdens, and without meeting a soul on the way, past Lauren's residence, and on for 100 yards or so until they came to Grockat's wharf, around the piles of which the waves of the making tide were being whipped by a quickening breeze. They turned on to this, glad to be off the street at last. The leader went first, then the 2 who carried Latimer, followed by the others bearing the major. "There she is," cried Tim. "You see, I was right." Dimly at the far end of the wharf they could make out the lines of a wherry standing alongside, and the figures of 1 or 2 of the rowers were silhouetted in the light of a lantern glowing from the boat's bottom. On the breeze came a murmur of voices. They hurried on towards the boat. In the stern sheets a man was standing speaking to the crew. He paused as the newcomers advanced, and then the 2 of them that were handling Latimer swung him forward to the man in the wherry. "Here you are, damn you!" shouted one of them in exasperation. "Lend a hand." 3 or 4 of those in the boat instinctively rose from their oars to receive the body that was almost being hurled at them. They caught it and lowered it between thwarts. "Fetch her up," Tim ordered at the same time. "The major's hurt. Let's set him down in the stern. Come on there." The man who was standing in the stern sheets stooped and picked up the lantern. "Now who the devil may you be?" he asked, and swung the light aloft to cast it upon their countenances. What he saw was no great matter. What they saw by the light of that raised lantern was a gold-laced coat, a blue coat with scarlet facings and golden shoulder knots, the uniform of a colonel of the Army of Provincial Congress, and above the stiff high collar they beheld a grim, grey hawk face that was entirely strange to them. "Hell and the devil!" said the wooden-headed Tim, realizing the blunder they had made in the dark, and incontinently he turned and fled as fast as his legs could carry him up the wharf, and after him, as if Satan were behind them, went his fellows, leaving the major's weltering body where they had dropped it in their sudden panic. "What the devil?" the man in uniform was beginning, when he dropped the question and bawled an order instead. "Up and after them!" In a moment his 6 negroes were out of the boat, but another shout from their master arrested them. He had lowered the lantern to the face of the man who lay almost at his feet. In a moment he had removed the muffler from the captive's face. "Latimer!" he cried, and Latimer, lying there helpless, laughed up at him out of a countenance that was ghastly. "It's lucky for me you had letters for England tonight, Colonel Gadsden," he said. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Carolinian by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Pistol Shot. "And this," said Latimer between scorn and amusement, "is how King George's representative keeps faith. On my soul, it's worthy of King George himself." He and Gadsden were kneeling on the wharf beside the prostrate and inanimate body of Major Sykes, fully revealed to them in the light of the Colonel's lantern. "If Hannibal hadn't thrust a sword into my hand at the last moment, I suppose I should be on my way to England now." He got up. "I'm afraid the poor wretch is sped." "Don't plague yourself about him," said Gadsden. "My men'll see to him. What of yourself? You were best away, I think." "Yes, but not until I've seen the governor. I owe him an explanation of how I killed a British officer, and perhaps he will offer me one of how this British officer came to meddle with me, when I had his lordship's word for it that no action would be taken until tomorrow morning." "Aye," said Gadsden, "you're right. You don't want to be pursued for murder." They set out, but they went on foot no farther than Mr. Lawrence's house, outside which Latimer's travelling carriage was now waiting with Hannibal in attendance. They climbed into it as 11 o'clock was chiming from St. Philip's, and drove straight to the State House. Latimer would have gone at once into the boardroom in his quest for the governor, but in the hall, untenanted at the moment save by a half-dozen negro lackeys, who stared round-eyed at his dishevelled appearance, Gadsden stayed him. "Look at yourself, man. Do you think you're a sight for the ladies?" And only then did Latimer seem to become conscious of his condition. Stained almost from head to foot in mud and blood, his head unkempt, one of his stockings torn, and a rent in the back of his brave coat of black corded silk, with silver lace and purple linings, he was a terrifying spectacle. He remained, therefore, in the hall, while Gadsden went to find the governor. A dance was in progress, and His Excellency was engaged in it. So, of necessity, Gadsden must wait, whilst Latimer paced the hall. But not for long was he alone. Down the stairs presently from the buffet above came Colonel Moultrie with Mrs. Bruton, and then Lady William with young Drayton, and following almost immediately Myrtle herself, on the arm of Tom Izzard. Behind these were 2 or 3 other couples, and all of them stood at gaze, appalled and terrified by Mr. Latimer's appearance. Myrtle ran to him in terror, Lady William and Tom Izzard following closely. "What's happened? Harry, why are you like this?" You conceive the bombardment of startled questions he was constrained to stand. "It's nothing, a trifling accident." "You're not hurt, Harry?" Myrtle cried. He reassured her, and whilst doing so he perceived that her sudden advent, which at first had vexed him, was indeed most opportune. He drew her aside a little and lowered his voice, so that his words were for her alone. "My carriage is at the door, Myrtle. Hannibal is there. This is your opportunity. Slip into it and wait for me. I'll join you in a moment as soon as I have had a word with Lord William." Momentary excitement and concern turned her pale. She had not seen her father since their interview in the little anteroom. Indeed, he had appeared to avoid her, but Mandeville had assured her that all was well, that he had pacified Sir Andrew, and that she need fear no violent outburst. And she had thanked Mandeville from a heart that was full of gratitude for his concern and kindliness. She nodded now to Harry, her eyes considering him with tender wistfulness. She would take her opportunity, she assured him, of slipping out unobserved. He should find her in the carriage when he came, and then he must tell her what had happened, who had attacked him. The opportunity was not long delayed. Presently the music ceased, and a moment or 2 later Gadsden appeared at the door of the main anteroom, beckoning Latimer forward. He went, the others following. Myrtle lagged behind with Lady William until all had passed in. Then Lady William hugged her an instant. "Bless you, child, be happy." She kissed her, and Myrtle was gone speeding out and down the steps to the carriage, into which Hannibal, grinning widely in welcome, assisted her. And meanwhile Lord William was advancing to meet Mr. Latimer, and his eyes opened wide with astonishment as he surveyed the gentleman's disordered appearance. "Mr. Latimer, what is this?" "The result of what appears, but which I cannot believe to be, a breach of faith on the part of your Excellency. An attempt was made tonight to seize me and put me on board a ship for England." There was a burst of indignation from Moultrie and Drayton, who stood behind him, and a general murmur from others who were flowing into the anteroom and halting there at gaze. Amongst them, indeed in the foremost ranks, were Sir Andrew Carey with Stewart, the Indian agent, and Anthony Fletchel, the back-country Tory leader. Immediately behind Carey, and sharing his disgusted astonishment, but manifesting it less freely, was Mandeville. Others from the ballroom were pressing forward behind them, and it was with difficulty that a posse of lackeys in gorgeous liveries bearing trays of celery were able to circulate and draw attention to the refreshment which they offered. Lord William fell back a step in sheer amazement at Latimer's words. Then he collected himself. "I am relieved, sir, that you do not impute to any orders of mine an attack, whose object I imagine you are assuming." "I am not assuming it, Lord William. Colonel Gadsden has seen enough to be able to bear me out in part. The intention was, as I have said. I overheard it among the men who took me, and they were led by a British officer." "That I cannot believe." The governor's face flushed scarlet. Sternly he voiced a sudden suspicion. "Mr. Latimer, is this an attempt to stir up feeling?" But Latimer unceremoniously interrupted him. "Your Excellency, the body of that British officer will bear witness to what I say. It is lying now on Grockat's Wharf." "Aye," said Gadsden, "I've seen it, and seen the men who carried it." "You killed him?" "I had that misfortune in my own defence." There was hubbub now among the Tories, and among several officers of the Tamar who were present, but his lordship quelled it, raising his hand. "Who was this officer? Do you know?" Gadsden answered him. "Major Sykes from Fort Johnson. I had better tell your lordship what I witnessed of this affair." And he related how the men had brought Latimer, bound and gagged, and had dropped him into the wrong boat. "But for that mistake, your Excellency," Gadsden ended with a certain grim aggressiveness, whose significance there was no mistaking, "it is unlikely that Mr. Latimer would ever have been heard of again." The high colour remained in his lordship's face, but its expression grew troubled. Almost he had a guilty look, for the mention of the officer's identity brought back to his mind the thing that had yesterday been suggested in Sykes' presence. Into Carey's ear Mandeville whispered at that moment. For his own sake he must disclaim all knowledge of it. And even as he spoke, the governor turned to seek him among the gaping crowd. "Captain Mandeville!" Mandeville stepped forward, graceful and unperturbed. "Do you know anything of this?" the governor demanded. "I?" quoth Mandeville. "No more than your Excellency." But he was not to escape so easily. "That's an equivocal answer, Captain Mandeville," said Moultrie sharply. A hand fell on the colonel's sleeve. He turned, and there beside him, stern and impassive, stood John Rutledge, with obvious intent to restrain him from adding fuel to this already ample blaze. But Moultrie, indignant and concerned for his friend, for once shook off the arm of the lawyer with impatience. And meanwhile Mandeville had drawn himself up and was looking down his nose at the colonial officer. "Colonel Moultrie, I have not the habit of equivocation." "I know nothing of your habits and care less," the colonel answered him. "But I know an equivocation when I hear it." Lord William intervened. The atmosphere was becoming dangerously charged. "The equivocation will be removed, I think, if I assert to you on my honour, Mr. Latimer, that it was by no orders of mine that this thing happened, and that I know nothing whatever of how it came about." "Will your Excellency go so far as to reprobate it?" Latimer asked him, as courteously as such a question could be asked. "Sincerely," was the prompt and emphatic reply, "and I shall not rest until I have discovered what is behind it." Mr. Latimer bowed. "I thank your Excellency. I have reported the event and rendered the immediate account of it, which my departure from Charlestown makes necessary. If your Excellency has no further questions for me, perhaps you will give me leave to withdraw." "Assuredly, Mr. Latimer," and his Excellency slightly inclined his head. Mr. Latimer bowed a second time and turned to depart. But departure was not quite so easy. There were friends behind him waiting to congratulate him on his escape, and there was Rutledge with a sharp reprimand. "You see, sir, the perils into which your rashness is plunging not only yourself, but all of us." Latimer smiled. He was very weary, and suddenly conscious of his weariness, now that the excitement sustaining him had passed. "I hope that my departure will restore to Charlestown the peace of which, with the possible exception of King George, I appear to be the only disturber." He passed on to be detained by others, and there was Moultrie assuring him that he would soon be back. "When you hear my drums there'll be a place for you, Harry, and don't bear Rutledge any ill will. He's a curmudgeon, but honest." Meanwhile, behind him at the other end of the anteroom, where the crowd had melted a little so that the lackeys with the sillery were now circulating more freely, the governor was finding himself beset by a knot of hostile Tories led by Carey. "Does your Excellency really mean," the baronet was asking truculently, "that a British officer may be murdered in the streets, and his murderer allowed to go his ways?" He was livid with anger, and with something more than anger. Lord William's manner was gravely, sadly tolerant. "The evidence is against you, Sir Andrew. No British officer has been murdered. Mr. Latimer killed a British officer in self-defence. You heard the account of it from Colonel Gadsden." "Your lordship accepts the word of open and acknowledged rebels against—" "Sir Andrew, I think you are presuming," his lordship interrupted him. "It is your Excellency who compels it." "I would, sir. I could as easily compel you to remember your manners." And his lordship turned his shoulder upon the baronet to take a glass of sillery from the tray a servant was proffering. Then deliberately he addressed himself to Lawrence, who was standing near. Sir Andrew fell back a step, clenching his hands. He looked a mute appeal at Mandeville. Mandeville imperceptibly raised his eyebrows, and as imperceptibly shrugged. Sir Andrew understood that he must depend upon himself alone. Latimer was more than halfway across the room already on his journey to the door. Towards that same door the baronet now circuitously but quickly made his way. A servant approached him with a tray of wine. He was beginning to wave the man away when suddenly he checked the gesture. Inspiration gleamed in his full eyes. He took up a glass, and Mr. Latimer, turning at that moment, came face to face with him. For a moment Mr. Latimer stood, returning the baronet's intent regard. Then he bowed to him and would have passed on, but Sir Andrew's words arrested him. "You are leaving us, Mr. Latimer?" The voice was smooth, and yet there was a note in it that stirred Moultrie and brought him in quick strides to the side of his friend. "I am just going, Sir Andrew." "But surely you will stay to drink first. A loyal toast." And Sir Andrew waved towards him the servant with the tray of glasses. Latimer scented mischief, and for an instant hesitated, looking at Carey as if to fathom his purpose. Then, deeming that here unquestioning submission was the shortest and safest course, he took up a glass. "A loyal toast?" he questioned. He added with a lightness he was very far from feeling, "With all my heart, or any other toast," and he quoted, "I warrant 'twill prove an excuse for the glass." There was the slightest pause, in which Sir Andrew seemed yet again to be measuring the young man with his eyes. Then slowly, solemnly, almost pompously, he raised his glass. Lord William across the room, upon which a silence had unaccountably fallen, stood very straight and stiff, considering the baronet. To him this seemed the prelude of some indefinable impertinence. Moultrie took a glass of Sillery from the tray that was thrust before him. The others, already supplied, stood waiting a little curiously for the toast. "Gentlemen," said Sir Andrew, with the least suspicion of pompousness, "the King! God save the King!" Proposed at such a time and in such a place, with so many present who were actively engaged in opposing those measures for the subjugation of the colonies which emanated from the King himself, this was not so much a toast as a challenge. But all were concerned to keep the peace, and so, loyal and rebel alike, murmured in chorus, "The King," and drank with Sir Andrew. Under cover of that murmur, Moultrie had whispered imperatively to Latimer, "Drink." But even without that injunction, it is unlikely that Latimer would have rendered himself conspicuous by refusing the toast. He had undergone enough that night to desire above everything the avoidance of further trouble, and so, after the least pause, in which he was questioning himself on the subject of Sir Andrew's purpose, he too muttered, "The King," and drained his glass. Sir Andrew lowered his own, still half full of wine, and looked at Mr. Latimer with narrowing eyes. "You had no compunction, Mr. Latimer, in honouring that toast?" Mr. Latimer smiled, for all that by now the scent of danger was breast high with him. "None," he said lightly. "God save the King. By all means. He stands in need of saving." "From his enemies, you mean?" "No, sir, from his friends." It was a plain enough allusion to that party known as the King's Friends, through whom King George ruled the empire in violation of the established system of placing the government in the hands of the majority party in Parliament. And it is to be doubted if it was resented by anyone present, not excluding Lord William. It was sufficient, however, and more than sufficient for Sir Andrew's purpose. "That," he said, "is a treasonable speech," and on the words he flung the remaining contents of his glass full in the face of Mr. Latimer. "Sir Andrew!" It was Lord William who spoke, advancing and almost thrusting himself between the two. His voice was charged with reproachful indignation, and of reproachful indignation were the murmurs that arose from every member of that company. Some thoughtfully hustled the few ladies into the ballroom and closed the door. Lady William, however, declining to be hustled, remained there with Miss Ravenel beside her. Moultrie set a hand upon Latimer's shoulder to restrain him, to urge him at all costs to refrain from being entangled in a quarrel. It was hardly necessary. White and trembling, yet Mr. Latimer preserved his self-command. He drew a fine handkerchief from his pocket and mopped his dripping cheek. "You won't wipe that off with a handkerchief, my friend," Sir Andrew goaded him rather coarsely. He looked at Sir Andrew, then half turned to the others present and made them an inclusive bow. "I take my leave," he said, and moved to depart, Moultrie making shift to go with him. But Sir Andrew resolutely, fiercely barred his way. "No, by God!" "Sir Andrew!" Again it was Lord William who intervened, stepping up to Carey as he did so. "Are you out of your senses, sir? Deliberately you provoked Mr. Latimer, and in the face of that provocation Mr. Latimer perhaps spoke foolishly, affording you the pretext you were seeking. But you shall push this matter no further. You shall respect his forbearance as we all do." "Forbearance!" Sir Andrew laughed unpleasantly. "Here's a new name for cowardice." "And do you make yourself a shield for cowards, Lord William, as well as for rebels and murderers?" "Sir Andrew, you forget, I think, to whom you speak." Very dignified and stern, the young governor towered there beside him, but the Tory fanatic and outraged father-in-one flung off the last rag of restraint. Your lordship places me under that necessity. I did not invite your intervention in my quarrel, nor do I think did Mr. Latimer, though I've no doubt the cur will welcome it." "Sir Andrew, you push things too far," cried Latimer, and there was no lack of voices to approve him. "Please, please, Mr. Latimer." His Excellency raised a hand to restrain him, then turned again to the wrathful baronet. "Sir Andrew, Mr. Latimer has an engagement of honour with me, an engagement to be gone from Charlestown before morning. From that engagement I cannot, for reasons of high policy, release him, so that in no case would it be possible for Mr. Latimer to remain to meet any other engagement tomorrow." "There is not the need to wait until tomorrow," Carey answered. "If Mr. Latimer possesses the courage, which he is so reluctant to display, let him meet me here and now." Burning with shame and anger, Latimer turned to the faithful friend beside him. "Moultrie, this is intolerable. He places me under the absolute necessity of proving my courage." "He does not, Mr. Latimer," his lordship answered him. "None present doubts your courage, rest assured." "He'll be glad enough to rest in that assurance," mocked Sir Andrew. "But there again your lordship exceeds authority. I doubt his courage for one." The governor looked at him a moment sternly. "Sir Andrew, you compel me to exercise my jurisdiction. In the King's name I forbid you to meet Mr. Latimer." Sir Andrew met the command with a burst of laughter, loud and offensively derisive. "In the King's name! In the King's name! That's choice, damme! In the King's name you forbid me to punish an insult to the King's Majesty. I wonder what the King would think of his vice-regent in South Carolina." Then, controlling his insolent mirth, he added almost formally, "I must remind your Excellency that you are a guest like myself, and that your warrant does not run here." "You refuse to recognise my authority?" Lord William's head was haughtily thrown back, his face slightly flushed. Sir Andrew bowed ironically. "With the utmost respect, my lord, when that authority is exercised to shelter a rebel and a coward, I have no choice but to disregard it." Angry voices broke from almost every pair of lips, but the old Tory confronted them defiantly, scornfully, sure of his ground, upon which he was unassailable. The flush deepened in Lord William's cheeks. "I have not the power to order your arrest, Sir Andrew. You have given as yet no cause for that. But I warn you, sir, that if this quarrel, so wantonly provoked by you, goes forward, you shall feel to the utmost the weight of the law. Pray do not interrupt me. Since you have put upon me this affront, it is impossible for me to remain. Gentlemen," and he bowed to the company present, "I regretfully take my leave of you. Captain Mandeville will present my apologies to the assembly. A slight indisposition on the part of her ladyship has compelled us both to withdraw rather earlier than we had hoped." He turned to her ladyship, proffering his arm. "My dear." He was so dignified, so much the royal personage in that moment, that those whom he addressed realized fully that he withdrew to avoid embroiling himself in a vulgar dispute derogatory to his office. Therefore no attempt was made to persuade him from a course announced with such utter finality. Even Lady William felt herself powerless to intervene, despite every impulse to do so. All but Sir Andrew, who remained erect in his defiance, bowed low in response, and remained bowed until, with Lady William on his arm, and followed by Captain Tasker and Miss Ravenel, Lord William had passed out into the hall beyond. Then the men who were left behind, and they numbered close upon a score, loosed their anger upon Sir Andrew, but he remained disdainfully indifferent, They might make themselves as hoarse as they pleased with invective and insult, so long as he had his way with Mr. Latimer. When this was realized, those present resigned themselves to being spectators of a settlement now inevitable. But when it came to finding a friend to act for Sir Andrew, there was only one man present who would undertake the office. This was Anthony Fletchel, and although a stouter Tory as Carey himself, he undertook this office only after considerable pressure. There had been a little flash of anger from Carey when Mandeville had refused, but Mandeville had brushed this smooth. As your kinsman, Sir Andrew, it is almost my duty to stand by you, but as Lord William's equerry, it is my duty to hold aloof. I am in an impossible position. Nevertheless, it was Mandeville who dispatched the staring and startled lackey for a certain mahogany case in the keeping of Mrs. Pratt, the custodian of the State House. When the case, which contained a brace of duelling pistols, was produced, it was taken by Mr. Fletchel to Colonel Moultrie. The latter was standing beside Latimer, who, in the background to which he had retired, had flung himself into a chair where he sat, elbows on knees, in an attitude of complete dejection. After what already he had endured that night, to be compelled to meet his father-in-law, and one who had stood to him in the past as a relationship almost of a father, was something altogether intolerable. He sat there sunk in misery, resolved that in spite of everything, and whatever might be thought of him, he would yet avoid this meeting. He was roused by the voice of Moultrie raised in sharp expostulation. "But what is this, sir?" the colonel was exclaiming. "Pistols? We have not asked for pistols." Latimer looked up and spoke. "We have not asked for anything at all. We do not meet Sir Andrew Carey." He rose. "Mr. Fletchel, if you will be good enough to ask Sir Andrew to step across to me, I shall hope to prove to him that we cannot meet." "In the present position that would scarcely be regular," ventured Mr. Fletchel. "I care nothing for that. Something very much graver is involved." Fletchel bowed and went his errand, and Sir Andrew came in answer to the request and stood in assumed calm before him. "Sir Andrew," said Mr. Latimer, for all to hear, "a meeting between us is impossible. You had better know the truth. Myrtle and I were married this morning." He had thought to fling a bombshell, and he had expected outbursts, rage, incredulity, anything indeed but the answer he received. "That, sir, is but an added reason. I do not desire a rebel for a son-in-law, and even more," he raised his voice, "I do not desire a coward for one." Latimer looked at him with eyes of despair. The stream of destiny was too strong for him. It was idle to continue to swim against it. "Please conclude the arrangements, Moultrie. Let us get it over." Sir Andrew withdrew again, and Moultrie renewed the discussion. "But pistols indoors, it is unheard of. It's monstrous, unthinkable. We demand swords." One of his reasons for this insistence was that if swords were used, he was sure that Latimer could contrive to take no harm himself, and to do no great hurt to Sir Andrew. But Mr. Fletchel had his instructions, and he clung to them obstinately. "You are not in the right to demand. The choice of weapons is with us. We are the challenged side." "I heard no challenge," Moultrie was retorting, and then Latimer cut in. "Oh, have done, William. Let us get it over." "But they demand pistols." Moultrie was reduced almost to frenzy. "Then let them have pistols. What the devil does it matter?" "Matter? Why, there's the question of distance." And he swung to Fletchel. "What distance do you propose?" he asked, expecting to checkmate the other side. Mr. Fletchel, a short, stoutish man of 40 with a phlegmatic countenance, was not even embarrassed. He measured the room with a calm eye. "Considering the space, we suggest 10 paces." Moultrie laughed angrily. "Pistols at 10 paces! Do you hear that, Harry? At 10 paces!" "Across a handkerchief if they like," snapped Mr. Latimer, "but it's murder." "Faith, have you only just discovered it?" The music in the ballroom had been resumed by musicians in complete ignorance that anything untoward was taking place, and then someone whose nerves were being fretted cried out that it should be stopped, and someone else would have departed to obey the demand, when Rutledge got in the way. "By no means," he said, "the ladies must not be further alarmed. They will be alarmed as it is soon enough." And he suggested indeed that if the affair was to go on, the parties had better remove themselves elsewhere. But Carey would not hear of it. He cared nothing, he announced, for the feelings of any rebel, man or woman, and none but a rebel could do other than rejoice in the punishment of a rebel. Here where Mr. Latimer had offended, let Mr. Latimer expiate. The end of it was that Rutledge turned the key in the door leading to the ballroom, whilst the pistols were being loaded at a console by Fletcher and Moultrie acting jointly. At the end of what seemed an age to Mr. Latimer, Colonel Moultrie beckoned him forward to the middle of the room, whither Fletcher was also conducting his principal. "We propose, gentlemen," said Fletcher, "to place you back to back. You will advance 5 paces, in a measure as they are counted, towards the corner which each of you is facing." He turned. Thornborough, tall and elegant in his naval blue and white, stood immediately behind him. "Captain Thornborough, perhaps you will oblige by counting." The sailor drew back a little. A look of repugnance crossed his sunburnt aquiline face. "I should prefer," he was beginning. Then he shrugged. "Oh, as well I as another." When the men were in position back to back, their swords surrendered formally to their seconds, Captain Thornborough stepped forward. "Gentlemen, as Mr. Fletcher has said, you will pace your distance in a measure as I count. On the count of 5 you will take your last pace, turn and fire." And whilst Colonel Moultrie advanced with the loaded pistols, giving Mr. Latimer the first choice as was his right, Captain Thornborough admonished the onlookers. "Let me beg of you, gentlemen, to stand back, well out of the line of sight, and to guard against the slightest movement that might serve to draw the eye of either principal." He waited until all those present, including the seconds, were ranged far enough back to satisfy him. "Now, gentlemen, if you are ready." He paused a moment, taking a couple of backward paces, and began the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the word, and at the end of the diagonal line in which they had paced away, each from the other, the men swung round, face to face, across the room. But only one of them, and that one was Carey, raised his arm. He raised it slowly, deliberately, covering his opponent, who stood tense and straight to receive a fire which he was making no shift whatever to return. And then, in the very moment that Sir Andrew drew the trigger, the door leading to the hall, which they had neglected to secure, was flung open with a crash, and Myrtle, in cloak and wimple, stood white and scared on the threshold. In the same instant Sir Andrew's pistol spoke, but the interruption at the critical moment, whilst too late to arrest the shot, yet served to draw his eye and disturb his cold-blooded, deliberate aim. His pistol, jerked up by the fraction of an inch at the last moment, delivered its bullet into the long mirror above the console at Latimer's back, and shivered the glass from top to bottom. In 2 strides Captain Thornborough was at Myrtle's side. Rendered immovable by horror, she stood there staring, but just as she made no attempt to advance further, neither did she yield to the captain's half-hearted endeavours to induce her to withdraw. It was a situation more painful probably than any man present had ever borne part in before, or would ever bear part in again. And then the voice of Fletcher was sternly raised, and sounded oddly loud in the sudden silence, which no one had until this moment perceived. For in the ballroom the music had ceased abruptly on the firing of the shot, and was succeeded there by a momentary stillness of question and alarm. "Mr. Latimer, we are waiting for your fire." "You need wait no longer," said Mr. Latimer, whose pistol hand had remained hanging inert beside him throughout. "I do not intend to fire." There was an outcry of protest from the men present, mingling with the din of voices welling up now in the ballroom. Someone was beating on the door, but none present heeded that. Mr. Latimer addressed himself to the sailor, who in some sense had acted as master of the ceremonies. "Captain Thornborough, Sir Andrew's aim was disturbed by the opening of the door. The circumstance is unfortunate, but inasmuch as neither of you were parties to it, it does not affect your position. You must take your shot." "I must take it?" And it was Fletchel who answered him, the trembling of his voice betraying his nervous tension. You have no alternative. To have retained it so long, damme, it isn't decent." "I suppose that I am within my rights, my strict rights, in retaining my fire as long as I please?" There was a pause before any dared pronounce a decision that really demanded consideration by a court of honour. Then, since no one else attempted to reply, Captain Thornborough took it upon himself to give judgment. "Within your strict rights, no doubt, Mr. Latimer, but as Mr. Fletchel has said, it is hardly decent. There are times when to stand upon our strict rights—" Peremptorily Mr. Latimer interrupted him. He was smiling, his head thrown back, completely master of himself again, now that he was master of the situation. And Myrtle, watching him, leaned her tortured spirit confidently upon his own, and felt her terrors lessening. "I am concerned only with my strictest rights, gentlemen. Decency has had no part in this affair. Upon my strictest rights I intend to stand. Since I must take my shot, I will take it—" He paused deliberately, smiled again, and even inclined his head a little. "Some other day." There was an echoing chorus of amazement, dominated by Sir Andrew's voice. "Some other day?" "At my convenience," added Mr. Latimer emphatically, and deliberately he stepped forward, abandoning the position to which he had paced, and proffered the unfired pistol to Colonel Moultrie. "It is a debt between Sir Andrew Carey and myself, a debt which I reserve the right to claim or not, like any other debt." "You damned scoundrel!" thundered Sir Andrew, as a beginning to a torrent of invective, and reversing his pistol so as to convert it into a club, he would have hurled himself upon Latimer, but that Christopher Gadsden and 3 or 4 others restrained him by main force. Someone had unlocked the door of the ballroom, conceivably to prevent its being broken down, and now on the threshold surged a crowd of gallants and ladies, arrested there by the spectacle of that burly man writhing in the arms of his captors and still uttering furious vituperation. Mr. Latimer, accompanied by Moultrie, crossed to the door where Myrtle stood. "My dear," he said to comfort her, and laid a hand upon her arm. Anthony Fletchel called after him, "Mr. Latimer, what you do is monstrous ill done. You cannot in honour leave Sir Andrew under the obligation to stand your fire whenever you shall choose to deliver it. If you intended to be generous—" "I could have fired in the air," Latimer interrupted him. "I know that, sir, and I do not need, nor will I accept, instruction in matters of honour. But I'll explain myself, since almost you make it necessary. As you must all have seen, I had no intention of firing upon Sir Andrew. But if I had fired with deliberate intent to miss him, I should have cleared the score, and Sir Andrew would have been at liberty to begin all over again, either demanding another exchange of shots or forcing a fresh quarrel upon me. I have proved my courage once by standing to receive his fire, but I have no intention or wish to continue to be a target for him. So I retain my shot, and thus in honour I bind his hands from any further attempts upon my life." They regarded him now with silent understanding, and with something of respect. Fletchel inclined his head a little. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Latimer." Mr. Latimer was not heeding him. Myrtle had clutched his arm and was looking up into his face. "Was that what he did?" she asked. "He forced a quarrel on you, Harry, and he fired to kill you. You?" "My dear, what does it matter?" "Matter?" she echoed, and she looked at her father. Her eyes were the cold eyes of a judge. "Why did you do this?" she demanded. "Why?" He shook off those who held him, and they let him go. He advanced a pace or two and stopped there, eyeing them both, his face white and distorted, his powerful body trembling with the awful rage that possessed him, the rage of the despot whose authority has been flouted and whose vengeance has been baffled. For baffled he knew himself, bound fast in the bonds of his own honour by an ingenuity that seemed to him nothing short of fiendish. And now his daughter, this jade who had been false to him as he conceived it, who had played the hypocrite, disregarded his parental rights and married the man who was to become his enemy, dared to stand boldly before his face and question him. "You false wretch," he reviled her before them all. "I did it to make a widow of you, to save you from the shame of this secret marriage." "To make a widow of me? Is that your love?" There was loathing and horror in her voice. Suddenly he seemed monstrous to her in his bigoted, intemperate hate. "Love?" he answered her and laughed unpleasantly. "Go! Go out of my sight, both of you. I have done with you, Myrtle. I disown you utterly. Not a penny of mine, not a perch of land shall come to you from me, living or dead. All I pray is that I may never see either of you again." Her bridegroom put an arm about her. "Come, my dear," he urged her. He bowed silently to the company, and with the single exception of Sir Andrew Carey, every man present bowed low in response. Mr. Latimer drew his wife into the hall, scattering a knot of negro servants who had collected about the door to listen, but the voice of his father-in-law still pursued him. "You may escape me, but you cannot escape God. His vengeance will search out those who break the second commandment." And then someone mercifully closed the door. Harry Latimer led Myrtle out and down the steps to the waiting carriage, the carriage which she had quitted in almost instinctive anxiety when he delayed so unaccountably in following her. Thus, and in such a state of feeling as you can conceive, those two set out upon their bridal journey. End of chapter 18. End of part 1.